Good day. Welcome to day 7 of the recital of the Shrimad Bhagavatam. We are streaming live from Gauteng, South Africa. A few matters to mention. Today we most likely going to finish at about between 2:30 and 3:30 p.m. South African time. This is by design. We need the afternoon to reset the facilities for the closing session tomorrow. A word on the closing session tomorrow. Below this webcam image, we have a series of photographs that flash past. Amongst that, we've included the notice for tomorrow. Do take some time and read it. The first part of the closing ceremony tomorrow, we will be praising the 28 Ved-Vyas sages that have taken place. Every time the creative cycle has moved from the Bronze Age to the Iron Age, in other words, from the Dwapara Yuga to the Kali Yuga, in the 28 cycles of the ruling Manu for this period, it has been recorded who has played the role of the great sage Ved-Vyasa in taking the Vedas and dividing it into four for the benefit of humanity in the forthcoming Kali Yuga. We will be having a ceremony to praise the 28 Ved-Vyasas. That spans a history of more than 100 million years. That will be tomorrow at 9 a.m. South African time, followed by a special Shanti prayer, a peace prayer at 11 a.m. South African time. The peace prayer, a small sacred fire is lit, in which natural ingredients are offered as an oblation. These are seeds, rice, etc., to thank the gods for all that has transpired and also for peace for all of humanity. That will be at 11 a.m. South African time tomorrow, followed by lunch at 12:30 p.m. All I can say about the lunch is wish you were here. So we start off with the invocation for this morning. Mr. Dipendra Bhai.
Om Narayanam namaskritya naram chaiva narottamam devim saraswatim vyasam tato jayam udirayet. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. The study and teaching of the Bhagavatam, the instrument of victory over ignorance, should begin only after salutations have been made to the supreme embodiment, Narayana, to the goddess Saraswati, and to the sage Vyasa. Om, peace, peace, peace. Janmadhyasya yatonvayaditaratas charte swabhi natswarat tene brahmaradaya adikavaye moyanti yatsuraya tejo varamridam yatha vinimayo yatra trisargo mrisha damna svena sada nirastakuhakam tyam paran dhimahi Satyam param dhimahi Satyam param dhimahi. Om. Atha Trayodashodhyayah. Skanda 11, chapter 13, the Song of the Swan. How Sattva develops bhakti and illumination. The worshipful Lord said, the three gunas of Sattva, Rajas and Tamas do not belong to the Atman. They are the stuff of which the buddhi is formed. By making the sattva into a powerful mode of the mind, the modes of rajas and tamas can be overcome. And afterwards, sattva as a mode should be reduced to its modeless state, which is peace. When sattva becomes powerful in one, it manifests that disposition which generates loving devotion to me, the Atman. By association with everything that is of the nature of sattva, that disposition of sattva is augmented, and from that supreme devotion manifests. The dominance of the mode of sattva, which is the summit of human evolution, will destroy rajas and tamas, and when these are destroyed, the sinfulness that generate hampering the growth of bhakti will also disappear. Scripture, water, man, place, time, action, initiation, meditation, mantra, purificatory rites and practices, these 10 factors regulate the growth of the gunas of sattva, rajas and tamas in man. Whatever wise men command as spiritually beneficial should be understood as sattvika in nature. Whatever they condemn are to be taken as tamasika, and whatever they ignore as rajasika. For the development of sattva, man should associate himself with the 10 sattva developing entities and substances. From that will devotion and knowledge develop. Only then will the memory of one's spiritual nature arise and the bondage of matter get effaced. The fire generated by the friction of bamboos in a forest consumes the whole forest and then subsides. Just like that, the fire of knowledge, kindled by the disciplines practiced by Jiva's body-mind, which is a product of the gunas of Prakriti, ultimately destroys that very body-mind and then subsides. How to avoid sense slavery? Uddhava said, O Krishna, men generally understand that the pursuit of sense objects leads to dangers and unhappiness. Still, how is it that they follow them like dogs, asses and goats, forgetting the sufferings involved and the dangers ahead? The worshipful Lord said, For the man of confused understanding, there arises the sense of absolute identification with the body. Where there is this identification, the mind, in spite of its origin in sattva, happens to be overcome by powerful rajas. When the mind is seized with rajas, it makes plans for ends to be achieved and difficulties to be overcome. Such brooding over material objects and their attractiveness generates intense and irresistible desires in the mind of the perverse man. A man of uncontrolled senses, dominated by desires and infatuated by the fast flow of rajas, performs actions whose final end is well known to him to be misery. Supposing a man becomes subject to the agitation of the mind by rajas and tamas, even then, if he, without getting disappointed and dispirited, strives to perceive the evil of such sense slavery and makes an effort to control the senses, he will succeed with the help of added strength generated through reflection. Without carelessness and indolence, he should master posture and breath, and with patience direct his mind to me and make it one-pointed in me. My disciple Sanaka and his group of sages were instructed by me that the highest form of yoga consists in drawing away the mind from all objects and concentrating it wholly in me. Hamsavatara. Uddhava said, O Keshava, when and in what form did you give instruction to Sanaka and others? I wish to know all about it. The worshipful Lord said, Sanaka and his group of sages, who were mind-born sons of Brahma, once asked their father about the very subtle aspects of yoga in its highest reaches. Sanaka said, The mind, drawn by desire, naturally engages itself with sense objects, and sense objects, by the force of tendencies, enter into the mind as impressions and tendencies. O Lord, how then can a spiritual aspirant, striving to overcome the senses, hope to win the mind away from the senses? Though Brahma is the Lord of all divinities, the self-born and the creator of all beings, he could not grasp the real point involved in the question, as his mind was too much involved in his creative activities. Brahma thereupon thought of me in order to know the answer of that question, and I appeared to him in the form of a swan. Seeing me there, Sanaka and the other sages came near me and saluted at my feet, and with Brahma standing before us, questioned me who I was. What I said on being questioned in this way by those sages who were inquirers after the truth, you now know from me. You now learn from me. The conquest of the mind. I said, O holy man, how is this question, who am I, relevant, when the Atman in reality is not many? For only when there are many Atmans can I distinguish myself and say, who am I? On what basis can I therefore answer your question? Even if the question is with reference to the body, it is meaningless. The bodies of all beings, including those of the Devas, are made of the 5 elements. These elements are not separate from their ultimate cause, Brahman. So too all bodies are basically the same and cannot be distinguished from one and another, or from one another. Whatever is grasped by the mind, words, eyes, and other sense organs, all that is myself, know that there is nothing different from me. O children, the mind enters into the sense objects, and the sense objects enter the mind as impressions. Both the mind and the body, with which sense objects are contacted, are only the adjuncts which apparently clothe the Atman, who is not different from me. The mind has, by repeated contacts, become bound with the sense objects, and the sense objects have entrenched themselves in the mind as sense impressions. Both these, the sense objects and their impressions, must be overcome by recognizing their identity in me. The state of sleep, dream, and waking are modes of the intellect only, and not of the Atman. The Jiva is distinguished from them as the witness of these states. As long as the Atman is connected with the Buddhi by superimposition, so long will that connection involve him in the body-mind and the experiences gained through them. This involvement in matter can be overcome by recognizing one's identity with me, the fourth, who is the witness of the three states.
The bondage with sense objects established by ahankara, the identification with the buddhi manifesting as the I sense, detracts the Atman from the truth, causing infinite sufferings. The wise man should therefore cultivate dispassion for this life of bondage and his experiences, and abandon all thoughts of them. Dwelling in me, the fourth, spiritual awakening. So long as an aspirant has not overcome the sense of reality for the many through discrimination and reasoning, he is only a dreamer, though all the while he is apparently awake. His case is like that of a somnambulist who is asleep but behaves like one awake. All the entities other than the Atman are false. So the body and all the institutions, end and practices based upon this false multiplicity, like the Varna Ashrama, social order, the duties and religious practices based on it, and the heavenly regions attainable through these, are equally false like the objects seen by a dreamer. He who enjoys through all the senses the perpetually changing gross objects of the external world during the waking hours, he who enjoys within the heart the subjective impressions of the same world in dream, and he who in deep sleep withdraws from all perceptions and is aware of nothing, he is the one unitary self, as proved by the continuing memory of all these states in the subject. He is a witness and master of all these movements of the body-mind, which is a product of the gunas. That there is continuing memory of experiences running through all these states is the proof of the existence of a unitary witnessing principle. In this way, let an aspirant come to the conclusion that all these three states of consciousness are the manifestations of the gunas of Prakriti, brought about by my Maya within myself. Let him sharpen his sword of understanding by sound reasoning and the instructions of the wise, and with that cut asunder the very root of doubt, and resign himself to me, residing in his heart. Know that this world of experience is false, like the dream experience, because it is a mental projection, because it is an objective experience, and because it is destructible. It is as unstable as a ring of fire produced by a whirling firebrand. The one consciousness appears as the three states and their contents. This world of diversity produced by the evolution of Prakriti is only the projection of Maya, my mysterious power. State of the awakened one. Withdrawing attention from the false objective world, abandoning all ideas of enjoyment from any object of desire, and steeped in the bliss that is one's self, the aspirant should withdraw from all work and sit absolutely quiet. But the world of multiplicity, rejected by him, will be experienced now and then, owing to the strength of tendencies acquired in the past, but it will not attract and involve him in any way, as he has lost the sense of reality for it. The memory will persist, but only as a dream, all through life. Such a man of realization is not even aware of the body, with the help of which he has attained that state. Whatever happened to it by the power of prarabdha, whether it comes or goes, sits or works, just as a heavily drunken man knows not whether his wearing cloth is on or has fallen off. So long as the prarabdha karma that led to the present embodiment lasts, the body will remain alive. But the knowing one who has attained the state of samadhi will view the body and the world connected with it only as an awakened man views the body and experiences of his dream. The Lord as support of values. O learned ones, I have now given you the quintessence, the most hidden part of the teachings of Yoga and Sankhya. Know me to be Yajna Mahavishnu, come here to instruct you in the science of the Spirit. I am the goal, the support, the sustaining force behind all great endeavors and values, Sankhya. Yoga, truth in its absolute and relative forms, luster, sublimity of beauty, fame, and self-control. All the great virtues, gunas, like equanimity, dispassion, etc., have the support in me, the transcendent above the gunas of Prakriti, who depends on nothing else, who is the self of all, and therefore the dearest well-wisher of all. Sanaka and other rishis of his group had all their doubts cleared in this way by me. They then saluted me and extolled me with great hymns. After they had thus worshipped and extolled me, I transported myself to my realm as Brahma, and others looked on. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitaya me Kadasho Kande Trayo Dasho Dhyaya Atha Chaturdasho Dhyaya. Bhakti as a supreme means of spiritual fulfillment. Diversity of Vedic interpretations. Uddhava said, O Krishna, the Vedic scholars speak of many means for the spiritual advancement of man. Are they all alike in efficacy individually, or is any one discipline considered the chief? O Lord, you have instructed the communion with thee through love, bhakti, in which one is to abandon love and attachment for everything else and concentrate one's mind wholeheartedly and constantly on thee, is an independent path requiring the help of no other path. It looks, therefore, that thou attachest special importance and superiority for this discipline over all others. The Lord said, the Veda, which was lost at the time of Pralaya, was revealed by me to Brahma at the beginning of the creative cycle. It is a Veda that contains the Dharma, the way of life and discipline for directing the mind towards me. Brahma taught it to Swayambhuva, his son and the first of Manus. Then Bhrigu and his group of 7 sages, known as the Saptarshis, learned the Veda from Swayambhuva. From these 7 rishis, their offspring consisting of Devas, Asuras, Kohyakas, Manushyas, men, Siddhas, Gandharvas, Vidyadharas, Charanas, Kindevas, Kinnaras, Nagas, Rakshasas, and Kimpurushas learnt it. According to the preponderance of the 3 gunas of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas in them, they were of very diversified dispositions. Because of this diversity of disposition, the form, character, and ways of beings varied very much. So, following their own nature, the interpretation of the Vedas too are divergent. Thus, being of the diversity of disposition in beings, their ways of thinking also vary. Some of them, though not instructed in Vedic study and interpretation, hold to views inherited from ancestral traditions, while others, following their own nature, take to atheistic ways of thinking. O noble one, under the infatuation of my Maya, they speak divergently as to what constitutes the ultimate good of man, according to the past karma and present tendencies: dharma, fame, enjoyment, truth, self-control, prosperity, eating, evacuating, yajna, austerity, charity, vows. All these are among the divergent human ends and means conceived by people according to the tendencies. All aspirations and endeavors in these directions will lead the jiva only to realms that are karma born, fleeting, and productive of subsequent suffering. Founded in ignorance and yielding only pseudo bliss, they are bedeviled even at the time of enjoyment itself, with defects like vindictiveness, jealousy, etc. The supremacy of devotion. O Dava, in the case of a devotee who is free from all worldly desires and who has offered himself heart and soul to me, I shine in his heart as his very self. The joy arising from this experience is something that a sense-bound creature can never realize. All the world is full of joy for one who is without any attachments, controlled in mind and senses, equiposed and even sighted, and finding complete satisfaction in me. Apart from me, neither the position of an emperor, nor the lordship of Rasatala, neither the state of Brahma, nor the attainment of all yogic powers, why, for that matter, not even liberation from the cycles of births and deaths, is desired by a devotee who has completely resigned himself to me. Neither Brahma, my offspring, nor Sankara, my own emanation, nor Balarama, my brother, nor Shri, my consort, nor even my own self is so due to me as you devotees are. I always follow the footsteps of a sage who desires nothing, who is always tranquil and who has enmity to none, in order that all the worlds within me may get purified by the dust of his feet. None else, including aspirants for moksha, can experience that state of desireless bliss attainable by those devotees who have no wealth except myself, who have deep attachment for me, who have universal love for all beings, and whose minds are free from the stain of lust. Though a devotee of mine might be under the domination of the senses at the start of his spiritual life, for the gradual growth of devotion, he is able to overcome them. Just as a flaming fire reduces all fuel to ashes, so does devotion to me destroy all sins obstructing its development. O Dava, neither yoga, nor philosophy, nor karma, nor Vedic study, nor austerity, nor renunciation attracts me as intense bhakti does. I, the very soul and the dearest love of all holy men, can be attained through intense faith and unswerving and wholehearted devotion to me. Steady and deep-rooted devotion to me purifies and elevates even a man of ignoble birth in societies given to unclean ways of life. Any dharma, religion or moral discipline, though it may be inculcating practice of truthfulness, compassion, learning, austerity, etc., fails to purify a mind that has no place in it for the cultivation of devotion to me. Where is bhakti without the liquefaction of mind expressed, though horripilation all over, and the flow of tears of joy comes from the eyes? And without this kind of intense devotion, how can a total purification of one's being be effected? He whose words falter due to excess of joy, whose heart melts due to the tenderness of love, who weeps from the grief of separation from me, who now and then loudly laughs at the thought of the mysterious workings of my Maya, who sings and dances in joy without any inhibition, thinking of my play in creation and as incarnations. A devotee exhibiting such characteristics of love verily purifies the worlds. Just as gold regains its natural brilliance on its impurities being removed by subjection to heat treatment, so too, through bhakti, a jiva is able to overcome all impurities and attain to me. As the mind becomes more purified by the discipline of hearing the holy accounts of my deeds and excellences, it becomes more and more capable of understanding the very subtle truth of the Atman, just as the acuteness of eyesight to see subtle things is enhanced by the application of collyrium made of powerful medicinal herbs.
The mind of a man who always thinks of sense objects becomes attached to such objects, while the mind that thinks of me gets dissolved in me. Therefore, concentrate on me, your mind purified by the practice of devotion to me, abandoning all thoughts which are on a par with the contents of dreams and reveries, abandoning objects exciting the sexual passions and persons who indulge in them. Let a man sit indrawn and resolute in a place pleasing and scheduled, and meditate on me without lethargy. Nothing can make a man so spiritually bankrupt and wretched as sexual association with women and with persons addicted to such association can. The practice of meditation. Uddhava said, O lotus-eyed one, you ought to tell me how a spiritual aspirant should meditate on thee, in what form and with what attributes we should meditate. The worshipful Lord said, seated on a seat, not too elevated, not too low, with body straight and hand in lap, eyes half closed, and appearing to gaze at the nose, one should purify the path by which the prana is functioning by the practice of pranayama, with the 3 stages of inhaling, puraka, retaining, kumbhaka, and exhaling, rechaka. After doing it first in the above order, it may be done also in the reverse order, from the right to the left nostril. One must exercise control over the senses also, like a fine thread of lotus stalk and like a continuous peal of a bell. The mystic sound, Om, Omkara, is extending from the Muladhara up by the regulation of the prana. This mystic sound should be raised to the heart and made clearly manifest there. Such a pranayama with a meditative content is called sagarbha. In this way, pranayama with pranava, omkara, should be practiced 10 times during 3 sandhyas, morning, afternoon and evening. By practicing like that for a month, sufficient control over breath is gained. The aspirant should meditate on the lotus of the heart, which has been drooping on its stalks with its tips down, as now blooming upwards with 8 petals and a pericarp in the center. In the pericarp, meditate on the sun, moon, and fire as arranged one over the other. In the middle of the fire, let my form, so auspicious for meditation, be invoked. Let the form be meditated upon with the following features: having well-proportioned limbs, extremely calm and tranquil and beautiful, with 4 long and well-formed arms, set with a neck well-proportioned and handsome, with shining cheeks, illumined by a charming smile, bedecked with fish marks, pendants, on well-matched ears, wearing a gold-colored cloth, blue like a rain cloud, and as the habitant of Shri and Srivatsa. Also as equipped with conch, discus, mace, and play lotus, and decorated with a wreath of wild flowers, and with shining anklets on the feet, and the resplendent jewel, Kaustubha, on the neck, shining with diadem, bristles, girdle, and armlets, lovely in every limb, heart bewitching, and with eyes radiating peace and joy. The resolute aspirant should withdraw the senses from their objects into the mind, and the mind directed by its controller. The buddhi should be made to dwell on my complete form with all its parts. The mind that is thus made to dwell on total form must next be made to concentrate exclusively on one limb or part, preferably on the face illumined by a smile. When the mind is fixed there is no need to think of the rest of the form. When the mind has thus got one pointedness, it can dwell on me as the unrelated and absolute being without any other thought. One who has thus ingated and concentrated his mind will see me, the Supreme Self, Param Atman, in the Self, and the Self in that Supreme Self, with a difference, as when a minute point of light has merged in the very luminous light. For a yogi who strives assiduously to practice meditation will soon overcome the erroneous view of the absolute distinction between the seer, the seen, and the act of seeing.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayom Ekadasho Skande Chaturdasho Dhyaya Atha Panchadasho Dhyaya.
Chapter 15. Siddhis or powers, primary and secondary siddhis. The worshipful Lord said, to the yogi who has thus conquered the senses, controlled the vital forces, attained steadiness of mind, and concentrated it on me, many psychic powers accrue. Uddhava said, O Uchyata, what type of concentration brings on what type of psychic power? How are they obtained? How many are they in number? Be pleased to tell me about this, for thou art the one who bestows these powers of yogis. The worshipful Lord said, experts in yoga say that there are 18 types of psychic powers and 18 types of concentration for attaining the same. Of these 8 are generated from me, while the other 10 arise from the dominance of sattva aspect of Prakriti. Becoming very small, Anima, becoming very big, Mahima, and becoming weightless, Laghima. These 3 pertain to the body. The identification of the various senses with their presiding deities, thereby gaining the capacity to enjoy objects through senses of any other being, is called prapti or attainment. The 5th is prakamaya, which consists in the capacity to have intuitive enlightenment of any objects in this world or in others. The 6th is sita, is the power to control the direct objects in nature and the world of others. The 7th, vasita, gives a man the power to remain detached and unaffected while tenating a body and connecting objects of the senses. The 8th is the attainment to the highest limit of what one wants to achieve. All these 8 powers are innate to me. The other siddhis referred to are to be free from hunger and thirst, seeing and hearing things at a distance, traveling at the speed of the mind, assuming any form one likes, entering into and assuming another body, or die only at will, witnessing the sports of celestials, attaining anything according to one's desire, and unobstructed movement anywhere. Besides these, there are 5 other subsidiary powers spoken of. These are power to understand the past, present, and future, capacity to endure heat and cold, and other pairs of opposites, reading the minds of others, overcoming the effects of fire, sun, light, water and poison, and invincibility. Means to acquire siddhis. The above is a brief description of the powers attainable by yoga. Now hear from me what type of concentration leads to what type of siddhi and how they are attained. Concentrating on the bhuta sukshmas and or tanmatras, subtle aspects of the elements, as enlivened by me, the mind gets to the rarefied state of these subtle elements. Such a meditator on Tan Mantra obtains the power of making the body very small. The siddhi called Mahima, to grow big in size, is obtained by concentrating on the Mahatattva, with me as indweller. Meditating on me as the indweller of any of the bhutas will help one attain to the vastness of the bhutas. One who concentrates the mind on me as one with Paramanu, the subtlest atom, of any of the elements will attain to the lightness of a unit of space measured by Paramanu, or the smallest particle of time. Concentrating on me with the adjunct of Sattvika aspect, of I sense, Ahamkara, the yogis will get the power called Prati, which will enable him to identify himself with the sense of any creature and control them. If one meditates on me as Sutratam, the pervading spirit, as the energy working through everything, he will get my most superior manifesting power through the adjunct of Sutratman, called Prakyamya, whereby even distant objects shine clear in one's vision. Concentrating on me, Vishnu, the all-pervading, as the master of the 3 gunas, and as manifested in the form of time, one will obtain power called Isitva, which gives the capacity to control and direct the body and soul of all beings. Concentrating on me, Narayana, who is denoted by the expression Bhagavan, or the possessor of the 6-fold divine majesties, and also called Turiya, or the 4th, who transcends the 3 aspects of Virat, Hiranyagarbha, and the first cause. The yogi obtains the power called Vasita, which keeps one unaffected and unperturbed like myself under all conditions. An aspirant who concentrates his purified mind on me as the Brahman, transcending the gunas of Prakriti, Nirguna, will attain that supreme bliss, Paramananda, which is the consummation of all desires. He who meditates on me is Aniruddha, the Lord of the White Continent, who is unsullied purity of the essence of Dharma, will attain to the state of whiteness, which consists in freedom from sorrow, delusion, and the other 6 evils of life of samsara, by meditating on me as the prana, vital energy, enveloping everything like the ashaka, sky. One will hear all sounds manifesting in akasha, irrespective of distance. By meditating on me at the night with the sun, one obtains extreme subtlety of perception, enabling one to see anything, however small or however far.
By uniting the body and the mind along with the prana accompanying them, with me in meditation, one attains the power of physically reaching any place that the mind reaches. By the power obtained by meditation on me, the yoga can assume any form he likes by impressing that form on the mind stuff. A siddha, one who has psychic power, who desires to enter another body, should first mentally think of himself as being in that body. Then, his subtle body comes out, merges with the air, and as breath enters into the other body, as a bee transits from one flower to another. Pressing the anus with the heel, the subtle body or the linga sarira, constituting the adjunct of the Atman, should be raised to the heart, chest, neck, and crown of the head, stage by stage. Then, passing out through the aperture at the crown called Brahmarandra, the body must be abandoned and unity with Brahman attained. Those who desire to sport in heavenly gardens should meditate on Suddha Sattva, the undiluted divine substance. Then divine damsels who are formed of Sattva will arrive in celestial vehicles and attend on him. When an aspirant who is completely resigned to me and dependent on me fixes his mind on me, the truth world, any particular wish, that wish shall be instantly fulfilled. He who has become absorbed in me, the Lord and Master of all, the eternally free being, will not meet with obstruction anywhere. His resolves and commands will be accomplished just like mine. He whose nature has become purified by bhakti and who knows the art of concentration can gain knowledge, past, present, and future, including his own births and deaths in different bodies. The yoga-infilled body of a contemplative practicing meditation sedulously will not be endangered by fire, just as aquatic creatures are not adversely affected by water. One who meditates on my divine manifestations, having my embellishments like Srivatsa mark, conch and discus, besides other paraphernalia like flagstaff, ceremonial umbrella and chauris, will never meet with defeat, siddhi and obstacle. Thus, those who practice adoration of me according to the discipline of concentration described above will attain all the powers mentioned earlier without much difficulty. For a yogi who has controlled the senses and mind, who has the mastery of prana, and who knows to concentrate on me, what siddhi is there that is unattainable? Great men, however, say that these siddhis are obstacles in the way of a spiritual aspirant. For one who practices the highest yoga and aspires to reach me, they cause delay. For so long as one's mind is involved in these, one's spiritual life gets into a stalemate. All the siddhis that are found to accrue by birth, drugs, austerity, mantras, etc., can be had by the practice of yoga described before, but these others enumerated cannot yield what is attained through yoga alone. I, the Almighty, am the source and master of all siddhis. I am also the source and protector of Sankhya, Yoga, Dharma, and Brahman knowledge. I am the indwelling in all beings without in any way being limited to the bodies of beings. I am the transcendent too, just as the Buddhas or the elements are within and without the objects that have come out of them, so I am both within and without, transcending all limitation. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Ekadasho Skande Panchadasho Dhyaya Atha Shodadasho Dhyaya Manifestations of Divine Glory. Uddhava said, Thou art verily the Supreme Being, without any limiting adjuncts, without a beginning and an end. Thou art also the cause of birth, life, preservation, and death of all entities that are of the nature of effects. The knowledge of the knowers of the Vedas see and worship thee in all that is high and low. This is beyond the understanding of impure and immature minds. Deign to speak to me of all those aspects in which the great rishis adore thee and attain to perfection. O Creator, thou, the all-pervading one, movest in all beings, unseen and unclear. Because of the clouding of their vision by thee, they do not see thee, the seer of everything. O thou rich in divine attributes, deign to tell me of whatever there are on the earth, in the heaven, or in Rasatala, occurring as thy far-famed glorious manifestations, which are specially fortified by thy power. My salutations to thy holy feet, the seat of all sanctity. The Lord said, O Uddhava, you are a clever questioner. This very question was put to me at the battlefield of Kurukshetra by Arjuna, and where he had stationed himself in readiness to meet his enemies in battle. Thinking that the slaughter of one's own kith and kin in battle for the sake of a kingdom is sinful, he wanted to withdraw from battle, for he was dominated by the ordinary ignorant man's idea, I am the killer, he is killed. When I restored that hero's balance of mind by rational instructions, he put me in that battlefield the same question you have now raised. I shall now give you the same answer. O Uddhava, I am the Atman, the essence, the well-wisher, and the master of all beings. I am the all-formed, and I am simultaneously the one from whom all creations spring, by whom all beings are sustained, and in whom they all dissolve. I am the power of movement in all moving creatures. I am time among all forces that attract all. Among gunas I am sattva, and among the virtues I am their natural virtue. Of all the products of the gunas, I am the Sutratman, the spirit that runs as a thread through all, and of all comprehending entities, I am the Mahat Tattva, the primeval category from which all things have evolved. Of subtle entities, I am the Jiva, and of the unconquerable ones, I am the mind. Among the propagators of the Veda, I am Hiranyagarbha, Brahma. Among mantras, I am the sound syllable Om, which combines in itself the three sound particles A, U, and Ma. Among letters, I am the letter A, and among Vedic meters, Gayatri. Among Devas, I am Indra, and among the 8 Vasus, I am Agni, the fire deity, the transmitter of sacrificial offerings. Among the Adityas, I am Vishnu, and among Rudras, I am Nila Lohita, the blue-throated one. Among Brahmarshis, I am Brigu. Among Rajarshis, royal sages, I am Manu. Among celestial sages, I am Narada. And among cows, I am Kama Dhenu. Among the master of Siddhas, adepts, I am Kapila. Among the birds, Garuda. Among the Prajapatis, Daksha. And among Pitris, Mains, Aryama. Know, O Uddhava, that I am Prahlada among Daityas, Soma their king among the stars and planets, and Kubera their ruler amongst Rakshasas and Yakshas. Among the great elephants I am Airavata, among dwellers of the water, Varuna their lord, among the hot and brilliant bodies, the sun, and among men, the king. Know me to be Uchachaishravas among horses, gold among metals, Yama among the disciplinarians, and Vasuki among serpents. Among the great Nagas I am Ananta, among animals having horns and fangs, their king the lion. Among the various stations of life I am the Sannyasa, and among Varnas the Brahmana. I am Ganga among the holy rivers, and the ocean among lakes. Among the weapons I am the bow, and among the wielders of the bow, Parameshvara, the destroyer of the Tripuras. Among places providing residences, I am Meru, and among the regions difficult of access, I am the Himalayas. Among trees, I am Aswata, and barley among cereals. I am Vashishta among priests, and Brihaspati among the knowers of the meaning of the Vedas. Among generals I am Skanda, and among workers for righteousness, Brahma. Among sacrifices I am the sacrifice of Japa, and among vows the vow of non-injury. Among purifying agents I am the purifier in the shape of air, fire, sun, water, and the words of holy men. In ways of spiritual communion, I am Samadhi. In those who aspire for victory, I am policy based on proper deliberation. Among methods of investigation, I am the discriminative process by which the spirit is differentiated from matter. And among the theoreticians on the problems of truth and illusion, I am their persisting differences. Among women, I am Sata Rupa. Among men, Swayambhuva. Among Manus, Narayana. And among celibates, Sanat Kumara. Among the various ways of life, I am Sannyasa. Among the means of happiness, I am the capacity to make the mind inward going. Among the means of keeping secrets, I am silence and sweet and careful speech. Among the couples of men and women, I am Brahma, who was the first to assume the forms of both. Among the winkless and the vigilant, I am the year. Among the seasons, the spring. Among the months, the Margashirsha. And among the constellations, the Abhijit. Among yugas, I am Krita Yuga. Among the wise and firm-minded, I am Asita and Devala. Among the editors, Vyasas, I am Dwapayana, who rearranged the Vedas. And among the far-sighted, I am the Rishi Sukra. Among those who deserve the appellation of Bhagavan, I am Vasudeva, and among those to be called Bhagavatas, devotees, I am yourself. Among Kimpurushas, I am Hanuman. Among Vidyadharas, Sudarsana. Among precious jewels, I am the ruby, Padmaraga. And among the beautiful objects, the lotus. Among various kinds of grass, Kusa. And among materials for offering in yajnas, the cow's ghee. I am the wealth of the industrious. I am the deceitful of the deceitful gambler. I am the fortitude of the forbearing, and I am the power of the powerful. I am the vigor and sustaining power of the strong. I am the rites which the pious perform, and I am the first of the 9 forms of deity that Vaishyavanas worship: Vasudeva, Sankarshana, Pradyumna, Aniruddha, Narayana, Hayagriva, Varaha, Narasimha, and Vamana. Among Gandharvas I am Vishwavasu, and among Apsaras Purvachita. I am the firmness of mountains and the subtle fragrance of the earth.
Taste of water. Among the heat-producing agents, I am fire. I am the shine of the sun, moon, and the stars, and I am the unmodified sound of Akasha. Among those who revere holy men, I am Bali. Among heroes, I am Arjuna, and I am the origin, sustentation, and dissolution of all beings. I am the functioning of the 5 organs of action: walking, speech, evacuation, holding, and sexual intercourse, and also of the functioning of the 5 organs of knowledge: touch, sight, taste, hearing, and smell. I am in all the senses the power that enables them to grasp their objects. The 7 categories consisting of subtle aspects, tanmatras, of the 5 elements, the earth, air, sky, fire, and water, as also the eye sense and the Mahat Tattva, the 16 categories including the 5 gross elements and the 11 indriyas, sense faculties, and also the jiva, the avyakta, unmodified prakriti, the 3 gunas, and the supreme being. All these categories, their enumeration, their understanding, and the determination of their true nature, all these I am. There is no existence other than me, the all-inclusive and the all-pervading being, who am Ishvara and the Jiva, the substance and the attribute. It may be possible for me to count the total number of the primary atoms in the course of a vast period of time, but even I cannot exhaustively count and estimate my powers and glories, for out of them crores and crores of world systems are always originating, thus setting no limits to them. Know that a part of myself is present wherever you notice extraordinary manifestations of powers, prosperity, fame, lordliness, modesty, renunciation, attractiveness, luck, courage, endurance, and knowledge. I have in brief described to you my glories. They are only mental conceptions clothed in words to help man direct his mind to the Supreme Being. Beyond that, do not attach more importance to these. Control the speech, control the mind, control the vital energies, control the senses, and control the lower self by the higher self. If this is achieved, there is no more involvement in samsara. If a sannyasin fails to control his speech and his mind, the effects of his spiritual striving by means of vows, austerities, and acts of charity will all leak out, like water kept in an unbaked pot. Therefore, one who has resigned himself to me should control his speech, mind and prana with his understanding soaked in devotion to me. That will lead him to life's fulfillment. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Ekadasho Skande Shodasho Dhyaya. Atha Saptadasho Dhyaya. Skanda 11, chapter 17. Vanashrama, Brahmacharin and Grihastha. How to augment devotion. Uddhava said, in ancient times, thou hadst given thy teaching on Swadharma, the way of life by following which persons included in the 4 varnas and ashramas, as well as others, can attain devotion to thee. It behoves thee, O Lotus-eyed One, to tell me how bhakti is generated by such actions known as Swadharma. True, in ages past, in thy incarnation as the Swan, thou, O Madhava, thou Lord of all, didst reveal to Brahma this Dharma, which is a pathway to salvation. The passage of time has, however, dimmed it in the minds of men. O Achyuta, even in the assembly of Brahma, where all the arts and sciences are present in embodied forms to present the teachings, thou art the only one competent authority to expound, put into practice and protect Dharma. O Madhusudana, when thou, who art the promulgator, the protector and the teacher of Dharma, hast left the world at the close of thy divine play as the incarnate, who will be there to revive this Dharma when it is lost by disuse? So, O knower of the Dharma, in all its aspects, deign to speak to me about the Dharma that will augment devotion to thee, to whom this Dharma is ordained, and how they are to practice it. Varnas, their characteristics. Sri Shuka said, being thus questioned by his servant, Sri Hari expounded the Dharma as follows, with great joy for the benefit of all mankind. The worshipful Lord said, O Uddhava, your question pertaining to Dharma will be very beneficial to the followers of Vanashrama Dharma, as also to other righteous men, as it will help to promote the spiritual evolution. In the first Krita Yuga, after the beginning of the Kalpa, there was only one Varna known as Hamsa. That Yuga was called Krita because all men then were naturally Krita Kriyas, self-fulfilled and perfect. In that primeval age, the Veda was Pranava, Omkara alone, and I was manifested as Dharma, having its 4 aspects intact. The worshippers then were pure and sinless, and their worship took the form of meditation. In the Treta Yuga, the Veda emerged from my heart with prana as the medium. Dasa appeared as the yajna with its 3 divisions represented by 3 priestly functionaries, Hota, Advaryu, and Udgata. From the face, hands, thighs, and feet of the Virat Purusha, who is myself in my cosmic form, were born the 4 Varnas, the Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra, respectively. They have the specific duties naturally laid down for them. The ashrama of the householders sprang from my hip, of the brahmacharin from my heart, of the hermit vanaprastha from my chest, and of the sannyasin from my head. The nature of the members of the Varnas and the Ashramas was determined by the place of their origin in the Virat. Those who were born of the higher regions were endowed with nobler nature, and those who originated from lower parts were of lower nature. Those of Brahmanical nature are characterized by control of the mind, control of the senses, purity internal and external, contemplativeness, contentment, forbearance, integrity, devotion to me, kindliness and truthfulness, impressiveness, strength, self-control, courage, endurance, generosity, enterprise, firmness, reverence for holy men, commanding power. These are the inborn characteristics of a Kshatriya. Faith in God and the Veda, charity, absence of arrogance, service of holy men, insatiable acquisitiveness, these are the natural traits of a Vaishya. The spirit of sincere service of all, the Devas, holy men, and the other Varnas, the cows, etc., satisfaction with what he receives for his services. These are the inborn traits of a Shudra. Impurity, duplicity, thieving, lack of belief in God and the Veda, wanton quarrelsomeness, lust, anger, and greed are the characteristics of people outside the Varnashrama discipline. Brahmachari's duties. It is the common dharma of persons belonging to all Varnas to be free from cruelty, dishonesty, thieving, lust, anger, and greed, as also to what is good and pleasing to all creatures. Brahmacharis are of two classes, Upakurvanas and Naishtikas. The duties of the former are as follows. A Dvija or a member of the first three Varnas should have undergone all the earlier prenatal and postnatal purificatory rites and attained to his second birth with the Upanayana or investiture with the sacred thread, which makes one eligible for Vedic study and rites. He should then live in the household of the Guru, a highly disciplined life, studying the Vedas from him, whenever the teacher calls him for instruction. Dressed in deerskin, wearing a grass girdle and a sacred thread, having matted locks, holding in hand a staff, stringed beads for japa, and a water pot and some kusha grass, a brahmachari should live without bestowing much attention on his physical appearance, dress, fashions, and personal comforts. He should observe silence at the times of bath, food, evacuation, sacrificial rites, and making japa. He should not pare his nails or shave off his hair, including those under the armpits and the private parts. A student who has taken the vow of a brahmachari should never consciously allow the ejaculation of his semen to take place. If it should take place naturally by itself, he should bathe, perform pranayama, and utter the Gayatri mantra. Observing purity of body and mind and bestowing deep attention, he should do service to the fire, sun, teacher, cow, holy men, elders, old people, devas, etc. At sunrise and sunset he should sit in silence and repeat the Gayatri. He should look upon the Acharya to be myself, and not as a mere man. One should never insult him or revolt against him, for the Guru is the embodiment of all divinities. The brahmachari should morning and evening go about for bhiksha and present whatever food material or other things he has collected as offering to the Guru. Restraining his own impulse to eat, he should take only such of those things as the Guru permits him to eat. He should serve the Guru like a servant, going behind him wherever he goes, sleeping near where he sleeps, shampooing his feet when he rests, and standing with joint palms nearby when he sits. Until his education is over, he should live in this way at the Guru's house, avoiding all luxury, following a code of austere discipline, and observing the vow of celibacy without compromise. Lifelong brahmachari's duties. If the brahmacharin aspires to attain to Brahmaloka, he should make his vow of celibacy lifelong and dedicate himself to the Guru with a view to utilize his whole life for the study of the Vedas. Such a lifelong celibate is called a Naishtika brahmacharin, in contrast to Upakurvanas described earlier. A lifelong brahmacharin with his spiritual splendor augmented by Vedic study and a pure life should meditate on me as manifesting in the fire, in the Acharya, in himself and in all beings as an attitude of non-separateness. Accepting the householder, the other should not indulge in sexually motivated behavior towards women, like viewing, touching, holding, homely conversations, joking, etc. They should avoid also the sight of animals and birds copulating. The Naishtika should, along with members of all other ashramas, practice the following universal disciplines: cleanliness, sipping water ceremonially, achmana, bathing, performing sandhya vandana, being straightforward, visiting holy places, doing japa, avoiding contacts, food and associations that are degrading, habituating to feel my presence in everyone, and control of mind, speech and action, etc. A Naishtika brahmacharin who follows this intensely austere way of life will shine like fire. His mind with all its tendencies will be purified in the fire of knowledge. He will consequently develop intense devotion to me. Brahmana householder's duties. After having studied the Veda with its meaning, one desirous of entering the life of the householder should make adequate parting presents to the learned teacher of the Veda, and with the blessing of the teacher, perform the ceremonial bath of Samavartana, indicating the conclusion of Vedic study and of the period of Brahmacharya.
He is now free to become a householder or a forest-dwelling ascetic, vanaprastha, the former if he seeks enjoyment, and the latter if he seeks purification of the mind. But if he is an aspirant of the highest order, he can become a sannyasin directly, according to a person's choice and fitness. He can pass from one ashrama to a superior ashrama. But a devotee of mine should never do the reverse, nor should he remain without adopting any ashramas. One who enters the householder's life should marry a girl younger to him in years, embellished in respect of family, traditions, and auspiciousness, and well matched with him in all respects. She must be of his own varna, and, if absolutely necessary, wives from lower varnas may be married in their succeeding order. Performance of yajna, learning the Veda and making gifts form the duty of all twice borns, but receiving gifts, teaching the Vedas, and conducting yajnas is the exclusive right of the Brahmanas. If one thinks that acceptance of gifts is detrimental to austerity, spirituality, and good name, one may live by the other two occupations of teaching and conducting sacrifices. If one finds even these defective, he may subsist on fallen grains gathered from the fields after harvest. The body of a Brahmana is not meant for indulgence in vulgar enjoyments. It is meant for a life of hardship and austerity here, and for eternal bliss hereafter. One who thus lives on stray grain collected from fields and bazaars, who is content with it, and who follows the lofty ideals of a desireless life dedicated to Dharma, that man, with his mind wholly resigned to me and free from attachments, will attain liberation even while remaining a householder. Anyone who renders help in difficulties to such a holy man, who is entirely dedicated to me, I will save him when he is in difficulties, as a boat saves one from the ocean. A king should protect his subjects from all dangers, as a father his children. As an elephant saves himself and his herd, so should a king be a savior of all. Such a king will overcome all his sins here itself, and he will hereafter reside with Indra in a mansion resplendent like the sun and enjoy heavenly delights. Duties in times of danger. If a Brahmana is in a dangerous situation which upsets his way of life, he may take to trading like a Vaishya until he gets over the difficulties. If difficulties overwhelm him there also, he may take to the sword like a Kshatriya. But he should never descend to a livelihood of a dog serving mean masters. A Kshatriya too, when he is in danger, can take to trading or to hunting for his livelihood, or even to the Brahmanical duty of teaching. But he should never descend to the life of a dog serving a mean master. If a Vaishya falls into dangerous situation, he can follow the duty of a Sudra. If a Sudra is in difficulty, he can take to a carpenter's or mat maker's work for livelihood. When all are free from their difficulties, they should not continue to live by inferior professions. Salvation in householders' life. With the idea of my presence in them, a householder should daily adore devas, rishis, pitris, men and lower creations with offerings in the forms of homas, Vedic study, shraddha, festive feeding, and edibles respectively. This is the Pancha Mahayan Yajna incumbent on a householder, either with wealth that has come to one unexpectedly or what has earned by honest means. Other yajnas also can be performed without practicing any oppression on one's dependents and servants. Even though one has a family, one should not get too much attached to its members. Without any slackness, one should be vigilant in regard to true nature of life. One must note that all the enjoyments expected in the afterlife are perishable as those of this life. The association with sons, wives, dear friends, and relatives is no better than the chance gathering of a group of travelers in a caravanserai. Just as dream relatives change in recurring dreams, states that follow sleep, so do those of the waking life change in repeated embodiments. A person will not get attached to the home if he reflects on this truth and lives in the home like a guest without any feeling of I and mine with regard to anything or anybody in life. One who is devoted to me can continue to live in the home itself till his end, performing all the duties of the home as offerings to me. Or he can become a vanaprastha, living the life of an ascetic in the forest, or entrusting all his household affairs to his son. If he has one, he can become a sannyasin, a holy wanderer in the broad world with no fixed residence. He whose mind is extremely attached to the home, ever worried with thoughts of his children's wealth and luxuries, and is petty-minded and grossly ignorant of spiritual matters, is strongly fastened with a chain of I and mine. He will be given to much thoughts as this: alas, sorrow-stricken by my death, how will my old parents and my wife with orphan children get on in this world without me? Attracted in this way by the insatiable attachments for home, the ignorant man ruminates again and again over the experiences and enjoyments of home life until death overtakes him. Birth in low levels of evolution, dominated by the blinding darkness of ignorance, awaits him hereafter. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Sanghitayam Ekadasho Skande Saptadasho Dhyaya. Atha Ashdadasho Dhyaya. Skanda 11, chapter 18. Vanashrama, Vanaprastha, and the Sannyasin. Vanaprastha's way of life. One who desires to be a Vanaprastha should spend a third part of his life, from 50 to 75, in the forest hermitage, leaving his wife to care of his son at home, or accompanied by her. He should subsist on permitted roots, tubers, and fruits available in the forest. For dress, he should use tree bark, grass, or deerskin. He should leave his body untended and uncared for, allowing his hair and nails to grow uncut. Care of the teeth must be minimal. He should bathe thrice a day and sleep on the floor. In the summer, he should practice concentration, sitting amidst the heat of 5 fires, 4 fires in the 4 sides and the sun above. In the rainy season, he should observe the vow of Abra Vaksha, consisting in exposure to torrential rain. In winter, he should submerge himself in neck-deep water, an austere practice called Udakavasa. A Vanaprastha should thus lead a life given to such very austere practices. He can eat things cooked in fire or ripened by time. He can use cereals pounded in mortar or with stones, or merely masticate them with the mortar of his teeth. A Vanaprastha should gather materials for his food from the forest itself, as far as the conditions of place and time would permit. He should not store materials of food got from elsewhere for use afterwards. He can perform seasonal sacrifices like agrayana, enjoined on him with offerings of charu and parodasa made of wild cereals. A vanaprastha should not perform any Vedic rites involving animal sacrifices. The Vedic scholars say that the vanaprastha should perform ordained rites such as Agnihotra, Darsha, Purnamasa, and Chaturmasya, as before, with the ingredients available in the forest. Worshipping me, the embodiment of tapas, in this way by severe austerities that emaciate him to such an extent as to reveal the contours of all his blood vessels. He reaches me stage by stage, passing through Maharloka and other spheres, as happened to those who attain Krama Mukti, or gradual salvation. Who is there more thoughtless than the one who utilizes for the attainment of petty worldly enjoyments this noble and difficult discipline of tapas, which can take him to liberation? When a man becomes feeble and tottering because of advancing years and is unable to perform his obligatory duties, swadharma, he should through contemplation withdraw into the heart the sacred fires he has been tending, and then, concentrating his mind fully on me, immolate himself in a well-lit pyre.
Sannyasin's way of life. When complete dispassion for life in any world obtained by karma is generated by the recognition that all places and experience are hellish, then such a person is fit to give up his duties of fire rites and take to life of wandering sannyasin. Adoring me with the Prajapatya sacrifice according to the instruction received, and giving up all one's possession as a gift to the assisting priest, and withdrawing one's sacred fires into the self, one should take to the life of a sannyasin, without looking for anything to depend upon. But out of jealousy that the one taking sannyasa will go beyond their pale of influence and importance, the devas will at first cause obstruction to such an aspirant appearing in the guise of wife and children. A sannyasin should have a codpiece alone as dress, and should be wearing anything more, it should only be a loincloth to cover the codpiece. He should not keep with him any properties of his previous station of life except his staff and water pot. Nothing else he should keep except in time of grave danger. He should take paces only carefully, lest he should trample over any living creatures. For the same reason, he should drink water only after filtering it with cloth. He should speak only what has got the sacred stamp of truth. He should act only what has been sanctified by proper reflection. O Uddhava, a person merely because he carries a three-pronged staff of bamboo, tridana, will not become a tridana sannyasin unless he is also equipped with the three staffs of silence, breath control, and desirelessness, which constitute the restraint of speech, body, and mind. Except from those given to evil ways of life, he can take bhiksha, holy alms, from 7 houses of persons of the 4 varnas without any predetermination or selection of the houses or persons to be visited. Going out of the village to a river or tank, doing the purificatory water rites like achamana and prokshana, and observing silence, he can take all that food after having offered it to God, to whomever he wants to share it with. He should wander alone in the world, unattached, self-controlled, and even-sighted, establishing the self and having his recreation and enjoyment in the self. Resorting to the sanctuary of solitude and purified by devotion to me, the sage should think of the pervading self in all as one and not different from me. One should reflect on the state of bondage caused by ignorance and of liberation resulting from firmly established knowledge. Bondage is the state in which the senses are completely outgoing. Their control is moksha. Therefore, with a mind immersed in me, the sage should move about, controlling all his senses, entertaining no hankering or for mean enjoyments, and finding deep joy in the self. Entering into towns, villages, cowhead settlements, and almshouses, only to collect holy alms, bhiksha, he should wander over the world, visiting all holy lands, holy rivers, holy mountains, and settlements of holy men. He should take bhiksha, holy alms, frequently from the settlement of vanaprasthas, for the food of these hermits, made of grains collected by gleaning from fields, is highly purifying, and those who take it will be purified soon in mind, freed from delusion, and blessed with quick advancement in spiritual life. One should not consider this world of sense experiences ultimate, for it is to be seen to be temporary and fleeting. Therefore, let him renounce without any lingering attachment all objects of this world and the next. Rejecting on the proof offered by dream experience this whole world, including one's own body, pranas and mind, as an insubstantial projection of the Atma, one should remain established in oneself without even the memory of the world. Paramhamsa's way of life. If one has reached the state of firm establishment in knowledge and absolute renunciation, or if one has become that type of my devotees who abandon even the desire for salvation, he may give up the external symbols of his ashrama like his staff and move about as Paramhamsa without subjection to any commandments. Though wise, he should sport like a child, unconcerned about status. Though highly intelligent, he should behave like a dull-witted person without any plans. Though learned, he should speak like an intoxicated person in order to avoid popularity. Though established in the truth taught by Vedas, he should roam about like cattle with absolute unconcern for all established codes of conduct. More on a sannyasin's way of life. A sannyasin should not be concerned with the eulogistic sentences of the Vedas which deal with ritualism, nor should he be an unbeliever in the Veda or a vain disputant. He should not take sides in purposeless logic-chopping controversies. He should have no cause to fear the populace, and man in general should have nothing to fear from the sannyasin. He should put up with criticism and disparagement patiently, but he himself should never insult others. He should not have the animosity towards others like beasts for bodily considerations. For the same Supreme Spirit dwells in all objects, in all living beings, just as the same moon dwells as reflection in numerous water pots. In respect of their bodies also, all creatures have come out of the same matter. A sannyasin should not feel depressed if he fails to get food at times, nor should he feel any glee when he gets it, for it is all determined by one's past karma. It is but proper that one strives for food is needed for keeping oneself alive. A healthy body enables one to reflect on truth, leading to the realization of the Atma and liberation from samsara. Food that comes to one by chance should be eaten, whether it is well cooked or ill cooked. So also he should accept without any consideration of good or bad whatever bed or cloth he gets by chance. He should not perform cleaning, bath, etc. on the account of the compulsion of any commandments enjoining them on him. He should attend to them only as a free spirit, just as I do everything as play in complete freedom. He has no diversive consciousness, as that has been obliterated on realizing me. A semblance of it that it is seen in taking food, etc., will only last as long as the body is dead. When the body falls, he becomes one with me. Premature sannyasa, its evils. One might have realized that suffering is the final fruit of desires and has by this realization developed renunciation for worldly life. He might also have the mastery of the senses, but he might yet be ignorant of the highest dharma leading to the attainment of me. Such a person, in order to be instructed in this, must seek a guru who is a muni, one who is fully absorbed in the reflection of the Atman. Until he attains to spiritual realization, he should serve the guru with great faith and attention, avoiding all adverse thoughts against him and looking upon him as myself. A man who has not subdued his 6 enemies, the senses, whose will, buddhi, is perverted by deep-seated desire, who is devoid of knowledge and renunciation, and yet assumes and displays the triple staff of the sannyasin as a means of livelihood, that traitor to dharma receives the adorable devas, his own self and me, the dweller in all beings, including himself, with all evil tendencies latent and waiting to come out. He loses this world and the next. Salvation through the performance of ashrama dharma. The principal dharma of the sannyasin consists in tranquility and practice of universal love. Of the vanaprastha, forest-dwelling ascetic, in austerity and introspective quest after the truth, of the householder in service of all performance of yajnas, and of the brahmacharyan in the service of the teacher. The householder too should practice in a way suited to his station of life such virtues as continence, brahmacharya, austerity, freedom from passions, contentment and friendliness to all. Consulting with one's wife only at the prescribed time is considered continence for the householder. The adoration of the Supreme Being is the duty of all. He who adores me in this way by the performance of swadharma, prescribed duties, with his mind intent on me alone and viewing me as present in all beings, will attain to the devotion to me before long. O Deva, by that one pointed and constant devotion will he attain to me, who am Brahman, the Lord of all the worlds and the revealer of the Vedas, the source, the support, and the dissolution of all beings. One who has obtained purity of mind through the observance of Swadharma, who has become endowed with the truth and experience of my being, and who has fully understood the limitless of my delay, come to me and attain salvation.
The observance of the rules of Varna and Ashrama in themselves leads one to the world of the Pitris. But when it is dedicated to me out of devotion, it becomes an instrument of liberation. I have now answered your question, how a devotee observing his Swadharma supported my devotion attains to me, the supreme and transcendent being. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samgitayam Samgitayam Ekadasha Skande Ashtadashodhyaya Ataikona Vinshodhyaya. The spiritual goal, a comprehensive account. The worshipful Lord said, one endowed with scriptural knowledge ending in realization, for whom spiritual entities have passed from a mere topic of intellectual debate into a matter of experience, should, on knowing that the whole world of objective experience is Maya, an appearance, abandon in me that world and the knowledge that negates its ultimacy. This is Vidvat Sannyasa, or enlightened renunciation. For a knowing one endowed with experience, I am the final end and the means for it. I am to him both heaven and liberation. There is no other love for him than myself. Those who are endowed with knowledge and experience attain to my transcendent state. The knowing one is therefore the most beloved of me, for through knowledge he bears me ever in himself. The attainment which enlightenment, jnana, gives is not attained through austerity, resorting to sacred places, repetition of mantras, charity and other holy disciplines. Therefore, O Uddhava, knowing yourself as spirit through enlightened understanding and endowed with knowledge and experience, adore me with loving devotion. The sages of old made sacrificial offering of their knowledge and realization to me, the master of all sacrifices, dwelling as the self within, and thereby attained the highest. The threefold formations of the gross, subtle, and causal bodies, having you as their center, are only passing appearances. At the beginning and at the end of the series of changes, they are not seen. Change is only a middle phenomenon. As your spiritual self, the Atman, subsisted before the start of the series of changes, and as it is bound to exist at the end of the series also, you have to accept that the self has been there in the middle too, though hidden by the changing forms that are phenomenal. In the case of the universe too, which comes into being, subsists and dissolves, you have no cause to feel confused. The universal spirit from whom this series of changes that you call the world started existed before the world was, and he will exist when it is dissolved, as he exists at the beginning and all at the end. He must be existing in the middle also, though covered up by his effect conditions called the phenomenal universe. Uddhava said, O Lord of all, having the universe as thy form, deign to expound to me in their completeness the ancient gospel of knowledge, supported by renunciation and realization, as also thy path of communion through devotion, a rare gift of thine, which even Brahma and other divinities have not been able to attain. O Lord, for men who are tortured by the heat of the triune miseries of physical, mental, and supernatural origin in their progress along the road of samsara, I find no other shelter than the nectar-dripping umbrella of thy holy feet. O Great One, deign to shower thy nectarine words and lift this humble servant who has fallen into the spit of samsara, and who, in spite of being bitten thus by the serpent of time, still entertains longing for the petty enjoyments of life. The worshipful Lord said, Yudhishthira, the one without an enemy, put the same question in the hearing of us all to Bhishma, the greatest among the knowers of Dharma. After the All-Bharata war was over, Yudhishthira, whose mind was highly depressed by brooding over the slaughter of his kith and kin, sought relief in discussing various aspects of Dharma with Bhishma. He finally questioned him on the way of man's spiritual liberation. I shall now tell you what I heard at that time from the mouth of Devavrata, the great teachings on knowledge, renunciation, spiritual experience, Shraddha, Bhakti, and similar subjects. I consider that as knowledge, jnana, by which one perceives through all beings from Brahma down to the ant, the continuing persistence of the causal categories, the groups of 9, Prakriti, Purusha, Mahatattva, Ahankara, and the 5 Tanmatras, the 11, the 5 organs of action, the 5 organs of knowledge, and the mind, the 5 gross elements, and the 3 gunas, and further sees that all these causal categories and their effects, the embodied beings, are interpenetrated by one consciousness. Vijnana, or immediate experience, is this. In jnana, or contemplative experience, one sees the presence of the one substance persisting through numerous changing modes. When the permeating substance alone is seen, to the exclusion of all changing modes apprehended as different from it, then that understanding is called Vijnana. One should perceive all these modes of the triune gunas as originating, subsisting, and dissolving in and by that substance alone. Only that which thus persistently continues in a series of effects, passing from one to the next, without discontinuity, and remains the same at the end of the series as it was at the beginning, that alone is the essence, Sat. As the scripture, perception, traditional wisdom transmitted by the wise, and inference, which are the 4 ways of knowing the truth, declare that diversity has no final basis. A wise man renounces this world of multiplicity. The man of discrimination should realize that just as the enjoyments of this seen world, which form the results of karma, are temporary and finally causative of misery, so too are all the heavenly felicities enjoyed by jivas in the unseen realms up to that of Brahma. Bhakti Yoga. I had taught you Bhakti Yoga earlier, but out of my love for you, I shall teach that yoga once again together with what generates and develops bhakti. Faith in and reverence for the account of my divine activities and excellences, constant recital of my names and glories, steadiness in my worship, reciting hymns and praises of me, making full prostration to me with all the limbs, diligence in the service of my devotees, memory of my presence in all beings, utilizing one's limbs in the service of me, devoting one's speech to describe my excellences, dedicating one's mind to me, renouncing all desires, giving up wealth and enjoyments for my sake, performing all yajnas, charities, sacrifices, repetition of mantras, vows, austerities and other sacred duties as offerings to me. All these are disciplines for the development of bhakti. O Uddhava, devotees who have by such disciplines reached the state of complete self-surrender, developed pure loving devotion, motiveless, deep-rooted and unwavering. For them there is nothing greater to achieve. When the mind that is completely pure and tranquil is offered to me, the Supreme Spirit, then all such excellences like dharma, jnana, renunciation, and divine power develop in an aspirant automatically. The same mind, when it plunges into the world of multiplicity and runs about along with the senses among the objects of enjoyment, becomes dominated by rajas and gets engrossed with false, unspiritual values. Such a mind moves in just the opposite direction of the state described earlier. Dharma is what goes to generate devotion to me. Jnana is the perception of the one Atman pervading all. Vairagya is non-attachment for worldly objects, and Aishwarya, lordliness, consists in yogic powers like anima, becoming small, light, etc. Questions of Uddhava. Uddhava said, O heroic one, how many disciplines are involved in niyama and niyama, and what is sama? What is dhamma, and what, O Lord, is titiksha, patience, entreaty, firmness? What is dana, charity, and what is tapas, austerity? What is saurya, valor? What is satya, honesty? And what is rita, truthfulness? What is tyaga, renunciation? And what is unstained wealth? What is yajna, sacrifice? And what, dakshina, holy gift? O Lord of Shri, where does man's strength consist in? O Keshava, what is bhaga, fortune? What is profit? What is supreme knowledge, and what are supreme Hari, shyness, and Shri, beauty? What constitutes happiness, and what sufferings? Who is a Pandita, scholar, and who is an ignorant one, Murka? What is panta, the right path, and what is the perverse way? What is swarga, heaven, and what is naraka, hell or purgatory? Who is a relative, and what is home? Who is the wealthy, Atya, and who is the pauper? Who is the pitiable creature, and who is the Lord? Deign to answer me these questions, both in their positive and negative implications. Yama and Niyama. The worshipful Lord said, Yama and Niyama consist in the observance of the following disciplines: internal and external, non-injury, truth, non-covetousness, non-attachment, conscientiousness, non-hoarding, faith in the scriptures, continence, moderation in speech, constancy, forgiveness, and fearlessness. These are the 12 internal disciplines known as yama. Cleanliness, purity of mind, japa, repetition of holy names, tapas, austerity, homa, fire sacrifice, shraddha, sincere faith in matters spiritual, hospitality, worship of the divine, visiting holy places, service of others, contentment, service of the teacher. These are the 12 external disciplines known as niyama. Men who follow these disciplines attain to what they want, material or spiritual.
Spiritual excellences. Apart from yama and niyama, for men in general, their application for aspirants after liberation is as follows. Sama means firm settlement of the mind in the Lord, and not mere calmness of mind. Dhamma is controlling the senses, and not the suppression of enemies. Titiksha is the capacity to bear all sufferings and difficulties that one faces in the discharge of one's duties, and not mere endurance that helps one to bear the weight of burdens. Dhriti is the capacity to withstand the onslaughts of the senses, of taste and of sexuality, and not mere immobility of temperament. The highest charity, param dhanam, is the abandonment of the tendency to harm other living beings, and not mere duelings out of arms. The highest form of tapas is the abstinence from sexuality, and not the performance of body-torturing rites like krichra and chandrayana. Heroism, shaurya, lies in the conquest of one's animal nature, and not in mere combativeness. And truth is seeing God in everything, and not mere factual speech. Great men have said that Rita consists in speech that is factual and beneficial. Purity, shaucha, is non-attachment in work, and tyaga, abandonment, is sannyasa, or renunciation of worldliness and worldly life. The greatest wealth of man is dharma, not mere material possessions. The real yajna is I, the Supreme Lord, and not a mere ritual. The dakshina is the humble service to the teacher leading to the imparting of knowledge, and not mere gifts of money. Real strength consists in pranayama, which helps one to control the mind, and not in mere muscular strength. Bhaga, or bhagya, good fortune, consists in becoming a participant of my bhagas or six divine majesties: lordliness, power, fame, Shri, beauty come prosperity, wisdom and non-attachment. Real profit, labha, is the attainment of devotion to me and not the gain of wealth, children and other worldly objects. Vidya is the eradication of the sense of duality in the Atman and not mere knowledge. Hri, or bashfulness, is the reluctance to do what is evil and not mere sense of shame. True beauty comes from desirelessness and austerity, and not by mere decorations and jewelry. True happiness consists in seeking neither happiness nor misery, but remaining detached and unconcerned in all situations. True misery lies in seeking sexual satisfactions and not in fire accidents and similar calamities. A really learned man is one who has a clear apprehension of the states of bondage and liberation, and not a mere book-learned person. The ignorant man, murkha, is the one who thinks of himself as a body only and not one merely unlearned. The true path is the path of renunciation that leads one to me and not the ways that lead to worldly ends. The perverted way is the life of unrestricted extroversion and not merely the way of thieves. Swarga is the dawn of sattva, guna, and not a place in Indra's heaven. Naraka is the dominance of the quality of tamas and not a region called hell. The true relatives is the guru and not brothers and sons, and that guru is myself. The house is the human body and not what is made of brick and mortar. The wealthy man is one rich in virtues and not the moneyed individual. The pauper is the greedy man who is never satisfied with anything he gets, and not one who has not much wealth. The pitiable man is the one who is not able to control his senses. The true master is the one free from the bondage of the gunas, or the senses and the objects. And his opposite, the slave, is the one who is attached to them. O Uddhava, all your questions have been thus properly considered and answered. This in brief is the description of the good and the bad. What is the use of too long a description? To transcend the feeling of distinction between the two is real virtue. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Ekadashaskandhe Eko Navingshodhyayah Atha Vingshodhyayah Uddhava Uvacha. Bhakti, Jnana and Karma Yogas. Is the distinction between good and bad absolute? Uddhava said, the Veda, which is the commandment of thine, the Lord of all, consists of injunctions and prohibitions. Injunctions and prohibitions presuppose that some actions are good and therefore should be done, and that some are bad and therefore should be avoided. The determination of the Varnas and their duties, the differences between the issue of the two types of marriages called Anuloma and Pratiloma, the nature of substances, place, age and time, the distinction of heaven and hell, all these differentiations and classifications have been done by the Veda on the basis of the distinction between the good and the bad, the high and the low. Without accepting the absolute distinction between merit and demerit, how can thy word, the Veda, stand? How can the doctrine of salvation be justified? Thy word, the Veda, is for men, Pitris, and the Devas, the principal guidance in matters unseen and unattained, in understanding the goal and the means in this field of the unseen. From thy revelation, the Veda, man has come to understand this distinction between the good and the bad. It is not his nature that has helped him to do so. So, when thou thyself sayest that there is no such distinction between them, we are confused. Types of spiritual communion. The worshipful Lord said, I have proclaimed 3 types of communion for the spiritual enlightenment of man. These are the yogas of jnana, karma, and bhakti. There is no other way besides these 3. Communion through jnana or knowledge is for those who are disgusted with Veda ordained works and their fruits, and who therefore abandon such works out of true renunciation. Communion through karma or action is for those who have desires and are therefore not yet disgusted with works and their fruits. Bhakti yoga comes easily fruitful in the case of a man who by some good fortune resulting from his karma or the Lord's grace develops shraddha or zealous faith in listening to accounts of by works and excellences, and who is neither endowed with a very keen spirit of renunciation nor is too much attached to things of the world. It is only until man has developed disgust for worldly fulfillments, or until he has come to have a zealous faith in hearing and contemplating on my excellences, that it is incumbent on him to perform the Veda ordained works, ritualistic or otherwise. O Uddhava, a person who is devoted to the performance of his Veda ordained duties, Swadharma, if he performs those ordained yajnas as an offering to me without any desire for their fruits, and if he also refrains from any prohibited or desire-prompted actions, then he will not have to be in heaven for enjoying the felicities springing from his works, nor will he be consigned to the purgatory, Naraka. O sinful one, a person who thus performs his Swadharma will attain to purity of mind and have knowledge of the Atman. Or, if he is very fortunate, he may develop love for me. The spiritual value of human body. Just as those consigned to the purgatory desire to get a human body, so do the denizens of heaven to aspire for such a body. For it is only with the human body that knowledge and bhakti can be developed, and not with their bodies pertaining to those other spheres. Therefore, a man of intelligence and insight should not desire for the heavenly regions, even as he does not for the purgatory, where jivas suffer for their sins. He should not, however, entertain any desire for a human body too, for the passionate attachment for the body will balk him of his spiritual goal. So, understanding that this human body, though capable of taking him to the highest, is in itself mortal, a man of discrimination should strive with great alertness for the attainment of the spiritual goal even before death overtakes him. When Yama, like destroyers of forests, cut down trees heartlessly, the birds having their nests on them fly away easily to places of safety if they are without much attachment for their habitats.
So also a person should tremble on realizing the tree of his lifespan is being cut down with the passing of every night and day. That will help him free himself from all attachments in life, become desireless, and be established in tranquility by contemplating on the Supreme Being. Suppose one has obtained a human body, which is the first of all requirements for the higher life. Though very rare, this ship of a human body, very well built, has now become available to one by his good fortune, and it is captained by the competent Guru and favored by the wind of my grace. If with all these favorable conditions, a man fails to utilize them and cross the ocean of samsara, he should be called a suicide, a killer of his own spiritual self. Yoga is restraint of mind. When a person has become averse to worldly duties because of a true abhorrence of worldly values, and when, as a consequence, he has gained mastery over the senses, he should strive to make his mind recollected and steady by repeated practice of inward concentration. The mind that is being thus gathered and concentrated may run away in all directions in a chaotic manner. Then the yogi should be with great alertness bring it round slowly, adopting the conciliatory way of allowing it to dwell on unprohibited objects of its choice for a time. After he has established control over the pranas and the senses, the aspirant should not allow the mind to wander about here and there. He should bring it under his control through a buddhi that has been made pure by taking in only pure food and ennobling sense impressions. This restraining of the mind is what is considered the highest reach of yoga. The aspirant should do this like a horse trainer who tries to bring an unbroken horse under control. He allows it some freedom to move about as it is like, but with the reins in hand, he controls his movements little by little. So should an aspirant establish a general control over the mind. Next, until the mind becomes calm and recollected, an aspirant should, through philosophic reflection, perceive the origin and evolution of everything from Mahatattva to the elements and their dissolution in the reversed order. By such a reflection, the transcendency of all objects and of one's body and mind is impressed in one's consciousness, and the mind is thereby helped to get absolutely concentrated on the Supreme Spirit, the only abiding reality. A person who is disgusted with ritualistic works, who is endowed with renunciation, and who has received instruction from the Guru, will abandon attachment for and identification with the body by repeated reflection on the instruction imparted by the Guru. By the yogic disciplines, all its 8 steps beginning with yama, and through philosophic analysis and reflection on the path of knowledge, and through the worship of my images and other disciplines of bhakti, the mind should be made to dwell exclusively on the divine, the supreme goal of yoga. One should not adopt any other means like the use of drugs to still the mind. Difficulties of aspirant. If a person practicing spiritual communion happens to commit something of a sinful nature, that sin should be burnt by the power of spiritual communion and not by the code of penances, prayashchitta. What is described as good consists in adhering to works and ways of living coming within one's spiritual and moral competency. This is done only to regulate and limit desire-prompt action, which are by nature impure. As all evil tendencies cannot be abandoned at once by all, a graduated process of it leading step by step to total non-attachment and renunciation is therefore prescribed according to this system of competency. It is not meant to ascribe purity to naturally impure acts. One might have developed strong faith in me and test dealing with me. He might have developed abhorrence for all karma, and he might have also gained the understanding that all desires lead to suffering ultimately. Yet, he may not have the requisite will of facility to practice complete renunciation. Such a person may continue to live fulfilling his desires and simultaneously worshipping me with joy, faith, and determination. But he should do so only with the full awareness of the unedifying nature of such a life. For discrimination and worship should soon raise him from that mode of life, the self-sufficiency of the path of devotion. When a man thus continues to follow the disciplines of bhakti without break, I begin to dwell in his heart, and thereupon all the desires of the heart are destroyed owing to my presence. When an aspirant realizes me, the soul of all, his ego sense, which constitutes the knot of the heart, is cut as under all his doubts about the reality of God. The Atman, etc., are dispelled, and the whole of past karma to him gets attenuated. For one who is thus endowed with devotion that constantly makes the mind centered in me, there is no need for knowledge and renunciation, as disciplines separate from the practice of devotion. For the attainment of the highest spiritual summum bonum, whatever can be attained by Vedic rituals, austerities, knowledge, dispassion, yoga, charities, and other spiritual disciplines, be that the abode of the celestials, liberations, or Vaikuntha, all these can be attained by the votary of the path of devotion without any difficulty if he so desires. But holy men of firm mind, who are endowed with unswerving devotion to me, do not desire except even moksha, which gives them freedom from birth and death, even if I myself offer it to them. The state of mind in which a man is free from wants of every kind is declared to be the supreme blessedness, Nishreya, infinite in its scope. Pure devotion for me dawns only to such person who wants nothing from me, worldly fulfillment, or even salvation. Holy man, unswerving in their devotion to me, even-minded in all situations, and established at the highest level than buddhi, are not affected by merits and demerits arising from the scriptural commandments and prohibitions. Those who follow the path propounded by me, the path of devotion and self-surrender, attain to my state of supreme beatitude, which is also called Supreme Brahman. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sangitayam me Kanda Shashkande Vinshodhyaya Atai Kavinshodhyaya. The sphere of virtue and vice, a theory of good and bad. The worshipful Lord said, those who neglect the path of devotion, knowledge, and action leading to liberation, and indulge in enjoyment of vulgar pleasures, and their fleeting sense faculties, pass from birth to birth, being subject to the effects of their good and bad actions. Adherence to action that come within one's competency is good. The opposite is evil. Thus are virtue and vice determined according to their relevancy in the spiritual advancement of man, and not due to anything inherent in them. The system of determining the same order of objects and actions as good and bad, and one to be followed or avoided according to competency, has been laid down in order to check man in the pursuit of his natural inclinations, first by generating a doubt in him about their inherent propriety. For the sake of those who have burdened with an obsessive extrovert nature, I have laid down the rules of conduct in the form of smritis. Some of these rules are meant to help man in his spiritual progress in a given situation. Some are relevant only from practical consideration of life, and still others are meant for the maintenance of life in dangerous situation. Thus, there is no absoluteness in any of these. Their object is only to make man more inward-looking step by step. From Brahma down to the immovable objects like trees, all are created on the same pattern, their bodies being combinations of the 5 elements united with the Atman. Being constituted of the 5 elements, the basic nature of their body is the same, but their bodies have developed diversities of names, forms, capacities of the jiva's gradual attainment of the 4 great ends of life, namely dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. And the Vedas have therefore categorized them according to their capacities and laid down rules for their development from stage to stage, the pure and the impure. O Uddhava, it is only to limit karma that propriety and impropriety have been laid down with regards to places, time, fruit, competent persons, and ingredients. Among place where there is no black buck or no respect for a holy man, those places are impure. Even we black bucks are present, regions included in Kikata country, places inhabited by people of low cultural standards, and deserts are considered impure. An auspicious time for the rite is determined by the availability of the ingredients of worship at that time, or for some reasons inherent in that time. The seasons when the required ingredients are not available, or times where there are obstacles from external circumstances, are considered improper for the performance of rituals, and therefore inauspicious. The purity and impurity of ingredients are caused by contact with other ingredients, by authoritative pronunciations, by purificatory rites, by lapse of time, and by relative size. For example, water ingredient is supposed to purify things by washing, and sprinkling by contact with urine will make them impure. A decisive word of the holy man can help one decide what is pure or impure. Flowers and such ingredients of worship are purified by ritualistic sprinkling of water. Water fresh is pure, but when kept for 10 days is considered impure. A small pool is said to become impure by touch of impure people, but not if it is a big lake or river. Purity and impurity are determined by one's strength or weakness. by one's knowledge or ignorance, by one's wealth or poverty. For example, taking food at a time of eclipse is impure and undesirable with regard to a strong and healthy man, but not so for a sick and sickly man. The knowledge of the birth of a child 10 days after causes no impurity, but if it is heard immediately, there is impurity for a certain number of days. In wearing old and worn out clothes, there is impurity for a well-to-do man, but not for a poor man. And above all these considerations of purity and impurity are compromised when they are in upheaval or natural catalysm in the country. So are the virtues or vices only according to time and place. The purification of things are like grains, wooden utensils, objects made of ivory, textiles, oily substances, precious metals, skins and pots is affected by air, fire, earth and water, singly or in combination, and by the passage of time. With whatever agent, the filth and the bad odor of an object smeared with dirt is counteracted and the object restored in its pristine state. That is called its purifier. A person preparing to do a pious rite is purified by water. Charity, austerity, attainment of proper age and capacity. Purificatory sacraments like upanayamna, sandhya rites, and meditation on the Supreme Being. A Dvija should purify himself in any of these ways before he performs a rite.
The acquisition of a mantra from a guru is the purification of the mantra. Purification of a work or a rite is offering it to me. Anything to deserve the appellation of dharma in the Vedic ritualistic sense must be subject to the purification of the above mentioned 6 factors: time, place, substance, mantra, the performer, and the ritual non-purification of these reduced a rite into a dharma. Relativity of moral values. What is right in one context can become its opposite in another by the force of a Vedic injunction. So also what is wrong can become right. For example, receiving gifts is wrong conduct for a Brahmana in normal times, but it becomes right in times of turmoil and danger. Not to care for the home is wrong for a householder, but it is proper conduct of a sannyasin. This difficulty of determining right and wrong affects the very basis of their distinction. An act which is a sin for a man of moral elevation or in a particular station of life need not be so for a fallen man, or for one in a low state of evolution, or for one belonging to a different order of life. For example, drinking a loose living will not harm a man at a low level of evolution, but it will be highly sinful for a morally elevated man. To have attachment to his possession and family and life with his wife is normal and natural for a householder, and he incurs no sin by it. But it is a sin for a sannyasin. The reasoning behind this is that a man who is already lying on the ground cannot have a further fall. It is the man who is high or erect that is liable to fall. The lesson to be drawn from this determinate and non-rigid nature of dharma and adharma is that man should, little by little and to the extent possible, retire from the pursuit of desires and ritualistic works and take to renunciation. To the extent he renounces, to that extent he is free. That is the way of life that will eliminate sorrow, delusion and fear and establish him in bliss. Moral degradation. Man develops hankering and attachment for sense objects when he falsely begins to think that they will promote his good. Such attachment matures into craving, and it is from these intense desires that conflicts erupt among men. From conflicts arise uncontrollable anger. This is followed by delusion, complete inability to distinction right and wrong, the proper and the improper. Delusion quickly swallows his moral sense completely. Oh, good friend, man then becomes a zero as far as his humanity is concerned. He is as good as dead. He loses all the great values obtainable through human life. He merely exists, absorbing food like a tree and breathing like a pair of bellows. Due to his excitement with sensuous enjoyments, he knows not anything but his own real nature, nor does he have any love and sympathy for others. Purpose of Vedic ritualism. The Karma Kanda, the ritualistic section of the Veda, is sweet with promises of enjoyments as fruits of ritualistic works. They do not enlighten man on his ultimate good. They are only a means to stimulate man engrossed in sensuality to higher goals, just as children are prompted to take medicines by promise of sweets. The promises of ritualism are meant to stimulate man stagnating in abject inertia to the first steps towards the highest good. Man is naturally inclined to sense objects, to his own physical welfare, and to the promotion for the interest of his relatives. All these are hindrances in his spiritual development. How then can a center of divine wisdom like Veda, an authority to which man of such unregenerated nature, wandering in the path of sin and unhappiness, look with reverence, and which they approach for guidance, confirm them in their sensuality and selfishness? That will be an absurdity. So the Karma Kanda has to be interpreted as indirect in its purport. There are some men of perverted intelligence who do not understand this feature of the Veda, but take its flowery descriptions of the fruits of yajnas literally, but real knowers of the Veda like Vyasa do not so. Desire-ridden, greedy and pitiable, the former mistake the flower of heavenly felicities for the fruit of Satchitananda. Befooled by their exaggerated faith in the scope of fire sacrifices, they at last go by the path of smoke, without knowing anything about the nature of their own self. With ritualism as their main instrument and sense object, enjoyment as the sole objective, they are like men blinded by darkness produced by mist, which prevents them from seeing even the nearest object. For thanks to ritualism and sensuality, they do not know me, the source of this whole universe, though I am the present in the very heart. If people are fond of meat eating, let it be confirmed to occasions of sacrifice. Let it be a mere permission and not a commandment. This view of mine is indirectly expressed in passages dealing with the killing of animals at sacrifices. Without understanding this, these people, sensual and cruel by nature, delight in organizing bloody sacrifices for inferior deities, manes, and elemental, utilizing those occasions for obtaining satisfaction for their cruel instincts and for their hunger for meat. Just as an avaricious merchant wastes his wealth in speculation, they waste their resources in expectation and of enjoyments in regions dreamlike in their substantiality, but immensely delightful for the ears to hear about. Themselves dominated by sattva, rajas and tamas, the gunas of prakriti, they adore Indra and other devas of a similar nature, but not me who am beyond these three gunas. Even the worshipful offered it to Indra and others is offered only unto me, because I am the indwelling spirit in all divinities. But as these votaries do not know this truth and adore the externally perceived deities dominated by the guna, their worship is ineffective as far as the path of devotion is concerned. A votary can sacrifice here to the deities, and after death he will go to their heavens and have enjoyments. At the end of heavenly felicities, he will be born again on earth in a high family and become a great householder, performing sacrifices once again. Carried away by passages containing such eulogies, these conceited and extremely haughty people will harbor even any talks on me, the Supreme Being. The Veda, consisting of the three sections dealing with karma, rituals, upasana, meditation, and jnana, knowledge cum devotion, has Brahmana Atman as its purport. The Vedas are couched in language that is direct and cast in riddles. I favor this indirect way of expression because people who are fit only for karma on account of the impurity of the mind would otherwise abandon karma also and lapse into the idleness of tamas. Indirectness of the Veda. The Sabda Brahmana, the sound phenomenon of Veda, with its three subtle stages of manifestation known as Para, Pashyanti and Madhyama, expressed in and through the prana and the mind, besides the articulate form Vaikari expressed through the organ of sound, is difficult to be understood in its fully. It is infinite, deep and unplumbable like the ocean. For of these four stages of its manifestation, only the Vaikaris articulate speech. The others are inaudible. Proceeding from me, the infinite Brahman, changeless and limitless in power, it is heard by the enlightened as subtle resonance, Nanda, pervading all living beings like the slender filament within a lotus stalk. Just as the spider brings out its web from its heart through the mouth, the Supreme Being, the embodiment of Veda and the seat of bliss, manifesting as Hiranyagarbha, brings from the void of his heart out of the stuff of subtle sound called Nanda, and through the instrumentality of the mind, which fashions the body of consonants, vowels, aspirates, etc. from the prana, omkara, the articulate body of the sound called the Veda, which is couched in wonderful language and in several meters, each successive one having four letters more than the previous one. The Veda is infinite in its scope and profundity. He brings out and withdraws the Veda, which has a vast and varied vocabulary and employs numerous meters. Some of these meters are the Gayatri with 24 letters, followed by other meters, each with 4 more letters than the previous one. These being Ushnik, Anustup, Brihati, Pankti, Trishtap, and Jati, Ati Chandas, Atyasti, Ati Jagati, and Virat. None but I know in truth what injunctions the Veda lays down in the Kama Kanda, what it expounds in the Upasana Kanda, and what prima facie views it states to deny them afterwards in the Jnana Kanda. In the Kama Kanda, what I enjoy as injunctions in myself in the form of yajna. In the Upasana Kanda, it is myself that I describe in the form of various deities. And in the Jnana Kanda, what is first accepted, prima facie, and then negated is also myself. The Veda asserts this universe tentatively as an expression of my power, Maya. When through the world of manifestation the jiva is taken to me, it denies the manifestation and completes its task. This is the function of the Veda. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Ekadasha Skande Ekavimso Dhyaya Atadva Vimshodhyaya Uddhava Uvacha Unaffected Atman. Why philosophers differ? Uddhava said, O Lord, how many categories are recognized by sages? There seems to be different views about it. I heard these as saying that they are 28 divided into 9, 11, 5 and 3. Some say that they are 26 and others 25. Still others speak of them variously as 7, 9, 6 and 4, and some others as 11. There are more views which hold they are 17, 16 and 13. It behooves thee to tell me why and on what basis the sages have expressed such diverse views about the primordial categories.
The worshipful Lord said, the different views of the philosophers on the question are all acceptable. All the categories are implicit in every way, every one of them included in these different views, either in their causal or effect conditions. Where differences occur in enumeration, it is because the effect conditions are included in their causes. Moreover, for those who philosophize, accepting the reality status of my Maya, there is no difficulty to explain anything or reconcile any contradiction. The reason for the controversialist contending, what you say is not right, what I contend is right, lies in my insurmountable powers, the three gunas of which people's nature is constituted, the different mental constitution of individuals arising from the gunas of sattva, rajas and tamas make views contrary to a person's nature incomprehensible to that person. It is from the modification of sattva, rajas and tamas constituting the nature of men that the differences which causes controversies arise. It is seen that when purification of the mind and control of the senses are effected, controversies naturally disappear. As the categories are involved mutually in the conditions as cause and effect, philosophers can enumerate them differently according to their point of view. Whether it is as cause or as effect, it is seen that in each category, all the categories are implicit. It is as is the case with mud and all objects made of it. The three gunas, the common cause of them all, is present in all the categories, which in turn are involved in the gunas. Whatever these philosophers say about the sequence of these categories and the differences in their numbers, we gladly accept, as they are all equally reasonable from the different viewpoint of views. Philosophers who accept a fundamental difference between Ishvara and Jiva contend that, as the Atman is under the spell of avidya, ignorance, from eternity, he can never free himself from ignorance without the help of another center of intelligence who is ever free from ignorance. That center of intelligence is Ishvara, and he is different from the Jiva. As against this, Others contend that there is not even the slightest difference between the Jiva and Ishvara. As for Jiva being helped with Jnana, Jnana is a property of the Sattva Guna of Prakriti, and it is therefore latent in Prakriti. Prakriti is the state of equilibrium of the gunas, Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. These gunas therefore belong to Prakriti and not to the Atman. They are the cause of preservation, creation and dissolution respectively. Accordingly, Sattva is identified with intelligence and knowledge, Rajas with works and Tamas with inertia and ignorance. Time is the Lord's power, aspect causing agitation in the gunas of Prakriti, and what is called Swabhava, nature, is Mahatattva, the all-inclusive category. I have given out the categories as 9: Purusha, Prakriti, Mahatattva, Ahankara, and the 5 Tanmatras. The tattvas I revealed as 11 are the 5 organs of knowledge, Indriyas, like hearing, etc., and the 5 organs of action like speech and the rest, besides the mind which supports both. The enumeration of the tattva as 5 refers to the 5 gross elements, which are the objects of hearing, touch, taste, smell, and sight. The 5 forms of action, such as motion, speech, evacuation, sex act, and the manual skills, are not tattvas or categories, but functions of the organs of action. At the beginning of creation, Prakriti, of which the causal state and manifested state form the 2 conditions, becomes activized by its gunas of Sattva, Rajas and Tamas, and evolves into the manifested conditions of this multitudinous universe. But the Purusha, who is changeless, only looks on. The object of the philosophy of knowledge is only to make clear the existence of the changeless Purusha as distinct from the changing Prakriti, and not to fix the number of categories into which Prakriti evolves. All views on the questions of numbers are acceptable, but are of little importance in the spiritual philosophy. The evolutes of the Prakriti, like Mahatattva, rendered potent by the look of the Purusha and sustained by Prakriti, combined together to produce the Brahmanda, or the cosmic shell. It is implied that the Brahmanda, being the effect of the tattvas, is already involved in them. The categories, varying enumerations. There are some who reckon the categories as 7, taking into account the 5 tanmatras, subtle elements, the jiva, the individual self, who is the seer of these, and the atman, who is the support of both. From these 7 entities, senses, vitality, etc., spring. In the view that holds categories to be 6, the 5 gross elements are taken into account, and the 6 is understood to be the Paramatman. Out of these 5 elements that emerge from him, the Paramatman formed the universe, and he entered into them as Jiva. In this view, Jiva is taken as included in the Paramatman. There is a school which holds the Tattva to be 4, these being fire, water, earth, which are born of the Atman and the Atman himself. In the view that the categories are 17, the count is made this way. The 5 elements, their 5 subtle state tanmatras, the 5 senses, and besides these, the manas and the Atman. Those who hold the categories to be 16 accept the above enumeration, except that the Atman itself is taken as the mind. There are still others who hold the categories to be 13. The 5 elements, the 5 senses, the mind, the Jivatman, and the Paramatman. In the theory of the 11 categories, the 5 elements, the 5 senses, and the 5 Atmans are included in that enumeration. The mind, Ishvara, and Atman being taken together as one. In the theory that holds them to be 9, the root Prakriti with the 7 evolutes and the Atman are taken into account. In this way, various views have been expressed by sages about the number of the categories. The purpose of it is not so much to enumerate the categories exactly as to distinguish the Purusha from them. They have all their own justification and reasonableness. Whatever wise men say is meaningful. How the Atman can be different from the body? Uddhava said, O Krishna, though Prakriti and Purusha are different in their attributes, it is difficult to distinguish them as they are always seen together. The Atman is seen in the body and the body with the Atman. It behoves thee, O all-knowing one, to remove this serious doubt of mine by thy persuasive arguments. The knowledge and the ignorance of the Jiva springs from thy power, thy Atma Maya, whose functioning is known only to thee of unobstructed knowledge and to none else. Reasoning cannot show how the naturally self-effulgent Atman loses his self-awareness and identity. The worshipful Lord said, O noble one, no doubt Purusha and Prakriti are absolutely separate. This body, which is the series of change, is the result of permutations and combinations of the gunas. With the help of the 3 gunas, my Maya generates differences in objects and the way of their apprehensions. All these changeful conditions of effects can be brought under 3 heads: the Adhyatmika, the Adidaivika, and the Adibhautika, or those pertaining to the self, the divinities and the creatures. Taking eyesight as example, the organ eye is Adhyatma, the form and colors visible is Adibhuta, and the aspect of the sun deity in the eye is the Adidaiva. Without the efficiency given by the deity, Devata, the physical eye cannot see. So these aspects of eyesight, namely organ, objects, and the Devata, go together and separately. But the sun, the Devata in the sky, who is the source of the Devata in the eye, shines independently and so exists by himself. The same triune division holds good in the case of all the senses like hearing, touch, sight, taste, smell, mind, etc., each having its own Devata or presiding deity. Now, the Atman is the original being in whose presence only all these sense combinations, including their sources, the Devatas like the sun, can function, just as each combination can function only under the blessing of its Devata. That Atman is therefore independent of these combinations and the Devatas, deities. He is the self-luminous and self-conscious light, Swayam Prakasha, by whose luminosity all other entities are revealed, but none else except he can reveal himself. He being the Swayam Prakasha, thus the Atman is different from the body and its functions. The cause of all this delusive experience of divisiveness is ahamkara, the I sense, which is the 3 aspects of sattva, rajas, tamas, is evolved from mahatattva, itself an evolute of pradhana by the action of time, which is the principal factor causing the agitation of the gunas and the evolution of the categories. The Atman is the self-conscious effulgence, which reveals itself in all objects. Still, there is great dispute as to what really exists and what does not. But all this is relevant only on the acceptance of the reality of differences. For one whose look is turned away from me, who am one's own background, these diversities, though false, exist without displacement. so long as he is in the present state of consciousness, just as all the experiences of the dream holds good for a dreamer so long as he is dreaming. The phenomenon of death. Uddhava said, O Lord, tell me how the forces of their own karma carry the souls who turn their faces away from thee to bodies that are at a higher or lower stage of evolution, and how these souls abandon their bodies at death. O Govinda, this is the subject which philosophers who have not controlled their mind and senses cannot understand or teach, being under the delusive influence of Maya. There are few learned men who can speak authoritatively on this subject. The worshipful Lord said, the mind combined with the 5 indriyas and the tendencies derived from karma, which constitute the linga sarira, subtle body, transmigrate from one body to another. The Atman, though different from the linga sarira, also seem to follow it because of the absolute superimposition between them. The mind of the dying man, swayed by his own actions and their impressions, thinks intensely on experiences he had in life, on what he had seen, heard, and passed through. Consequently, he feels that he has entered a new body that has manifested by his intense thought and left the old one. With the coming of the consciousness of the new body, there is complete oblivion of the old body and its history in the world.
On account of the intensity of attraction felt for the new body, for whatever reason, the memory of the old one is completely effaced. Death means this complete forgetfulness of the old body and its affairs by the jiva. O generous one, the acceptance of a new body by the jiva and his complete identification with it is called birth. How this happens is found in the examples of dreams and reveries. As in these states, the jiva becomes completely oblivious of the old body and gets identified with the new one. The identification is so absolute that the jiva forgets its pre-existence and comes to believe that he has come into being with the new body. The unaffected Atman. By the creative power of the mind, which is the sole support of all faculties like the senses, the threefold divisive experience arise in the Atman. This experience consists in the sense of within oneself, of the sense of without oneself, and of the objects experienced in the without. Or the three may be the Adi-Atma, Adi-Daiva, and Adi-Bhuta, mentioned earlier. This is to be understood on the analogy of the dream experience, in which the self sees so many non-existent objects as the non-self outside of oneself, on account of the one caught up in the imperceptible speed of time. The bodies of beings are constantly coming into existence and perishing. Ignorant people do not perceive this subtle process. The flames of fire, the flow of water, the fruitage of trees are all constantly being subjected to change. In the same way, time is subjecting the bodies of all to the aging process. In a light, though the flame is constantly changing, men say it is the same light. Water is continuously flowing away in the river, but men speak of it as the same river. In these cases, resemblance is mistaken for identity. So also ignorant men think and speak of the man of today as the same as of yesterday, though he has long ceased to be. Even in the case of the ignorant man, the spirit is not really born as the result of the tendencies arising from karma, nor does he die, as he is immortal by nature. It is just like fire burning by the rubbing together of wooden pieces. Fire, as such, is always there in the fire sticks. The joining or the separation of its adjuncts, the two pieces of fire sticks, only helps or hinders its manifestation. Conception, fetal stage, birth, infancy, childhood, youth, middle age, old age, and death. These 9 stages of development and decline are said of the body, not of the spirit. All these states, high and low, which are the products of the imaginative faculty, are of the body, but by identification with the body, the jiva takes them upon himself. Just a few overcome the identification by the grace of the Lord. Seeing the death of the father's body and the birth of the sons, one can easily infer that one's own case is similar. The Atman, who is the knower of this birth and death of the body, and who is the one without a second, cannot himself be the subject of these processes. The seer can never be the seen. Just as a man who observes the growth of a plant from its seed and its decay is different from the plant, so also is the Atman, the knower of the body and its transformations. The ignorant man, incapable of distinguishing the Atman from the body, which is an evolute of Prakriti, and identifies himself with the body, gets entangled in the objects of the senses, and consequently in this cycle of births and deaths. Bondage and awakening. By the force of the tendencies generated by karma, the ignorant jiva gets the bodies of rishis and devas if the sattva is the binding element, of asuras and men if rajas is the dominant element, and of spirits and brute creations if tamas happens to predominate. Just as persons who witness a dance or listen to music, dance or sing within their own minds in tune with the artists through identification, so the jiva, though by nature actionless, is drawn by the buddhi to behave like itself by identification. In water that is broken into ripples, trees reflected in it are also seen to move. To the whirling eyes, all panoramas seem to be whirling. O Uddhava, just as the enjoyments experienced in dream and in a reverie are only a seeming, so are such experiences of the jiva in samsara. Just as for a sleeping person, the obsession of dream experiences, which are the products of his continuous brooding, will continue so long as the sleep lasts, so also until one is awakened in truth, the experience of samsara will continue. Therefore, O Uddhava, never run after treacherous sense enjoyments with abandon. Know that it is the want of awareness of the Atman that is the cause of this delusion of the mind. An aspirant for this spiritual summum bonum might be subjected by evil men to abuse, insult, ridicule, and calumny, might be beaten, imprisoned, deprived of livelihood, spat upon, urinated upon, persecuted for his faith, or might fall into any dangerous situation. In all such conditions, he should, without getting shaken from his high spiritual elevation, remain calm with the self as a support, looking upon all these experiences as brought about by one's karma. Uddhava said, O the best among the learned, deign to tell me how man can attain to this state of mind, except for those who are the followers of the Bhagavata Dharma and who have attained to tranquility by having their home at thy feet. It is impossible to get this attitude of mind in the face of suffering and persecution. However learned and wise a man might be, he cannot overcome nature, which invariably prompts one to act against persecution and insult.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Sanghitayam Ekadasho Dhyaya Dvivinsho Dhyaya Atha Trayo Vinsho Dhyaya.
Song of the Mendicant, the Brahmana of Avanti. Sri Shuka said, requested in this way by his great devotee and servant Uddhava, the worshipful Lord, who was born as the chief of the Yadus, and whose powers and achievements provide the best material for the human ears to hear, spoke to his servant as follows, expressing his approval of the question. The worshipful Lord said, O disciple of Brihaspati, there is hardly anyone in this world who can control his mind that has been agitated by the evil words of wicked men. The sharp arrows struck at vital parts of the body do not mortify a man to the same extent as the arrows of filthy abuse which evil men release at you. O Uddhava, enlightened men have current among them a traditional legend of great holiness in connection with this subject. I shall narrate it to you. Hear it attentively. Hear this recital of a mendicant who was insulted and ill-treated by some evil men, and who bore it all, taking them to be the result of his own karma. In the country of Avanti, there lived a very rich Brahmana, holding agriculture and trade as his livelihood. He was highly choleric in temperament, extremely greedy, and very miserly. He never gave a welcome, even verbally, to his relatives or guests. In that house, empty of inhabitants, there was no proper provision to meet his own needs even. His sons and relatives felt oppressed because of his perversity and miserliness. Even his wife, daughters, and servants were so depressed that they did not strive to please him. His 5 co-sharers, the agencies adored through Pancha Mahayajna, namely Devas, Rishis, Manis, Bhutas, and men, were displeased with him, as he never cared to share his wealth with them, but only guarded it securely like a goblin, a Bhuta. As a consequence, he lost the prospects of his future evolution in the life hereafter, and his welfare and enjoyments in this world also. For the anger of the deities of Panchayajna deprived him even of that merit which had enabled him to accumulate wealth. As a consequence, his entire wealth was dissipated in spite of all the hard work he was putting in for its acquisition. His relatives appropriated some of it, thieves relieved him of some, and fire, accident, bad seasons, and the exactions of kings completed the process of his impoverishment. Deprived now of the means to perform his religious duties and meet his worldly needs, and deserted also by all his relatives, he came to be filled with worrying thoughts. He becomes a mendicant. As he was thus being mentally burnt by the sorrow arising from total impoverishment
and was shedding bitter tears about his condition over and over again, there arose in him, by the Lord's grace, a powerful fit of renunciation for all worldly values. He began to think, "Vain has been all my hard work for the acquisition of wealth, which I failed to use for religious work or worldly enjoyments. The wealth of misers never turns out to be a means of happiness. Its rewards are worry here and hell hereafter. Just as Luciderma mars the beauty of even a perfect form, even a little of miserliness compromises the clean reputation and the otherwise praiseworthy character of men. Great effort is required to earn, augment, and protect wealth. Even if it is acquired, in expanding and enjoying it, great fear and worry are likely, while its loss will depress man and bring him to the brink of madness. Theft, slaughter, falsehood, hypocrisy, greed, anger, egotism, pride, partiality, rancor, suspicion, jealousy, sexuality, gambling, drunkenness. These 15 vices are produced in men by wealth, according to the view of wise ones. So let those who aspire after liberation abandon it from afar, as artha, wealth, is really anartha, the cause of all evil. Brothers, wives, parents, and such close relatives so dear to one another, and living together as if they were one in body, become bitter enemies for the sake of a few coins.
Dispute over a trifle is sufficient to inflame them with anger and make them fight among themselves, forgetting all loving relationship and even in an ever intent on mutual destruction. Birth among the most abominable species, it is the dismal reward for those who, having obtained a human birth, and that as a Brahmana, a circumstance which is the highest aspiration even of devas, cast it off like a trifle without striving for the attainment of spiritual freedom, which is the highest end of living beings. A person does not deserve to be called human who fails to make a proper use of this embodiment as man. The gateway to heaven and liberation but runs after wealth, which is the source of every kind of misery during the short span of life given to him. Surely downfall awaits a man who accumulates wealth like a treasure guarding yaksha without distributing their shares of it among the deities, rishis, pitris, elementals, relatives, associates, and others who have claims on it. Oblivious of all the higher values of life because of vain greed for wealth, my strength, my life, and my wealth too have all gone to sheer waste. Wise men utilize wealth as means to salvation. But what can I, an old and decrepit man, now do? How is it that even wise men who know all the evil consequences of the pursuit of wealth struggle for it without stop in spite of all difficulties? Surely it is because the whole world is under the spell of delusion cast by the Maya of the Lord of infinite potency. For man who is already in the mouth of the serpent of death, of what significance is wealth and those who help him to get it? Of what use are enjoyments to and those who provide him with them? Surely the worshipful Lord Hari, the embodiment of all divinities, has been pleased with me and brought me to this state of mind. He has provided me out of his grace with this boat of renunciation with which I can cross the ocean of samsara. Whatever length of my lifespan is still left for me, I shall dedicate it to the earnest pursuit of the higher values of life, finding my joy exclusively in the Atman, and subjecting my body to rigorous discipline for this purpose. In this effort, may I have the blessing of all the divinities who are the rulers of the three worlds. By the Lord's grace, the king Katvanga attained to Brahmaloka in a trice, Why not I too? Mendicant persecuted. The worshipful Lord said, resolving like this in mind, that Brahmana of Avanti abandoned all the naughty desires of the heart, became tranquil, and took to the life of mendicant. With his mind, senses, and pranas controlled, he wandered from one place to another, all over the country, entering towns and villages only for alms, completely unattached and in no way demonstrating his greatness. O good friend, evil men persecuted and insulted him in many ways, seeing him old, decrepit, untended, and ill-clad. Some pulled at his staff, some at his water pot and begging bowl, some at his seat, some at his beads, and some at his rags and bark cloth. Some gave back to him his personal effects, only to take them away again. Some wretches among them passed urine in the mendicant's food collected by the holy hymns. While he was taking it on the river bank, some others spat on his head. They tried their best to break his vow of silence, and when they failed, they thrashed him to make him speak. Some tried to frighten him, shouting that he was a thief, while others proceeded to bind him with cords. Still others insulted him by declaring him a hypocrite, who having lost all his belongings and being deserted by his friends, had assumed his mendicant's role only to deceive people. Some said, possessed of great strength of mind and endurance that will do credit to a mountain, this man remains silent like a crane with determination and achieves his purpose. It is most remarkable indeed. While some made fun of him like this, others passed dirty wind at him, and still others bound, imprisoned, and treated him like a pet animal or bird. Whatever sufferings came to him in this manner from external, supernatural, or mental sources, he put up with them all with the thought that he was bound to suffer them all as part of the prarabdha. Though evil men thus tried their best to shake him off from his swadharma by persecutions, he remained steadfast in his sattvika nature and swadharma. He recited the following stanzas. Mind as cause of samsara. The mendicant said, these men are not the cause of my enjoyments and sufferings. It is neither any divinity, nor the self, nor any star, nor karma, nor time. The mind alone is the sole cause for turning this wheel of samsara, according to the views of great men. The powerful mind generates the modes and movements of all the senses. Out of all the senses proceed actions which are of the nature of sattva, rajas, or tamas. Out of actions, according to their nature, embodiments as celestials, men, and brute creations take place. Though seen in association with the active mind, the Atman, the Jiva's closest friend, who is charged with the power of knowledge, is never an actor, but stands out the witness of the modes of the mind and the actions of the senses. But the Jiva identifies himself with that mind whose activity projects the samsara on the Atman. Through this imaginative identification, the Jiva appears to be subject to enjoyments and sufferings that arise from the activities of mind. Charity, discharge of one's duties, tranquility of mind and the senses, study of scriptures, various kinds of rituals and vows, all these have control of the mind as their one object. Subjugation of mind is samadhi, the establishment of mind in peace. It is the highest yoga. If a man's mind has already attained one-pointedness and tranquility, of what further use are charity and other disciplines for him? And pray, of what use are the charity and other disciplines if his mind continues to run after sense enjoyments, or it's immersed in torpor and lethargy? All the other senses are subject to the mind, but not the mind to any other. This formidable entity, mind, is more powerful than any other center of power. He who has been able to conquer it is the true master of all the senses. Without conquering or making an effort to conquer this almost invincible enemy, one's own mind, which works with unimaginable speed and pierces all the vital parts. Foolish man enters into vain quarrels with others, looking upon them as friends, enemies, or neutrals. Subject to the delusion of taking one's body, which is a product of mental construction, as oneself, men with clouded minds look upon themselves and others as entirely different beings, and thus entangle themselves in the darkness of endless samsara. The unaffected Atman. Supposing for argument's sake it is accepted that it is others that cause your happiness and misery, how does this position in any way affect the Atman who is spirit and not the body? What is done by others to the body cannot affect the Atman. But still, if you say that the pain and pleasure caused by others, even if it be to the body, is in the same way felt by the Atman, then, since the Atman is yourself and in the enemies is the same, where is the reason for being pleased or annoyed with them? When one's tongue is bitten by one's own teeth, no one gets annoyed with oneself for causing the resulting pain. If it is said that the agent inflicting suffering and the subject undergoing suffering are the deities presiding over the limb inflicting suffering and the limb affected by suffering, even then it is of no consequence to the changeless Atman. It is also like one limb of the body striking at another limb, a situation which it may be asked, who is to be angry and at whom? For the deities in the limbs of both the persons involved are one and the same. If it be the contention that the Atman, in the course of his self-caused evolutionary process, brings on himself happiness and suffering, then at whom can one be angry, as that suffering is natural, being self-caused? If it is said that it is caused by another, then it is answered there is no another, the Atman being the sole existence. The another is only an appearance and not a reality. As there is thus no cause outside Atman, there can be neither joy nor sorrow brought about by another. If the planets are the cause of happiness and misery, of what consequence is it to the birthless and deathless Atman? The influence of the planets must be confined only to the body that is born in the specific periods of time influenced by them. The masters of astrology say that planets afflict only one another by their various positions, postures, and influences. What does it matter to the Atman? The bodies born at the times influenced by them may be affected, but it does not touch the Atman. Even if the bodies are affected, it is only because of identification with particular constellations. Some say that karma is the cause of happiness and misery. But as the Atman is by nature actionless, how can karma, action and its results affect him? Besides, karma can affect only something that is at the same time inert and conscious. It is, however, inconsistent to say so. The Atman is always conscious and the body is always inert. So there can be nothing that is conscious and inert at the same time. In its absence, there can be nothing like karma too, much less joy and suffering arising from it. If the cause of enjoyment and suffering is said to be time, how can it affect the Atman? For this Atman is time itself. Fire does not burn up tongues of flame, which are only its parts, nor does coal destroy or melt its products like ice pieces. The Atman is beyond the pairs of opposites, like suffering and enjoyment. Whom then will one be angry at? I sense as the experiencer of samsara. It is the I sense, the experiencer of this cycle of births and deaths, that gets attracted to the pairs of opposites like heat and cold, pleasure and pain, virtue and vice, etc. To the Atman, supreme over all entities, considered the highest in man's relative scale, this attachment to the pairs of opposites can never happen. It is the one who has not awakened to this truth that is subject to fear from others. Adopting this discipline of subsidence in the Supreme Self, following the example of great rishis of the past, and taken to the service of the feet of the worshipful Mukunda, I shall soon get across the limitless expanse of the darkness of ignorance. The worshipful Lord said, thus did that mendicant proclaim on losing all his wealth and thereby attaining complete dispassion and freedom from all worldly cares. Though insulted and persecuted by evil men, he roamed over the land without budging even an inch from his characteristic way of life, Swadharma. In the face of all these provocations and difficulties, this samsara, producing happiness and misery and the distinction of friend, foe, and neutral, is a delusion of the mind. It is entirely a product of ignorance. Sufferings and enjoyments spring from this state itself, not from any outside factor. O Uddhava, therefore, equipped with a mind that is entirely dedicated to me, put in your best effort to control the mind. This is the sum and substance of all yoga. Whoever hears with faith and devotion the song of the American dealing with the subject of establishment in Brahmic consciousness, or makes others hear it and themselves constantly think over it, will not be overcome by the contradictions of life.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Ekadasha Skandhe Trayovinkshodhyayah Atha Chaturvinkshodhyayah.
Philosophy of creation and dissolution. Prakriti and Purusha. The wonderful Lord said, the worshipful Lord said, I shall next expound to you the Sankhya Yoga taught by wise men of ancient times like Kapila, on knowing that a man would abandon the delusion of difference, this world of multiplicity, which its basic difference of the seer and the seen, the subject and the object, is one of pure consciousness. In Pralaya, at the early stage of the creative cycle, and in the consciousness of men of spiritual enlightenment, the uteri consciousness alone abides. That pure consciousness, unmodified and beyond the comprehension of thought and speech, becomes two as the seer and the seen, subject and the object, as the consequence of the operation of my mysterious power of Maya, whose way baffles thought and description. Of these two, one is Prakriti, the object, with its manifested and unmanifested states, and the other is the Purusha, the center of consciousness, or the subject. Evolution of Prakriti. Out of Prakriti, agitated by me, because of the urge of the karma tendencies of the jivas submerged in the Prakriti, came its three aspects of sattva, rajas, and tamas. Out of the three gunas was produced the Suttama, the pervading self, and from the Mahatattva. But the Mahatattva is one with the Sutrama and can be considered identical, it being called Sutra and Shitrakati. The power of action is predominant, and Mahatattva, when the power of knowledge, Janasakti, is dominant. From the transformation of Mahatattva evolved the I sense, Ahamkara, which causes delusion. Ahamkara, which is a complex of consciousness and unconsciousness, has three aspects dominated by sattva, rajas, and tamas. From Ahamkara have come the tanmantras, subtle particles of elements, the indriyas, senses, manas, mind, and the deities presiding over the senses. The bhutas, or gross elements, were evolved from the tamasa aspect of I sense. Passing through this causal condition and subtle elements of tanmantras from the Rajasas aspects of Ahamkara came the Indriyas or the senses. From the Sattvika aspect of Ahankara, the 10 deities presiding over the Indriyas and the mind originated. All these categories, on being activated by me, combined into the all-inclusive cosmic shell, which became the noble abode of my world-pervading self. In that cosmic shell floating in the waters, I manifested as Narayana, and out of my navel came the world lotus, within which the self-born Brahma, the creator, arose. The lokas, endowed with rajas and blessed by me, Brahma, who is the embodiment of the universe, created by the power he got through austerity, all the worlds included in Burloka, Buraloka, and Swarloka, and the presiding deities of the worlds. The Swarloka, heaven, is the abode of the Devas, and the Burloka, atmosphere. It is the habitation of the spirits. Bhutas, Burloka, earth, belongs to humans. The worlds superior to these three are for the Siddha, highly evolved souls. Brahma created as separate residents for Asuras and Nagas religions like Atala, Vitala, and others at inferior levels from the earth. The reason for this arrangement is that the attainment of the worlds of Swar, Bur, and Bur is the fruit of actions based on the three qualities of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. By yoga, austerity, and sannyas jivas attain to the higher regions that the three lokas, these being Mahaloka, Janaloka, Tapoloka, Satyaloka. By the practice of bhakti, one reaches my state, Vaikunta. All these beings in the world upon Brahmaloka, bound by the karma, are moved by me as time to regions high and low, submerging and re-emerging in this current of the gunas of Prakriti. Brahman as unchanging reality. All objects, big or small, bulky or thin, are permeated by their cause, the Purusha and the Prakriti, from whom they have sprung. The substance which is at the start is again present in the same way after the intervening series of changes have ended, must have been there in the middle also. Therefore, that substance alone is real, and not the changing conditions which have only a practical value for the time being, just like ornaments and pots with reference to the particular causal substances. The reality is the causal substance from which forms the stuff of material of the effects following, and which continues the same at the beginning and at the end of the series of changing, producing effects. Thus, the effects have no substantiality apart from the causal substance. And of all the causal categories constituting the manifested world of effects, Brahman is the ultimate causal substance and therefore the ultimate reality. In a relative sense, however, all the substances that remain the same at the beginning and at the end of a series of its effects, say mud, before all things made of it and all their destruction, are also called true in comparison with their changing effects. But Brahman is the truth of all such truths. Prakriti is the substance or the material cause of this universe. The Purusha is the Adhara, the inner controller of and master of Prakriti. Time is the factor that manifests the effect universe out of its causal condition. All these three are myself, the Supreme Brahman. As long as the creative will of the Lord operates, sustaining the continuous flow of material energy as a succession of causes and effects, that flow persists. providing scope for the jivas to enjoy or suffer on account of their karma. When the creative world subsides and the pralaya, or process of dissolution, sets in, the cosmic shell in which innumerable universes come up and decay is invaded and overcast by myself at time, bringing about the dissolution of all things into their elemental condition. The body dissolves into food, food into seed, seed into earth, earth into smell, smell into water, water into taste, taste into fire, fire into form, form into air, air into touch, touch into sky, sky into sound, the senses into their presiding deities, the deities into the mind, which is a product of sattva, and the controller of all, sound of sabda, into the tamasa aspect of ahamkara, and ahamkara, which infatuates all into the mahatattva. The superior category, mahatattva, dissolves into its cause, the three gunas of prakriti, and these into prakriti, which is the state of equilibrium of its constitutes, the guna, the gunas. Prakriti dissolves in time, which is now without any movement. Time dissolves in the creative spirit, which is my power of Maya, and that power in me, the original and unborn being, I, pure spirit, forming the basic substance on which creation manifests, the residuary substrate in which it dissolves, remain based in myself without the limitation of any adjunct. How can there occur the delusion of difference in the mind of one who is constantly thinks over this process? It will take 2 wings of darkness before the sun. Even if it comes occasionally, how can it take any form root in the heart? The philosophy of Sankhya, which can cut all knotty doubts, has been thus taught by me, the knower of everything gross and subtle, in the form of a discourse on creation and dissolution, on how categories evolve and dissolve.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Ekadashaskandhe Chaturvingshodhyayah Atha Panchavingshodhyayah Shri Bhagavan Vacha.
Gunas and freedom from them, men's character and gunas. The worshipful Lord said, O noble one, learn from me how the nature of man is affected by these 3 gunas of Prakriti when they are in their pristine condition, uncombined with any other: control of the mind and senses, forbearance, discrimination, austerity, truthfulness, compassion, memory, contentment, self-sacrifice, desirelessness, faith, revolution from evil, charity, absorption in the self. These are the signs of sattva. Desire, activity, pride, greed, haughtiness, longing for oneself ends, sense of difference between men and things, sensuality, enthusiasm arising from excitement, craving for name and fame, indulgence in ridicule of others, demonstrativeness and aggressiveness. These are the signs of rajas. Anger, greed, perfidy, cruelty, beggarlessness, hypocrisy, languor, quarrelsomeness, depression, dissolution, despondency, wretchedness, lassitude, vain, exceptions, fear, lack of initiative, and vigor in work. These are the characteristics of tamas. The above is a description in successive order of the modes of mind generated by sattva, rajas, and tamas individually. Now hear about the qualities produced by their combination. O Uddhava, In the feeling of I and mine, the gunas of Prakriti function in combinations simultaneously. For example, all gunas in experiences like I am calm, I want such and such a thing, I am angry, I feel unhappy, etc. All the activities of the mind, tanmatras, senses, and prana are the result of the combined functionings of the three gunas. For all these entities involved are a mix of the gunas. When a man is firm and resolute in his pursuit of dharma, artha, and karma, then it is generated in him eagerness, attachment, and desire to possess and enjoy. All these are the result of the combination of the gunas. Even adherence to dharma can arise from a combination of the gunas. In the case of a householder, his resolution to the desire-prompted action is rajasa. His resolve to perform his swadharma is sattvika, and his adherence to home is tamasa. On observing tranquility and allied qualities in a person, it is safe to infer that he is predominantly constituted of sattva. If he is dominated by cravings, he is constituted of rajas, and if anger is the chief characteristics of one, he is constituted of tamas.
Dominance of a particular guna. No one, whether it be man or woman, to be possessed of a sattvika nature, if he or she is found to adore me with devotion by the performance of all works that one ought to do, eschewing all self-centered desires. Whenever anyone is found to adore me with the performance of his duties, entertaining many desires to be fulfilled thereby, know him to be rajasic in nature, and when one does so for the destruction of his enemies, know him to be tamasika. Sattva, rajas, and tamas, which manifest themselves in the mind, affect the jiva, but not me, the Lord of all. And even among jiva, they affect only those who are attached to the body and material objects, not these who are non-attached. When sattva, brilliant, pure, and peaceful, dominates over the other two gunas, then man is happy and established in morality and knowledge. When rajas, characterized by attachment, sense of difference, and consciousness of one's power, dominates over sattva and tamas, then man becomes subject to suffering, following as he does the path of desire-prompted actions, seeking wealth and fame. When tamas, characterized by lack of discriminative power, by lethargy and by inertia, dominates over rajas and sattva, then men become subject to pessimism, delusion, sloth, cruelty, and indulgence in vain expectation. When the mind is serene and the senses are at rest, when the body is free from dangers and diseases, and the heart from attachment, then know there is dominance of sattva, the quality through which I manifest. When there is plethora of activity, and the man becomes a confirmed extrovert, when his mind and senses cease to have any rest, and when he becomes subject to physical ailments and mental excitement and confusion, know that rajas has become dominant. When the drooping mind, unable to sustain consciousness, dissolves into sleep, when thought ceases to function due to dominance of inertia and pessimism, then know that tamas is prevailing. At the ascent of sattva, the introspective power of the senses, represented by the devas, increases. At that of rajas, the active tendencies represented by the asuras dominate, and that of tamas, delusive mood represented by the rakshasas, prevail. Gunas and man's spiritual progress. The waking state is from sattva, the dream state from Rajas, and the state of sleep from Tamas. The Turiya, the fourth, is the spirit which prevails in all the three states and transcends the gunas. Those who follow the Vaidika rites and way of life will, by means of increased sattva quality, go to heavenly regions and become celestials. By the increase of tamas, one degenerates down to the level of plants. By the prevalence of rajas, one becomes man, who is at middle stage of evolution between the two. Those who die when sattva is dominant go to the heavenly region. Those when rajas is dominant become men, and those when tamas dominates go to infernal regions. But those who are not subject to any of these gunas of Prakriti attain to me. Swadharma, or legitimate and ordained duties, performed as offering unto me, or without any desires, is influenced by sattva. Actions done with desire for the fruits of the works are influenced by rajas, and those involving cruelty and other expressions of brutishness are influenced by tamas. The knowledge of the Atman is unconnected with the body, is an expression of sattva. The acceptance of it as tenanting a body is an expression of rajas. The knowledge of body in itself as the Atman, characteristic of children and ignorant people, is the effect of tamas. The consciousness that grasps me is beyond the three gunas. Dwelling in the solitude of a forest is sattvika. In a village, rajasika, and in a gambling den, tamasika. The holy places associated with me are beyond the three gunas. The man devoid of attachment for works is under the influence of sattva, the one blinded by attachment for rajas, and the one under delusion of tamas. But myself, surrendered devotee, is above all the three gunas. Faith in the spiritual verity is born of sattva, faith in action of rajas, and faith in the evil and the unrighteous of tamas. But faith in my service is not based on the gunas of Prakriti. That food which is pure, healthy, and obtained easily is characterized by sattva. The food that is delightful at the time of eating is of rajas, and the food that is of impure and unhealthy is of tamas. But food offered to me is free from influence of the gunas. The happiness born of spiritual contemplation is of sattva. That born of the sense context is of rajas, and that which springs from delusion due to the practices like drinking and from the pitiable state of dependence on others is of tamas. But the happiness born of devotion to me is above the gunas. Substance, place, results, time, knowledge, action, agent, faith. The three states of waking, dream, and sleep, forms like those of deva, men, etc. Abidance in the realms of Svarga, all these are based in the three gunas. Liberation from the gunas. In short, O best of men, whatever they are seen, heard, and thought of, being based on Prakriti and Purusha, are constituted of the three gunas. The jiva goes round and round in the transmigratory cycle according to the gunas, is associated with the karmas springing from them. He who overcomes the influence of these gunas manifesting in the mind becomes established securely in me through devotion and becomes fit for my state. So let all intelligent persons who have got this human body, which is a means for spiritual enlightenment, abandon attachment to objects of material life and adore me and me alone. Let a man of discrimination adore me. Let him master his senses and practice non-attachment, conquest of the senses, and extreme vigilance in his spiritual striving. The sages should cultivate sattva by taking in only pure food and pure and holy sense expressions. By means of sattva, he should overcome rajas and tamas. By making the mind absolutely desireless, tranquil, and united with the divine, he should overcome sattva also, thus allowing the mind to resolve into its substratum. The jiva, on abandoning the sukshma sarira, causal body, is free from the gunas of prakriti and attains to me, the jiva, on its liberation from the I sense, ahankara, and all the subtle impressions of the mind, becomes filled with me, Brahma, and seeks satisfaction from nothing else within or without.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Ma Ekadasho Skanda Panchavingsho Dhyaya Atha Shadavingsho Dhyaya.
Exhortation to avoid evil company. Example of Pururavas. The worshipful Lord said, having obtained the human body suited for realizing me and being established in my service, one attains to me, the Supreme Self, the consummation of bliss, who dwells within as the inner pervader, one who has been, by being firmly established in the knowledge of the Atman, and thereby liberated from the I sense with regard to the body and the mind, may still live amidst the products of gunas, so long as his body is alive. But as he has known them to be the false presentations born of Maya, he is no longer bound by these products of the gunas, in spite of his being in their midst. One should never associate with people whose ideal in life is mere satisfaction of hunger and sex. One who follows such a person is consigned to these dense darkness of ignorance, just as a blind man led by another blind man is likely to be. That famous emperor Pururavas, after he recovered from the terribly distracted state of mind into which he fell on account of separation from Urvasi, he became obsessed with an intense spirit of dispassion and expressed his feelings in a poem. Seeing Urvasi deserting him, the king ran after her, naked like a madman, moaning in utter distraction. "O hard-hearted lady, stop! Do not go away." His mean sexual passions still unsatiated and his whole mind still absorbed in Urvasi, he was unaware of the long time he had spent in her company and of the years that were ahead. Soliloquy, Evils of Sensuality. Pururavas said, "Lo, how surprising is the intensity of that sexual passion that swayed my soul all this while. A considerable period of my life, consisting of several days and nights, have I spent in the embrace of Urvasi, unconscious of the lapse of time. My heart stolen by her, I knew not when the sun rose or set, nor was I aware that countless years had passed in this way. Look at the enormity of my delusive ignorance. I, the crest jewel of the community of ruling princes, nay, an emperor, have been reduced to a mere pet animal of a woman. Wailing and naked like a madman, I have been following the track of a woman who has discarded me like a blade of grass, me with all the power and insignia of an emperor. What happened to my imperial power and majesty when I pursued this deserting woman like a jackass following its female and receiving its kicks? Of what use is learning? Of what use austerity, abandonment, Vedic study, solitude, and silence, if one's heart is still carried away by woman? Fie on me priding on my emperorship and learning, but yet withal a fool, without any understanding of my own good. a veritable ass or a bull, subordinated completely by females. The long years I have spent in enjoying the honey of Urvasi's lips have not gone in the least to satiate the sexual urge in my heart. On the other hand, its effect has been like that of offerings of ghee made in the sacrificial fire. Who can release my mind that has been captivated by this courtesan except the supreme worshipful Lord Mahavishnu, the one who transcends all sense perception, but yet can draw and hold the minds of even sages who are immersed in the bliss of the self. Though Urvasi had given me sound advice, the absolute slave of the senses that I am, it has all been ineffective in dispelling the powerful infatuation that has seized my mind. In fact, she has done me no harm. My woes are entirely due to my own uncontrolled senses. If a man gets frightened by mistaking a rope for a snake, the rope is not at all to blame. The vile body. Where is this body, the center of all foul-smelling substances, extremely impure and dirty? And where are those beauty and other attractive qualities one has been associating with? Certainly it is not in the body that is the foul and filthy in every way. All that is only a superimposition on the body is by the ignorant mind. It is impossible to decide who all have claim over this body. Does it belong to the parents because it has sprung from them? Does it belong to the wife because she has claims to have enjoyment of and protection from it? Does it belong to one's employer because of its subordination to him? Does it belong to fire because in the end it is to be consigned to it? Does it belong to dogs and vultures because it is to provide food for them? Does it belong to one's friends because they expect many forms of help from it?
For this body of a woman, which is the dirtiest of all stuffs, and which is bound to be reduced into worthless substances like ashes or worms' food, man develops intense attachment and goes about telling, "How beautiful is this woman's face! How charming her smile! What difference is there between worms and ourselves, both of whom seek delight in a body constituted of skin, flesh, blood, fat, marrow, bone, etc., and full of filthy feces and urine? Avoid evil company." Though thought can no doubt thus reveal the hollowness and stupidity of physical attraction, the reflective man should not keep the company of women or of others who are enslaved by women. For the mind gets agitated when the senses and their objects come into mutual juxtaposition, not otherwise. Mind cannot have any attraction for objects that have never been seen or heard of. The mind of a man who never allows his senses to dally with their objects becomes gradually controlled and calm. So you should not have physical contact with women or men who are women's men. For even men of discrimination should not put too much trust in the senses and their objects, believing in their capacity to stand their onslaught. Much less should ignorant people like us do so. Holy men and the effect of their company. The Supreme Lord said, expressing such thoughts as these in a song, Pururavas, who was worthy of respect among men and celestials, left the realm of Urvasi. He realized me, the Supreme Spirit, as indwelling in him, shed all delusions through enlightenment, and attained to peace. So a man of wisdom should abandon contact with men of sensuous disposition and seek the company of holy ones. By their advice, holy men help to efface the sensuous tendencies of the mind. The holy ones are persons who depend on none except me, who always think of me, who are tranquil, same-sighted, and egoless, who are above the pairs of opposites or contrary conditions of life, and who do not care to receive gifts or to accumulate riches. O noble-minded Udawa, among them there will always be talks of my excellences and achievements, which have a very beneficial effect on all. Their talks eradicate the sinful tendencies in the minds of people who take them in through the ears. Those who respectfully hear such devotional talks glorify them in songs and recitals, and feel delighted with them, become devoted to me, and develop firm faith in me, as also delight in my service and contemplation. O pious friend, what more is there to be attained by one who has developed such loving devotion to me, Brahman, the repository of infinite auspicious qualities, the abounding field of infinite bliss consciousness? Just as one who approaches fire gets rid of cold, darkness, and fear, so does the company of holy men help one to overcome the chilliness of ritualism, the darkness of ignorance, and the fear of samsara. Holy men with knowledge of Brahman and established in tranquility are the sole support of men struggling in the ocean of samsara, just as a strong boat is for people shipwrecked on the sea. Just as food is the life of living beings, just as I am the support of the distressed, just as one's dharma is a person's wealth after death, so for those overpowered by life in samsara, the holy man is the only center of relief. The saints give you the spiritual eyes to realize the Lord in his transcendence and in his immanence. But the sun high up in the sky can give only one kind of sight, that which perceives the externals only. The saints are the real patron deities and relatives. In them should one recognize the Atman and even me. Now Puru Rawaz gave up his infatuation for Urwasi completely. He lost all hankering and attachments for worldly objects, and wandered about in the land with his heart steeped in the bliss of the Atman.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanghitayam Ekadasha Skande Shad Vinsho Dhyaya Ata Sapta Vinsho Dhyaya Uddhava Uvacha.
Kriya Yoga, or devotional ritualism. Universal Communion. Uddhava said, O Lord, thou the leader of the clan of Yadus, deign to expound to me the way of ritualistic communion which the Sattvatas, devotees, follow. Many a worshipful sage like Narada, Veda Vyasa, and Brihaspati, the son of Angiras and the teacher of the Devas, praise this way of communion as supremely good for men. Instruction on this path of ritualistic communion, which, as first revealed by thee, was imparted by Brahma to Bhrigu and his other offspring on the one hand, and by Sri Paramashwara to Parvati on the other. The path is open to all varnas and ashramas. For women and sudras, this path is the most beneficial for spiritual progress. O lotus-eyed one, O Lord of the universe, deign to expound this path to me, thy loving servant and devotee, for the destruction of my bondage of karma. The images of worship. For worship, the worshipful Lord said, the way of my ritualistic worship is endless in extent and scope. I shall therefore give you a brief description of its parts in their proper order and succession. Ritualistic worship of me takes three forms: those based on Vedic mantras, those based on Tantrika texts, and those which mix both these. One can worship me by any of these paths according to one's liking. Hear from me how members of the three Varnas, after they have undergone the Upanjana and attained the status of a Dvija, twice born one, adore me with faith and devotion. A devotee should, with all sincerity, worship me, the supreme teacher deity, with various offerings, in an image or in a symbolic diagram drawn on the floor, or in the sun, or in water, or in a holy man, or in one's own heart. After cleaning the teeth, one should take one's bath for the sake of cleanliness of the body. While bathing, he should utter mantras from the Vedas and the Tantras, and he should rub the body with mud or other cleaning agents. He should continue to perform certain essential ritualistic duties like the Sandhya ordained by the Vedas, even while he engages himself in adoration of me through ardent devotional communion, which will free him from the bondage of karma. My images of worship are of 8 kinds: those made of stone, wood, metals, sand, or precious stones, those drawn on the floor, those in the shape of a picture, and those mentally conceived. Images, which are the veritable tabernacles of the Lord, are of 2 kinds, the fixed and the movable. There is no need, O Udahawa, for Avahana, invoking divine presence, and Udvasa, vacating the presence, in the case of fixed images. In them, the presence is permanent. Even in some movable images like Salagrama, there is no need for the 2 above-mentioned rites. But it is necessary in those made of sand. In other types of movable images, these rites are optional. Except in the images in the shape of pictures and floor drawings, ceremonial bath is needed. Cleaning is sufficient for the 2 mentioned. If a person's worship is desire-prompted, then he should worship me with choicest type of offerings. But a devotee without any desires can adore me with any ingredients he could gather. In the mental worship done in the heart, all the offerings should necessarily be mental. O Uddhava, in worship on fixed images alone, ceremonial bath and decoration are the most important. In worship on consecrated enclosures on the floor, the most important point is to locate the various divinities of the proper places with appropriate mantras. When the worship is done in fire, offering of oblations with plentiful ghee is the most important feature. When this worship is done in the sun, it should take the form of a prayer and a praise. When it is in water, tarpana or libations with water should be made as offering. But what is most important is shraddha, sincere faith. And when an offering is made by a devotee with faith, be it only water, I accept it with great delight. Not to speak then of my delight when I am worshipped by a devoted man with flowers, incense, sandal paste, and food offering. But offerings, however rich, do not praise me if they are not backed by devotion. Invoking of divine presence. After having collected and got ready all the ingredients of worship, even before his purificatory bath, the worshipper should make a seat of darba and sit turning eastward or northward. If it is fixed image, he should sit facing it. After doing nyasa, ceremonial location, on oneself and the image, the latter must be cleansed with the hands. The purna kumbha, vessel filled fully with water, and another with water for pakshana, sprinkling, should be kept ready, consecrated with flowers, sandal paste, etc. From the prakshana vessel, water must be taken and sprinkled on the spot for worship, and the ingredients of worship and oneself. And from the purna kumbha must be filled 3 vessels with water for padya and other rites, and the prescribed flowers, sandal paste, and other ingredients must be put in them for purifying the water. One who worships according to the instructions of the Guru should consecrate the water kept in vessels for padya, arghya, and achamana. Swaha, Sikaya, Washat, respectively, and all the vessels with Gayatri mantra.
In the heart lotus of the body, which has been dried by prana, burnt by the fire muladhara, and soaked in the flow of nectar from the lunar sphere in the forehead, there are the very subtle sound particles of Omkara. The particles A, U, and M, followed by Bindu and Nada, crowned by my supreme form, extreme subtlety, as Narayana, on which men of great spiritual attainments mediate. When one's body has, through meditation, been irradiated by presence, then the presence should be worshipped mentally in the heart. Becoming one with him through communion, his presence should be transferred to the image, and worship should be done with all appropriate rituals. Procedures of worship. Let a seat be made with divine majesties like Dharma, enlightenment, non-attachment, etc., and with the 9 powers like Vimala, Utkarshani, and others, and on that let the worshipper conceive a lotus of 8 petals, luminous with other parts like pericarp and filaments, and with the sun, moon, and fire placed one above the other within. In that I should be worshipped with the chanting of appropriate Vedic and Tantrika mantras, and with offerings of arghya, padya, achamana, etc. And prayers should be made for one's material welfare and spiritual emancipation. The weapons, ornaments, attendants, and associates of the Lord should also be worshipped. Sudarshana, Panchajanya, mace Kaumodaki, sword Nandaka, bow Saranga, plough, pestle, these weapons and the decorations of the Lord like the neck jewel Kastuba, floral wreath, and Srivatsa should be worshipped. The attendants Nanda, Sunanda, Prachanda, Chanda, Mahabala, Bala, Kumuda, and Kumudaksha, conceived as stationed in the 8 quarters, as also Garuda in front, should be meditated upon and worshipped. Durga, Ganpati, Vyasa, and Vishvaksena should be stationed in their proper places in the 4 corners, and the Gurus should be placed on the left, and the Devas in the east, etc. They should all be facing the deity and should be worshipped with arghya and all other items of worship. If a person has the means, he should use for the ceremonial bath of the image water that has been consecrated by mantras and made fragrant with sandal, usira, camphor, saffron, and aloes. He should adore me with devotion by uttering the holy mantras like Suvarna, Karma, and Parivedana, by chanting holy formulae like Jitam Te Pundarakikaksha, Namaste Vishvabhavana, Subramanya, Namastestu Mahapurusha, Purvaja, by reciting the Purusha Shukta and by chanting samans like Indram Naro Nemadita Havante. A worshipper should, with great devotion, decorate me with wearing cloth, wrapping cloth, ornaments, garlands, sandal paste, and unguents. He should, with deep faith, offer me water for padya, argya, and achamaniya, and make offerings of sandal paste, flowers, rice, grains, light incense, and food. A man with means must offer also savory food items like payasa, sweet cake, snacks, wheat boiled in milk, curds, etc. On festive days, or if there is sufficient means, every day the adoration may be elaborated with oil bath, offering, bath with panchamrita, offering of toothbrush and mirror, feast, music, dance, etc. Homa or worship through fire. In his sacrificial pit, made according to the scriptural injunctions, with zones, fire pocket, and altar, fire must be lighted, and the burning twigs gathered together too from a single flame. Darba, grass must be placed round it, and ceremonial water sprinkling should be done. Then should be performed the Anvadana rite. All the sacrificial ingredients should now be placed to the north of the sacrificial fire. After doing prokshana, one should meditate on me as manifesting in the fire as follows. Brilliant like molten gold, possessed of 4 arms holding the conch, lotus, decorated with brilliant ornaments like a diadem, bracelets, girdle, and superb armlets, having the mark known as Shrivasta on the chest, wearing the splendorous jewel Kostuba on the neck, and having a thick floral wreath surrounding the chest. Meditating on me thus, the wise one must worship me. He should then consign twigs soaked in ghee in the sacrificial fire, and perform the Agara rite with the mantra beginning with Prajapataya, Swaha, and the Ajabhaga rite with the mantra Agnaya Swaha. Then he should make ghee-soaked oblations with the utterance of the Mula mantra and the Purusha Shukta, whose 16 riks should be chanted with an oblation following each rik. The worshipper should, after oblation to Dharma, with the chanting of relevant mantras, and he should propitiate the fire deity with the Swishtakrita offering. Concluding items of worship. Afterwards, flower offering together with prostrations must be made to me, manifest in the middle of the sacrificial fire. On 8 sides, barley, food, should be offered to my attendants and associates. Then one should sit again on the worshipper's seat and meditate on me, the infinite Brahman or Narayana, and make japa of the Mula mantra. At the places of worship and the homa, one should meditate on the deity as having completed his meal, then offer him water for washing, followed by presentation of fragrant betel leaves, etc. For purification of the mouth, again he should be worshipped with flowers. The remnants of the offered food should be given to Vishva Ksena. Afterwards, for a short while at least, the devotee should spend in blissful relaxation, singing my exploits, acting some of them, dancing in ecstasy, and also narrating accounts of my deeds to other devotees. Then he should loudly sing hymns composed by ancient seers, as also compositions of great men of later days in non-Sanskriti languages, and fall like a stick in prostration, crying out, O Lord, be gracious unto me. Placing his head on my feet and holding them with both his hands, he should pray, deign to give the shelter to the servant seeking refuge at thy feet, out of the fear of this ocean of samsara infested by the crocodile of death. He should then meditate that he is receiving flowers, sandal paste, etc., as holy prasada from me, and reverentially place them on his head. Next, if the divine presence is something to be withdrawn, he should through contemplation take it back into the presence within. I, the essence of all, am present in every object and in oneself. So worship of me can be done through any object or image that stimulates faith in one at any time. Faith is the most important factor in the efficacy of worship. The merits of ritualistic worship. A devotee who worships me thus through this ritualistic form of adoration, which combines in itself the Vedika and Tantrika modes of worship, will attain through my grace all that is good year and year after. The devotee means should construct puka buildings as my temples and have my holy image established there. He should lay beautiful flower gardens there and make endowments of cultivated lands, bazaars, houses, villages, etc., for the conduct of proper and unbroken worship, either daily or on special occasions. In this way, he should seek to attain to my being. By the installation of my image, one could become an emperor. By building a temple, one become the lord of the three worlds. By worship, etc., in the temple one could attain Brahmaloka, and by doing all these three, one could attain to my being. One attains to me through devotion without any desire, and one who worships me in the way described would attain to that state of desirelessness in which true devotion flourishes. Whoever appropriates for himself such wealth as has been given away by oneself or others for the service of the Lord and of holy men will become a worm subsisting on excreta for countless years. So too will others who help, prompt to encourage such acts of unholy misappropriation. The more the involvement of the accomplice, the more the consequences accruing to him.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Ekadasha Skandhe Saptavingsho Dhyayah Athashtavingsho Dhyayah Shri Bhagavan
Jnana Yoga, falsity of worldly values. The worshipful Lord said, seeing the whole world as sprung from the union of Prakriti and Purusha, a person should see the world as a unified whole, and as a consequence cease from praising or criticizing anyone for his nature or actions. The man who takes to praising man's actions and character or to criticizing them quickly swerves away from his goal of unitary consciousness because of his mind getting excited over impure and changing values, asat. When the senses, which are the products of Taijashan Sakara, are overcome by drowsiness, the jiva is in the false world of dream. When afterwards the mind is dissolved in deep sleep, he falls into total unconsciousness, which resembles the unconsciousness of death itself. The man who sees multiplicity is also very much so in respect of his awareness of his spiritual identity. That is, just as a jiva, identified with the condition of sleep, completely loses his capacity to experience any object, so also identified with waking and dream states and the experience of multiplicity. The jiva falls away completely from self-awareness into the state of agitation in waking and dream, and into absolute dullness in sleep. In the real realm of duality, the classification of things as good and bad has no significance, for all that is spoken by words, experienced by the senses, and thought by the mind belong to the realm of falsity. Though a reflection and echo or a snake experienced in rope has no actual existence, still it generates experiences felt as pleasant or unpleasant. Even so, the body and allied entities generate fears until death, that is, until illumination destroys the identification of the Atman with these. All this world is nothing but the Atman. That omnipotent being is the created and the creator, the saved and the savior. That all-encompassing being is himself what is destroyed and the one destroying it. Therefore, great seers have not accepted any existent entity other than the uninvolved and unaffected Atman. It is he, the supreme cause, that shines as the many, what is accepted as the universe in its threefold aspect, Adhyatmika, Adidaivaka, and Adibhautika, is a false appearance on the Atman. This world constituted of the three gunas is the creation of Maya, his power. One who has intellectually understood and spiritually realized the truth that I revealed to you will neither praise nor insult anyone, but go about in the world like the sun who is utterly unconcerned with all that is high or low. Understanding through observation, reasoning, scriptures, and one's own realization that everything having a beginning and an end is false, one should cultivate absolute detachment.
Whose is bondage? Uddhava said, O Lord, involvement in transmigratory cycle cannot occur to the body because it is an inert substance and an object of perception. Nor can it happen to the Atman, who is pure self-awareness, and the subject revealing everything. Samsara cannot occur to either of these, but we find from our experience that samsara is experienced. The Atma is undecaying, free from passion, unaffected by merits and demerits, untouched by ignorance, and free from the limitations of space and time. And for the body, it is itself inert substance, like a log of wood. It being so, whose is the involvement in samsara? The worshipful Lord said, as long as the Atma has connection with the buddhi, the indriyas and the body, through superimposition, samsara, through unreal, is experienced as a fact by the deluded. In the case of a man who thinks of various objects in waking life, the impressions left by those thoughts and objects make him see many phantoms in dream. In the same way, though there is no object actually, the body and other objects are perceived as real as a result of the tendencies springing from beginningless superimposition. Samsara persists so long as this continues. A man has awakened from a dream, is free from the delusion of enjoyments and sufferings he was having in the dream state. A memory of it, however, remains. Sorrow, joy, fear, anger, greed, delusion, and all forms of desire are also experiences. Like birth and death pertain to the ahamkara, I sense, and not the Atman. When one is in deep sleep, there is no eye sense, and then all such experiences also disappear. It is the jiva that is involved in the transmigratory cycle, not mere eye sense. The transmigrating self, or the jiva, is none but the Atma, who identifies himself as the I. With reference to the complex of body, sense, prana, and mind through superimposition, residing within the complex of identification with it, he is mistaken as an expression of the modifications of metta, known also as Sutrama or Mahatattva. He is under the domination of time. Knowledge and its method. The sage wanders forth-cutting as under the knot of ahankara or eye sense, with a sword of knowledge rendered sharp by the service of the Lord and the teacher. The ahankara, which is baseless, but which nonetheless manifests in many forms in identification with the mind, speech, pranas, body, and karma. Knowledge means viveka, or discriminative understanding. The means of developing it are the scripture, tapas, tradition, reasoning, and experience. Its content consists in the understanding that the Supreme Spirit, who alone was before the universe, came into existence, and who alone will be when it dissolves. He is also what exists in the middle too, as the universe and the manifester, time. The unwrought material gold, of which several objects are made, is seen at the beginning and at the end of all the series of its changes as objects. It is therefore certain, in spite of all its transformations, the same gold was there when the objects made of it were seen as existing. In the same way, I am the one that appears as the multitudinous and changing universe, but I remain intact in spite of all transformations. Oh dear Uddhava, that pure consciousness permeates and illuminates the mind in its three states of waking, dream, and sleep. It illumines also the three gunas of Prakriti, forming the cause of these states, and also the universe, which its triple division of cause, effect, and agency. While this pure consciousness, or the Truvya, the fourth, exists in the combatants with this universe of multiplicity, it continues to exist in their absence, also in the transcendence of Samadhi as pure consciousness. After the elimination of all states and objects, being combatant with the world as also exists in its absence, that pure consciousness all alone is the ultimately truth. An entity that did not exist before its origin and ceased to be after it is destroyed cannot be there in the middle also. It is said to exist only in name. Whatever is the substance with which a thing is made and held in manifestation, the only thing be the causal and the manifesting substance. This is my settled view. The multitudinous world, which is a projection of Rajas, was non-existence before creation, but it is yet experienced as existing. It is also because of Brahman, who alone is self-existent and self-illuminous, shines as these effects, as the Indriyas and the mind which forms the instruments for revealing, and as the five elements and the objects in general that are revealed by them. One should withdraw from all objects of the lustful senses and sunder all doubts about him with the help of the Veda and sound reasoning, which can eradicate the experience that the body is the self. The body is not the self, the self-conscious intelligence, because it is constituted of earth like pots and such other entities. In the same way, the senses, their presiding deities, the vital energy, the buddhi, the chitta, and the eye sense cannot be the Atma, because like the body, they are all based on food or matter. The five elements and their products, like sound and other sense objects, and prakriti cannot be the Atman, insofar as they are all inert substances without consciousness. The state of knowing one. For one who has known my being fully and is established in it, of what consequence, good or bad, can the control or the wandering moods of the senses be? Does the gathering or dispersal of the clouds make any difference to the sun? Just as the air, fire, water, and earth do not dry, burn, wet, or dirty the sky, just as the recurring climate changes like summer, winter, etc., do not make any impression on it, so do the undecaying self, which transcends the eye sense, is not affected by sattva, rajas, and tamas, the gunas of prakriti, causing involvement to the jiva in samsara. Though it is in fact the truth, it should not make an aspirant in any way slacken his efforts at self-control, until by the practice of wholehearted devotion to me, the aspirant has totally cleansed his mind of its addiction to sense enjoyments. He should with extreme vigilance prevent his mind from cultivating attachment to objects of the sense created by Maya. Just as an inadequately treated disease lurks behind the troubles a patient from time to time, so also an immature yogi, whose sensuous and active tendencies lie suppressed and hidden, is constantly harassed by these tendencies submerged in the mind. But these half-baked yogis, whose fall is caused by the human agencies consisting of friends and relatives, who are the instruments put forth by devas to accomplish this purpose, come back to the path of yoga by their next birth on account of the powerful impressions of their past life. They will not become addicted to worldliness. An arrogant jiva, prompted by some desire or other, will be performing actions, karma, till the fall of his body, subjecting himself to the effects of such actions. But a man of enlightenment, though living in the body, is free from all desires, as he is immersed in the bliss of the self. Being thus free from ego-centered desires, his actions do not affect him. An enlightened man who dwells in the self always does not know even that he has a body, much less than he is doing anything when he is seen to perform even all natural functions like resting, sitting, walking, lying, eating, and evacuate. Even though he might be perceiving the false objects of the senses, he is convinced of their falsity because of their manifoldness and subtlety, just like that of the experiences of dream on an awakening. The experience of objects in waking life is to him only like the perception of the dream world in memory or imagination after one awakens from sleep. O Uddhava, in the state of ignorance, the body wrought out of gunas and prakriti and karma, which are themselves the products of ignorance, is totally superimposed on the Atma, and therefore it is, and thereby it is experienced in inseparable identity with it. It is the ignorance and its product, the body, that are sublated by jnana. The Atma, on the other hand, is always the same. It is not newly realized in mukti, nor has it been lost in bondage. Just as the sun, when it rises, only removes the obstacle to vision from the eyes, and does not create anything to be seen, so the perfect spiritual intuition relating to me only removes the ignorance from the aspirant's understandings, whereupon the Atma shines as it always has been shining. Nothing new comes into being. He is self-luminous, consciousness, unoriginated and unformable. He is limitless, self-consciousness, without the polarity of subject and object, including in himself all self-conscious centers and their experiences. He is the absolute one without a second, intuited when thought and words retreat unable to go further. But those presence makes the work of words and the vital energies possible. When the Atma is the sole existence, to see anything different from him. For apart from him, the Atma, realized as the self, there is no other support for the multiplicity.
It is only the conceited pseudo scholars, the Purva Mimamsakas, that consider this world of multiplicity constituted of the five elements and distinguished by name and form as unsublatable and real, and hold that the Vedantic passages revealing the nature of the reality are only eulogies of the agents, devatas, and other factors entering into the sacrificial cult of the Vedas. Such a contention is baseless. Some obstacles to yoga. Yogis who are yet to attain the goal may get physical ailment. The following is the instruction for counteracting them. By concentration, dharana on sun and moon, the fevers due to cold and due to heat, respectively, can be counteracted. Other ailments due to vata, humor of wind, should be erased by asanas, postures, combined with dharana. Others arising from sins, planetary influence, and serpents should be overcome by austerity, mantras, and medicines. Obstacles like lust and anger should be combated by the continuous practice of the disciplines of hearing, praising, and remembering me. Pride, hypocrisy, and other bad traits of character should be overcome by the service of great men. There are some yogis who, through ways mentioned above and by others, seek to make the body strong and young, and then utilize it for the acquisition of psychic powers. Wise men should not approve of this, for the body being perishable like the fruit of a tree, any attempt to preserve it for all time is futile. A person following the path of yoga may have health and strength of body, but the intelligent devotee holding me as the highest should not be diverted from spiritual discipline to physical well-being and attainment of siddhis. But if one treading the path of yoga is entirely dependent on me and is completely desireless, he will meet with no obstacle, being full of the joy of the self. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Ekadashaskandhe Shtam Vingshodhyayah Athaiko na Tringshodhyayah Uddhava Uvacha. Concluding instruction to Uddhava. Excellence of Bhagavata Dharma. Uddhava said, O Lord, the path of communion through knowledge that you have described is extremely difficult for one who has not yet conquered his senses. O Achyuta, expound to me in an easily understandable manner a way of communion which is practicable for an ordinary person. O lotus-eyed one, generally the yogis who try to obtain mastery over their mind exhaust themselves in that effort in vain. Having failed in their effort, they get frustrated. Therefore, men of true discrimination, in place of going for these difficult paths, seek shelter at thy nectar-showering feet and are at ease. O Lord of all, those others who out of pride in their own capacity adopt the paths of karma and yoga are deluded by thy maya. O Achyuta, O thou the well-wisher of all, such is thy glory that even all the world lords like Brahma are always making their obeisance to thee, touching thy feet with their crowns. In spite of this abounding glory, thou didst condescend to seek the friendship of mere animals in thy incarnation as Rama, and of cattle and lowly men in the present incarnation as Krishna. What wonder is there then in thy giving thy own self to thy devotees, thy servants who have none but thee as refugee? Who that is conscious of the invaluable blessings received from thee will not yearn to serve thee, the soul of all, the most lovable of all, the bestower of the prayers of all? Who will, in preference to thy service, seek heaven and other boons, even if bestowed by thee, as they lead to mere sensuous enjoyments and consequent forgetfulness of thee? There is nothing that thy servants cannot get, but a true servant of thine cares for nothing but the service of thy feet. Even enlightened beings like Brahma are not able to repay even to the small extent thy gracious blessings in spite of serving thee joyfully for two pararthas as thy agent in creation. That blessing consists in thy manifesting as the inner pervader within and as the teacher without, effacing all even tendencies of jivas and thereby revealing one's real nature as the Atman. Shri Shuka said, being thus questioned with intense love by Uddhava, the Supreme Lord, who has manifested himself as the Trimurti by assuming the three powers of his, and who plays with the world as his toy, replied with a loving and attractive smile, lighting his face. The worshipful Lord said, I shall now speak to you about the glorious dharma propounded by me, by observing which with faith and devotion man can overcome samsara, which is difficult to be conquered by other means. Always remembering me, having one's mind, both conscious and subconscious, resigned to me, and having full conviction in and acceptance of my Bhagavata Dharma. An aspirant should do all actions deliberately as offerings unto me. He should visit pilgrim spots, which are places that have gained sanctity by the stay of my great devotees. He should also try to follow the example set by my great devotees among different species of beings like devas, asuras, and men. He should individually or forming an association with others observe days specially sacred to me with grand celebrations attended with music, dance, processions, and display of royal insignia like the ceremonial umbrella. The pure-minded devotee should recognize me, the Lord of all, in the spirit pervading within and without every object, including himself, like the Akasha, pervading everything unobstructed by any barriers. O Uddhava, of mighty intelligence, know him to be a man of true illumination, Pandita, who, with the help of the insight born of knowledge, could have evenness of outlook and perceive the honor all beings as my manifestations. Be thy holy men or outcasts, persecutors or adorers of holy men, the sun or a spark of fire, a tranquil personage or a ferocious and cruel man. In those who constantly seek to find my presence in all human beings, there will no longer be any competitiveness with equals, jealousy towards superiors, contempt for inferiors, and too much self-consciousness with regard to oneself. Overlooking the ridicule of friends and relatives, casting aside the sense of high and low on mere physical considerations, and throwing away all shyness and shame based on such ideas, one should fall down in prostration like a stick before all beings, dogs, outcasts, cattle, asses, etc., seeing all of them as manifestations of the Supreme Being. Universal iteration. Until the consciousness that all these beings are my manifestations has been established in the mind, one should commune with me through external worship and the practice of my presence in all through thought, word, and action. My virtue of practicing the presence of the Atman every way, a devotee gains that knowledge by which he perceives everything as Brahman. He becomes free from all doubts and he can abandon all karmas of all means of spiritual disciplines. The best, according to me, is to practice my presence in everything through the functioning of the three instruments, mind, speech, and action. O Uddhava, when the dharma propounded by me, Bhagavata Dharma, in which all actions are done in dedication to me without an eye on the fruits of action, is accepted and practiced, there is no wastage in all one's efforts from the beginning. For, unlike in rites done with desires for fruits, which would end in total failure if done improperly, here in this path, whatever is done helps one's spiritual evolution in this birth or in another, and one can continue from where one has left. Its basis is spiritual and not material, and so its effects are imperishable. This is as I, the Supreme One, have ordained. O noble one, even ordinary vain worldly actions like running away and crying due to fear and sorrow, if done in dedication to me, even that comes to have spiritual potency. There is no need then to speak about the high spiritual efficacy of Bhagavata Dharma consciously practiced. The attainment of me, the true, the immortal, with the help of even this insignificant mortal body, is the real wisdom of the wise and the skill of the skillful. The glory of these teachings. I have now expounded to you the essence of the doctrine of Brahman propounded by the Veda, Upanishads, both in summary and in detail. Even the Devas cannot have the benefit of such an exposition. These teachings on spiritual wisdom have been clearly expounded to you again and again in the light of valid reasoning. Hearing this, all doubts will be cleared and liberation attained. Even a person who reflects on the questions put by you and to which I have given answers will attain to that imperishable Brahman whose truth is revealed by the Veda. To that pious person who fully expounds this teaching of Brahman among my devotees, to him I gift my own self out of love for him. He who every day reads loudly this holy and sanctifying discourse, he will be revealing me to all with the lamp of knowledge. He sanctifies himself as well as others thereby.
A man who hears it every day, diligently in an attitude of supreme devotion to me, will be freed from the bondage of karma. O Uddhava, my dear friend, have you fully grasped the supreme truth I have explained to you? Is your mind free from grief and delusion? You should not reveal this to a hypocrite having no real faith, to an atheist who accepts neither God nor his revelation, to a crafty man, to one who does not like to hear it, or to one without any trace of devotion. You can import it to people who are without the above-mentioned defects, to persons who are devoted to holy men, and to me who are of high moral standard and who are pure in life. If they have devotion, it can be imparted also to persons of inferior birth. After studying this discourse, there is nothing more for a spiritual aspirant to inquire about and understand, just as after one drinks nectar, there is nothing better to drink. For a high-minded devotee like you, I am verily the four ultimate values of life: morality obtained through karma, wealth and prosperity obtained through trade, industry and statecraft, siddhis obtained through yoga, and liberation obtained through enlightenment. When a man abandons dependence on all self-centered action and resigns himself to me, he then becomes very dear to me, established in the sense that he is the immortal spirit. He becomes fit to be one with the universal being Brahman. Uddhava advised to go to Badari. Sri Shuka said, being thus instructed by the Lord in the path of spiritual communion, ending in enlightenment, Uddhava stood there dumb for a while, his voice choked by the surging waves of love and his eyes overflowing with tears. With great effort he controlled his mind that had been overpowered by divine love to the point of speechlessness. Conscious of the great blessings that the Lord had bestowed on him, he sat with his palms joined in salutation and his head touching the lotus feet of Krishna, the lord of the clan of the Yadus. Uddhava said, O thou, O more ancient than Brahma himself, thy very proximity has liquidated the ignorance-born darkness of delusion in me. I, a refugee at thy feet, where is cold, darkness, and fear for a man who sits near a burning fire? Still thou hast taken the trouble to transmit that light of knowledge to thy servant through this elaborate exposition. Which grateful man will desert the service of so loving a master and seek any shelter? The strong bond of love embracing the clans of Vrishnis, Dasharas, Andakas, Sattvatas, and others that thy Yoga Maya has established in me for the progress of thy creative activities has now been cut asunder by thee with this sword of self-knowledge. Salutations to thee, O Master Yogin, who confers the fruits of their striving on yogis. Bless me, thy refugee, so that I may have constant and unwavering attachment for thy sacred feet. The worshipful Lord said, O Uddhava, I direct you to go to the celebrated place of pilgrimage known as Padaraya Ashrama, especially sanctified by my presence. There is the river Alaknanda, whose sight itself is purifying. By Achamana, that in that river, which carries the sanctified water flowing from my feet, you will be rid of all sins, wearing tree bark as clothing, subsisting on roots and fruits, and free from all desire for enjoyments. Live without caring for extremes of climate and ready to put up patiently with any situation that might face you. Self-controlled, tranquil, good-natured, undistracted, and endowed with knowledge and experience, think deeply in solitude over what I have taught you. With speech and thought absorbed in me, and living according to the Dharma I have taught, you will pass out of all material realms and attain to my transcendent state. Sri Shuka said, instructed thus by Sri Hari, whose remembrance is the antidote for samsara, Uddhava circumambulated the Lord and placed his head at the feet of the Lord. Though his mind has transcended the three gunas, the thought of going away to Badari, leaving his Lord, melted his heart, and the agony of his love expressed itself in torrential tears that washed the Lord's holy feet. With a mind stricken by the thought of separation from his most beloved Lord, he felt extremely distressed and found it impossible to take leave of him and start for Badari. Then, placing on his head the Lord's sandals presented to him, and prostrating before him again and again, he left the place somehow. Realizing the Lord as lodged in his heart, the great devotee left for Vishala, Padaraya Ashrama. Staying there, he practiced what the Lord and the universal friend of all, had instructed and attained to the state of Hari. Thus the Lord Krishna, whose feet are worshipped by the great yogis, has collected this cream of knowledge from the ocean of bliss, the extensive devotional tradition, for the instruction of his devotee Uddhava. He who imbibes it with pure and powerful faith in its potency will save himself as also anyone who associates with him, in order to rid devotees of the fear of death and old age. The great being Krishna, from whom the Veda originated, has herein gathered from the extensive garden of Vedic thought this concentrated honey of knowledge and realization of the Supreme. As he collected the Amrita from the ocean for being distributed among the Devas, so has he placed this teaching before all devotees for their benefit. I salute that Supreme Person Krishna, the greatest of all beings. Iti
Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Ekadasha Skande Eko Nam Trinsho Dhyaya Ata Trinsho Dhyaya.
The fratricidal holocaust. Forebodings. The Raja said, after Uddhava had left Dwarka, what did the worshipful Lord, the cause of all causes, do at Dwarka? When his clan of the Yadus was condemned to destruction by the curse of the holy men, how did he abandon that glorious earthly form of his, which used to enthrall the senses of all men by its superb excellences? Seeing that unique form, women found it impossible to withdraw their eyes therefrom. Devotees into whose heart it entered through the portals of their ear found it unerasably impressed on their minds. Poets found its beauty stimulating a new glow of inspiration to their words, bringing them worldwide reputation. And seeing that form seated in the chariot of Arjuna as it coursed through the battlefield of Kurukshetra, countless warriors dying in the battle attained identity with it. Sri Shuka said, taking note of the numerous inauspicious portents that were observed on land, in the sky, and in the intermediary regions, Krishna said as follows to the unsuspecting Yadus gathered in the assembly hall known as Sudharma. The worshipful Lord said, O leaders of the Yadavas, terrible portents indicative of death are seen in Dwarka. It is not proper for us to stay here even a moment longer. Let women, children, and old people go to the place known as Sankodhara. We menfolk will go to Prabhasa, where the river Saraswati flows to the west. Taking purifying bath there and observing fast, we shall with concentrated minds adore the Devatas, divine agencies, with ceremonial bath, unguents, and other ingredients of worship. We shall seek the blessings of many holy men, making presentation to them of cloth, money, land, cows, elephants, horses, chariots, and houses. By observing this commandment, dangers are averted and all-round welfare secured. The worship of the divinities, holy men, and cows bring good to the living beings. Destruction of the Yadavas. All the elders of the Yadavas agreed to this proposal of Krishna, the destroyer of Madhu. They crossed the ocean in boats and traveled to Prabhasa in their chariots. There the Yadavas performed with great devotion all the holy rites mentioned by the Lord, and many more. Afterwards, deprived of discrimination by a stroke of destiny, as it were, they took heavy doses of a heady sweet wine called Maitreya. A fierce quarrel soon arose among those proud and haughty Yadava heroes under the influence of the powerful drink, augmented by the deluding effect of Krishna's resolve. Excited by anger and intent on killing one another, they fought with weapons like bows and arrows, swords and maces, spears and javelins. With the banners of chariots, cavalry and infantry fluttering and seated on various kinds of mounts, like camels, donkeys, bulls, buffaloes, and horses, they confronted one another and caused mutual destruction to elephants do in the forest with their tusks. In that bitter conflict, they clashed with one another in duels. Pradyumna with Samba, Akrura with Boja, Aniruddha with Satyaki, Subhadra with Sangrimajit, the fierce Gada with his namesake Gada, and Sumitra with Suratha, under the delusion caused by the Lord. Other intoxicated heroes like Nishata, Ulmukha, Sahasrajit, Satyajit, and Panu fought among themselves. The various clans of the Yadus, Dasharathas, Vrishnis, Andakas, Bhojas, Satwatas, Madhus, Arbudas, Mathuras, Surasenas, Visarajenas, Kukuras, Kuntis, etc., all fought among themselves, forgetting their kinship. They fought sons with fathers, brothers with brothers, uncles with nephews, grandfathers and with grandsons, friends with friends, and relatives with relatives, and thus themselves killed their own near and dear ones under the delusion caused by the worshipful Lord. When arrows and weapons were exhausted, when all bows were broken, they plucked with Eraka reed with their fists. The reed, as they held it in their hands, became as hard as batons of adamant. They charged one another with it as determined antagonists, and when the Lord Krishna tried to restrain them from the fight, they attacked him too. Considering Paladara too to be one on the enemy's side, they rushed at him with weapons to kill him. Therefore Krishna and Rama too, pretending to be in an angry mood, moved about the place, killing many with the iraka grass, wielding them like iron bars. Cursed by the holy men and deluded by the Lord's Maya, the flame of anger ignited among the Yadavas by mutual antagonism burnt up the entire race as the fire generated by the consumes a bamboo forest.
Krishna shot at by hunter. When his own clan was thus destroyed, the Lord felt satisfied that the residual burden of the earth had also been lightened. Rama now entered into meditation on the Supreme Being sitting on the seashore and gave up the human body in that state, uniting his self with the Supreme Self. Seeing Rama's exit from the worldly scene, the worshipful Lord Sri Krishna sat silently on the ground under an Ashwatha tree. He sat there, assuming his form with 4 arms and illumining all the surrounding with his luster, like a fire without heat or smoke. Sporting the Srivasta mark, blue like a rain cloud, shining like molten gold, on the account of his wearing a yellow cloth, highly auspicious to see, having a lotus-like face, beautified by a charming smile and lovely eyes, embellished with shining fish-marked ear pendants, girdle, holy thread, diadem, bracelets, armlets, pearl necklaces, anklets, kaustubha jewel, and the encircling floral wreath, and surrounded by his weapons and forms assumed, he sat under the Ashwatha tree, resting his lotus-rayed left leg on the right thigh. A hunter named Jara, into whose hand the residual bit of the iron pestle had fallen, had made an arrowhead out of it. Now this hunter mistook the feet of the Lord to be the face of an animal and shot at him with this fateful arrowhead. Coming near, he found a noble human form with 4 arms. His offense made him tremble with fear, and falling down at the feet of the Lord, he said, O Lord, thou destroyer of Madhu, my sinful self has done this in utter ignorance. O thou, the eternally pure and far-famed one for holiness, deign to pardon this sinner. I have done a great offense to thee, O Vishnu, whose very remembrance great men say will dispel the darkness of ignorance in men. Therefore, O Lord of Vaikuntha, kill me soon, me, a hunter of animals, so that I may never do such high-handed acts against great men. Even Brahma, his offspring Rudra, and others, and the rishis, who are the masters of the Veda, fail to understand the mystery of thy creation. The universe, veiled as their vision, is by thy Maya. How then can a most ignorant, humble hunter understand by himself that thou art subject to the curse of holy men? The blessed Lord said, O Jara, do not entertain any fear. Get up. What you have executed is only due to my resolve. By my will you shall gain heaven, the realm where men who do good works go. Commanded thus by the worshipful Lord Krishna, who had assumed a body out of his own will, Jara, after circumambulating him thrice, ascended the divine vehicle that had come to fetch him and attained to heaven. Dharaku's meeting with Krishna. Dharaku, the chariot of the Lord, was now going about in search of him. By the fragrance of the tulasi garland of his, he traced the Lord to the place where he was seated. He saw his Lord and Master seated under the Ashwatha tree, surrounded by his luminous weapons. At this sight, Dharuka, bathed in overflowing love, jumped out of the chariot in great excitement, fell down at the Lord's feet with tears flowing from his eye. He said, having lost track of thee, I have, O Lord, been like one caught in darkness with eyesight practically lost. Like one in the darkness of night, after the moon has set, I have lost all sense of direction and peace of mind. While the charioteer, Dharuka, was speaking thus, the divine chariot of the Lord, with the emblem of Garuda, horses and flagstaff, rose in the air. The divine weapons of the Lord that surrounded him in embodied forms also ascended with the chariot. To the charioteer, who was standing wonderstruck on seeing all this, the Lord said, O charioteer, go to Dwarka, inform all relatives there about the destruction of the Yadus by mutual conflict, and also of Balarama's demise by yogic process, and my abandonment of the earthly scene. None of you, nor our relatives, should stay at Dwarka hereafter. For after my time, that city of the Yadus will be inundated by the sea. All of you, with your families, and also my parents, shall go to Indraprastha under the protection of Arjuna. As for yourself, follow the Bhagavata Dharma, be established in knowledge, and abandon all attachment. Knowing that the whole universe, as an expression of my Maya, remain tranquil and free from all grief. Instructed thus by the Lord, Dharuka circumambulated him again and again, prostrated before him, held his feet on his head, and returned sorrowfully to the city.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Ekadasho Skande Trinsho Dhyaya Athayaka Trinsho Dhyaya. Chapter 31. Krishna's ascent in after. The Lord's exit. Sri Sukha said, Brahma arrived on the sea. So did Maheshwara with Bhavani, and Indra with leading Devas and Manus and Prajapatis. Besides, a host of other beings like Pitris, Siddhas, Gandharvas, Vidyadharas, great serpents, Charanas, Yakshas, Rakshasas, Kinnaras, Apsaras, and Dvijas gathered there with great enthusiasm to see the curtain drop on the Lord's earthly sojourn. They kept singing and chanting about the advent and exploits of the Lord, crowding the sky with endless rows of planes. They deluged the Lord with flowers in their overwhelming devotion. Seeing Brahma, the grand sire of the world, and other divine manifestations of his own power, the Lord closed his eyes, and his self became one with the Supreme Self in Samadhi. His world enthralling form, the most auspicious object for concentration and meditation. He burnt in yogic fire externally and attained to his pristine state. But with subtle aspect of it, he remains as the eternal presence in that state. An alternative translation, adopting reading Adagva, not burning, that world bewitching form, so auspicious an object for concentration and meditation. He did not burn up with fire generated through yoga, as ordinary yogis do, but entered Vaikuntha with its intact, so that this eternal form is available for concentration by devotees even today. In the heavens, kettle drums sounded, and from the sky, rains of flowers came. But with the Lord's departure, also departed from the earth truth, dharma, forbearance, glory, and prosperity. Brahma and other divinities, expecting Krishna in their respective realms, failed to see anything beyond a wonder-evoking glimpse of him, whose cause none can trace. Just as man, beholding a flash of lightning speeding beyond the expanse of clouds, cannot trace its cause, so the divinities failed to trace whither Krishna disappeared. Brahma, Rudra, and other divinities were astonished to witness the spiritual ascent of Sri Hari and went to their abodes praising what they had witnessed. O King, know that the Lord's coming into being and disappearing as the incarnate among men is something assumed by his power of Maya, just as an actor playing a role. It is the same in his cosmic manifestation too. After creating the world, he enters into it as it indwellers, sports for a time in that world of his own creation, and then dissolves it in himself. But nonetheless he remains, by virtue of his prowess, in the supreme glory of his own majesty as the Supreme Spirit, ever unchanging and unaffected by all the cosmic processes. He brought the son of his Guru bodily from Yama's realm. He, the protector of all refugees, saved you from death caused by the all-consuming might of Ashwatthama's Brahma missile. And he was victorious even over Shiva, the destroyer of death. Is such a being incapable of saving himself? He has the power, unaided by anyone else, to create, preserve, and dissolve this world. But yet he did not want it to allow his own human body to survive the destruction of his clan, because he wanted to demonstrate that this mortal body is of no ultimate value, and that the way of those established in the Atman is to let it fall without any regret. Whoever glorifies Krishna by reciting with concentration and devotion this account of his ascent to his pristine state will himself attain to that state.
Aftermath of Krishna's exit. Having lost Krishna, the charioteer, Daruka repaired to Dwarka and fell at the feet of Vasudeva and Ugrasena and drenched their feet with his tears. O King, Daruka then gave a full account of the total destruction of the Vrishnis, hearing which all men were stunned with overwhelming sorrow. In that mood of intense grief at Krishna's demise, they quickly started weeping and beating their face to the place where their kith and kin were all lying dead. Devaki, Rohini, and Vasudeva swooned when their sons Rama and Krishna could no longer be seen. Unable to bear the separation from Krishna, they gave up the ghost, and many women perished in the funeral pyres of their husbands. The wives of Rama ascended the funeral pyre, holding his body, and Vasudeva's wives and the wives of Krishna's sons, the respective bodies of their husbands, Rukmani and the wives of Krishna, entered into the flames, thinking of him intensely in the mind. Arjuna, grief-stricken at the demise of all the dear friends, sought relief in contemplation on the great teaching that the Lord had given him through his Gita. Arjuna attended to the proper performance of the obsequies of those relatives for whom there was no issue to perform these rites. Soon after the Lord left Dwaraka, the ocean inundated the whole of that prosperous city, except where the mansions of the Lord stood. The Lord Krishna is ever present in that place. It is the most auspicious of all the auspicious places, the very remembrance of which will rid men of their sins. All those who survived the fratricidal holocaust, especially women and children, were removed by Arjuna to Indraprastha, where he installed Varja as the king. O king, on hearing from Arjuna about the destruction of the friendly clan of the Yadavas, King Yudhishthira, your grandfather, installed you as his successor and set out on the ultimate track. Whoever studies and recites these accounts of Mahavishnu's incarnation and works with faith and devotion will have all his sinful tendencies destroyed. A man who recites and studies with devotion the account of the glorious prowess displayed by the Lord in his incarnation, and especially the description of the most charming activities of his in childhood, as given here in this text or anywhere else, will attain to the highest form of love for him who is the goal of the Paramhamsas. End of the 11th skanda. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Chaya Sikya Mashta Das Sahasrayam Paramahamsyam Sanghitayam Eka Dashoskande Eko Trinshodhyaya Iti Eka Dasho Sha Skanda Samapta Hari Om Tat Sat Iti.
We've reached a very significant milestone in the Shrimad Bhagavatam, where the full incarnation of the Absolute, the full 16 kalas manifested in Sri Krishna, has departed from the earthly realm and ascended to his universal abode of Vaikuntha, it seems very proper that we sound a prayer. So if all that are here physically present, if you could stand up please, and I will ask Harini Ben to sound the Shanti part.
Antariksham Shanti, Prithivi Shanti, Apah Shanti, Aushadayah Shanti, Vanaspatayah Shanti, Vishvedeva Shanti, Brahma Shanti, Sarvam Shanti, Shanti Reva Shanti, Sama Shanti Redi. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Now continue remaining at rest for a few moments and feel the presence of the Supreme Paramatman within yourself. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you. We now continue with Skanda 12. If I could ask Hansaben to come up, please, and continue with the reading of Skanda 12, chapter 1.
Dwadasha Skanda Ata Pratamo Dhyaya Raja Uvacha. Royal dynasties and their degeneration. Pradyotas and Sisunagas. The Raja said, O Holy One, after Krishna, the ornament of the Yadu's clan, left the earthly scene, what was the dynasty that came to rule this land? Sri Shuka said, in my description of the dynasty of Brihadrata in the 9th Skanda, I spoke of Puranjaya as the last of the 20 kings in that dynasty to come in the future. His minister, Sunaka, will murder that king and put his son Pradyota on the throne. He will be succeeded by Palaka, Vishaka Yupa, and Rajaka, each being the son of the earlier one. The last will be succeeded by his son Nandivardhana. Thus, these 5 rulers called the Pradyotas will have rulership of the earth for 138 years. Nandivardhana will have Shishunaga as son. He Kakavarna, he Shemadharma, and he Kshatrajna. He will have as son Vidisara, he Ajata Satru, he Darbaka, and he Ajaya. Ajaya will have Nandivardhana as son, and he Mahanandi. These 10 rulers, called the Shishunagas, will rule the earth for 360 years during the age of Kali. The 9 Nandas. O king, Mahanandi will have by a Sudra woman a son named Nanda, who will be very powerful and very prosperous. He will destroy all Kshatriya kings. Thereafter, rulers will be mostly like Sudras and given to unrighteous ways. A man of irresistible might, he, after destroying all the Kshatriyas, like another Parasurama, will rule the earth as the sole monarch. He will have 8 sons, beginning with Sumalya. These kings will enjoy the land for 100 years, the Mauryas and the Sungas. The dynasty of these 9 Nandas will be extirpated by a Brahmana named Chanakya, and after them the Mauryas will enjoy the earth in the age of Kali. That Brahmana, Chanakya, will crown Chandragupta as the king. His son will be Varisara, and his son Ashoka Vardhana. His son will be Suyasas, his son Sangata, his son Salisuka, and his son Somasarma. His son will be Satatanwa, and his son Brihadrata. These 10 kings of the Maurya dynasty will rule the earth in Kali Yuga for 337 years. Pushpamitra, the son of the commander-in-chief of Brihadrata, will kill his master and become king. He is the first of the Sungas. He will be followed by Agnimitra, he by Sujyeshta. Sujyeshta will be succeeded by Vasumitra, and he by Pulinda. He will be succeeded one after another by Gosha, Vajramitra, Bhagavata, and Devabhuti. These 10 rulers of the Sunga dynasty will be ruling the earth for 112 years. The Kanwas and other rulers. The Sungas will be followed by the rule of the kings of the Kanwa dynasty, possessing no great merit. Devabhuti, the last of the Sungas, given to a lascivious way of life, will be killed and the kingdom usurped by his intelligent minister, Kanwa, otherwise known as Vasudeva. He will be succeeded by his son, Bhumitra, and he by Narayana. The Kanwa dynasty will rule for 345 years in the age of Kali. Susarma of the Kanwa dynasty will be slain by a subordinate of his name Bali, a Sudra of low origin. He will be the ruler for some time. Afterwards, his brother named Krishna will become king. His son will be Sri Shanta Karna, and his son Purnamasa. Of him will be born Lambodara, of him Chibilaka, of him Meghaswati, and of him Ataman. Ataman will have a son, Anishta Karma, he Halaya, and he Talaka. His son will be Purisha Biru, and his Sunandana. Sunandana will have Chakora as son, besides 8 others of different names. The 8th son will have Shivaswati as son, and he Arindama. He will have Gomita Putra as son, and he Puriman. From Puriman will be born Medasiras. From him Sivaskanda. From him Yajna Shri. From him Vijaya. From him Chandra Vijna. And from him Salumadi. These 30 kings will rule for 456 years. There will be 7 rulers of the Abira dynasty, ruling from the city of Avabriti, 10 of the Gardaba, and 16 of the Kanka dynasty. These will be extremely greedy. Yavanas, Turushkas, and Abiras. Next, there will be 8 Yavana kings and 14 Turushka rulers. After that, there will be 10 Gurunda and 11 Maona rulers. Barring the Monas, there will be 65 Abida and other kings who will rule for 1,099 years. The 11 Monas spoken of earlier will rule for 300 years. When all of them are dead, Bhutananda, Vangiri, Shishunandi, and his brother Yashonandi and Praviraka will rule for 106 years in the city of Kilikila.
Bhutananda and others will have 13 sons known as Balikas. There will also be another king called Pushpamitra with Dharmitra as his son. Besides them, there will be 7 Andhra kings, 7 Kosala rulers, the Vidura rulers, and the Nishada kings. All these together with descendants of Balikas will rule over small kingdoms during the same period. People reduced to the state of Mlechas. Among the rulers of Magadha, there will be an aggressive king called Vishvaspurji. He will reduce the 4 Varnas into 3 classes, Pulandas, Yadus, and Madrakas. That powerful and evil-minded ruler will eliminate the 3 Varnas and rule over a predominantly Shudra population, destroying all Kshatriyas and establishing his capital at Padmavati. He will rule over the whole country from Gangadwara to Prayaga. The twice-born ones, Dvijas, of Saurashtra, Avanti, Abra, Sura, Arbuda, Malava, etc., will give up purificatory rites like Upanayana and will become Vrityas. The rulers will be reduced to the cultural level of Sudras. The valleys of Sindhu and the Chandrabhaga, the city of Kanti, the land of Kashmira, and other places will be ruled by barbarians, Mlechachas, without the Upanayana ceremony or Vedic culture. O king, all these rulers, following the way of barbarians, will rule contemporaneously in different parts of the land. They will only maintain the form of kingship, but will be steeped in adharma and untruth. They will be very miserly, violent-tempered, and given to oppression of women, children, and holy men. Their hobby will be to run after the wives and wealth of others, and they will spend their time from sunrise to sunset aimlessly. They will be short-lived weaklings, always overpowered by rajas and tamas, and given to oppression of their subjects. Ruled by such kings, the subjects will also follow their ways in conduct and outlook. by mutual conflict and by oppression and misrule of the kings, disaster will befall the whole land.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansiyam Samhitayam Dwadasha Skande Pratamo Dhyaya Ata Dvitiyo Dhyaya Shri Shuka Ovacha.
Skanda 12, Chapter 2, Progress of Kali, the all-round degeneration in Kali Yuga. Sri Sukha said, afterwards, due to the effect of adverse time, all excellences like truth, cleanliness, forbearance, kindness, longevity, memory, and strength will decay. In the ages of Kali, wealth takes the place of high birth, virtuous conduct, and characters in estimating a man's worth. Might will become right, being accepted as the factor determining what is dharma and what is justice. Mutual attraction will become the sole consideration in marital relationship. Business will become tantamount to the practice of fraud. Skill in lovemaking will be recognized as the chief excellence in man and woman. The sacred thread will become the sole distinctive feature of a Brahmana. External marks will become the only insignia of ashramas, stations in life, and they will be the only means to recognize that one has passed from one ashrama to another. If a man is too poor to conduct a case, his case will be considered weak in the eyes of law. If a man is a master of abusive vocabulary, he will be considered a scholar. Poverty will be looked upon as sufficient proof of guilt in a case, and ostentation and show will become the hallmark of character. Mating will be looked upon as marriage. Bathing will be significant only in hygienically and not ceremonially. A holy water, tirtha, will mean only water at a distance. A well-dressed hair will become the criterion of beauty. Men will live to eat and not eat to live. Mere audacious profession will be taken as adherence to truth. A man who maintains his family by hook or by crook will be considered resourceful and respectable. Dharma will be observed solely for reputation. When men degenerate in this way, whoever is powerful among Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Sudras will become the rulers. These greedy and cruel rulers, following the way of brigands and plunderers, will lay their hands on the women folk and wealth of their subjects, who will therefore be forced to take shelter in mountains and forests. Oppressed by heavy taxation and absence of rainfall, people will have to subsist on greens, roots, flesh, honey, fruits, flowers, tubers, etc. Reduced to misery, they will fight among themselves and perish. Stricken by hunger, thirst, and disease, and distressed with worrying thoughts, men in Kali will be short-lived, their lifespan being only 20 to 30 years. When due to the evil influence of Kali, men have become physically weak, when the dharma of the varnas and ashramas inculcated by the Vedas has perished, when the ways of atheists and their teachings have become widely spread, when kings have degenerated into mere robbers, when men in general have begun to indulge in theft, falsehood, and vain slaughter, when all varnas have come to the level of Sudras, when cows have degenerated to the size of goats, when monasteries and religious settlements have become merely places of enjoyment like homes, when sex relationship has come to be recognized as the only relationship, when plants have got reduced to the size of tiny grass, when trees have become small and shadowless like sami plants, when clouds have begun to emit only lightning, when homes have become devoid of holy rites. Thus, with the advancement of Kali, when men have begun to be animal-like, the Lord will incarnate again in the form of Sattva for the protection of Dharma. Incarnation of Kali and advent of Krita Yuga. The incarnation of Vishnu, the Supreme Lord and the Guru of all beings, is meant for the protection of the Dharma of holy men and to liberate them from the bondage of karma. He will incarnate as Kalki in the house of a well-known headman of the village of Sambala called Vishnu Yasas. Seated on a very fast horse named Devadatta, Kalki, the Lord of all, endowed with the 8 yogic powers, Astaiswarya, and matchless splendor, will course through the earth at high speed, destroying the countless plunderers parading as kings. When all the evildoers have been slain, the people of towns and villages will have the contact of the fragrant air of the unguents of the body Vasudeva. That will render the minds of all of them very pure. When Vasudeva, the embodiment of strength and purity, is lodged in their hearts, they will procreate issue that are mentally and physically strong. From the time of this incarnation of the worshipful Lord, the Lord of Dharma, Krita Yuga begins and a race of men with Sattva Guna dominating will be generated. When the moon, sun and Jupiter come in a single house with the constellation Pushya, then Krita Yuga begins. I have given you a brief account of the solar and lunar dynasties, past, present and future. From the time of your birth to the coronation of Nanda, there will be a period of 1,115 years. According to some, it is 1,498 years. Whatever constellation is visible at night in the same longitude between Pulaha and Kratu, that is the 2 stars of the Great Bear, Saptarshis, that become visible before dawn. With that constellation, the Great Bear is associated for 100 human years. Now, during your rule, the Great Bear is associated with the constellation Magha. It was during this same period that the most glorious manifestation of Mahavishnu, known as Krishna, left for his divine abode, and Kali entered the world, awakening evil propensities in man. So long as the consort of Shri walked the earth, Kali was not able to bedevil the life of people on earth. It was when the Saptarishis went in the constellation of Magha that the age of Kali, lasting for 1,200 divine years, began. When at the time of the rule of Nanda, Kali moves from the constellation of Magha into that of Purva Shada, the influence of Kali will become more intense and widespread. Knowing one say that the moment Krishna left the earth, from that very moment the age of Kali began. When the age of Kali comes to a close at the end of 1,200 celestial years, men's minds will again develop the power to grasp the truth of the Atman. Then Krita Yuga will begin again. Just as the dynasties of kings descending from the Manu rise and fall in the virtue from age to age, so do the families of Brahmanas, Vaishyas, and Sudras become virtuous and vicious with the change of the yugas. All these great kings are now only names and reputed as legendary figures. There is no trace of their earthly achievements or their progeny left to commemorate them. But Devapi, the brother of Santanu of the lunar dynasty, and Maru of the solar dynasty, were great adepts in yoga and are still living in the village Kalapa. They will come back to the life in the society of men and, commissioned by the Lord, re-establish the Varnashrama Dharma and other dharmas. Living beings who are born in the world in this cycle of 4 ages, known as Krita, Treta, Dwapara, and Kali, will be influenced by the spirit of the ages to which they belong. Life a Vanity Fair. O King, all these kings and others I have spoken of lived on the earth, considering their bodies and possessions as theirs, but in the end had to leave them all and perish. Though known as Rajas, rulers, they ended a worm's dirt or ashes. Those who, identifying themselves with this perishable body, oppress other living creatures, can they be considered as knowing their own interests? For it is hell that awaits them for such conduct. Their sense of identification with this earthly life makes them think, how can I make this whole country, ruled by my ancestors before and by me now, the secure possession of my son, grandson, and others descending in my line? Considering this body constituted of 5 elements as oneself, and the kingdom as their own possession, they lived only to abandon them both in the end when death intervened and forced them to vanish from the scene. Whichever kings once governed the earth by their might have all been reduced by time to mere legendary figures in stories.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sangitayam Dwadasha Skande Dvitiyo Dhyaya Ata Tritiyo Dhyaya. Shri Shuka Uvacha.
7, Chapter 3. How to overcome the evil of Kali. Vanity of the kingly ambitions. Sri Suka said, seeing the ambitious rulers intent on more and more consequent conquest of territories on earth, the earthly deity says mockingly, lo, these kings who are in themselves the mere toys of death, long to subdue me. Vain and fleeting are those objects of desire, on which these rulers, however learned, set their hearts, believing in the permanency of this body, which after all is extremely flimsy and perishable like form. These aggressive kings think, first we shall learn to master our own senses, as no achievement is possibly without it. Next we shall try to win over the diplomacy of ministers, commanders of the army, and the influential subjects of our neighboring kings, and thus removing all obstacles in the way of expanding our power. In this way, we shall little by little conquer the whole land up to the seas as boundary. With their hearts dominating by such ambition, they fail to perceive death, standing near at hand. There are some who are not satisfied with the conquest of the land to the limit of the sea. They seek to cross the sea for conquering our other continents. How petty is the joy of such potential conquests. The real conquest is the conquest of oneself, as it leads to liberation. These slow-witted people now think that this earth, which the Manus and their sons once possessed and ruled for a time only, to leave it behind and go away as they came, can be held by them through conquest. On account of the keen petri craving for land, quarters over ownership of possession arise between father and son, brother and brother, among these unenlightened people, each claiming the whole kingdom as his, fighting with other claimants, and dies for the sake of earth, generating renunciation, the object of accounts of kings. Pitu, Uru Ravas Kadi Nahusha, Bharata Arjuna Mahan Tata Sagara Rama Gavatvanga Tumara Raghu Trina Bindu Yayati Saryati Satanu Gaya Bhagirata Kuvala Yasva Kakutsva Cha Nishada Nriga Hiranyakasipu Viratatra Ravana Numbuchi Sambara Narakasura Hiranyaksha Daraka, these and several other rulers belonging both to the species of men and asuras were all very learned and courageous persons. They were ever the victors and never the vanquished. Still, in spite of all their wisdom, these persons fondly thought of men, the earth, or their kingdom as their own, forgetting that they were all destined to die one day. At last, time has engulfed them, all with their ambitions unfulfilled and achievements but a memory. Their bare names remain to tell the tales. O great King, I have narrated to you the stories of many who love to make their names famous in the lifetime and to pass away and become memory or mere name soon after. These narratives are only the literary devices I have used with the view to instill into you the importance of renunciation and realization. They have no ultimate significance in themselves, or are not to be taken as literal facts. Those who aspire to have pure and undiluted devotion to Krishna should constantly hear about the sin-destroying acts and excellence of Krishna, sung, or chanted, or discouraged upon the great devotees. Let them hear that alone, ever and anon. The Raja said, O worshipful sage, tell me how people living in this age of Kali can safeguard themselves against the increased evils of that age. Tell me about the different ages and the dharmas relating to those ages, about pralaya, dissolution of the universe, and the period of the world manifestation, and about the functioning of the times, which is only Lord Mahavishnu manifest as the controller of everything. Evils of Kali. Sri Sukha said, O King, the dharma observed by people in the Krita Yuga has 4 parts, namely truth, compassion, austerity, and dana, affording protection to all creatures. People then are generally content, compassionate, friendly to all, tranquil, self-controlled, forbearing, impartial, devoted to the spiritual disciplines, and seeking delight in the Atman. In the age of Treta, or 4th of each of the 4 parts of Dharma is destroyed by its opposites untruth, slaughter, discontent, and quarrel. King, in the age of people of the four Varnas, will be devoted to rituals and austerity. They will be neither too cruel nor too attached in life. They will be interested mainly in dharma, artha, and kama. Men will be versed in the Vedas, and the Brahmanical ideas will dominate them. In the Dwapara Yuga, austerity, truth, compassion, and dana will be half overcome by vices opposite to them, namely untruth, slaughter, discontent, and animosity. Dominated by Kshatriyas and Brahmanas, the Varnas will be found of fame, given to elaborate sacrifices, devoted to Vedic study, wealth, joyous, and living the life of householders. In the age of Kali, only one of the four parts of Dharma will prevail. The remaining parts will enfeebled by the forces of Adharma until they are totally overpowered and destroyed by evil of Kali. In the ages of Kali, men will be perverse in the ways of life, merciless, greedy, luckless, and vindictive on silly grounds. Sudras and fisher folk will rank first in the social order. Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas are the three gunas, dispositions of nature, present in all beings. Under the prompting of time, which is the form of Lord, variations take place in the functioning of the gunas. When the mind, intellect, and senses are mostly associated with sattva, then it is Krita Yuga. In this state, man feels keenly interested in spiritual knowledge and in austerity. When interest in dharma, artha, and kama begins to dominate in men, then know that Treta Yuga, characteristics by Rajas, prevails. Apa Yuga, in which Rajas in combination with Tamas will be dominating influence. When disposition, untruth, idleness, sleep, cruelty, sorrow, delusion, fear, and wretchedness prevail, then there is Kali Yuga, which is dominated by Tamas. Under the influence of Kali, man will be dulled and narrow in outlook. Luckless, gluttonous, poverty-stricken, and extremely lustful. Women will become adulterous. Thieves will lead the country. The Veda will be perverted by the atheists. Kings will be mere titans. The twice-born ones will be the fortress of sexuality and gluttony. Brahmacharyans will live contrary to the vows and will have no sense of purity. The householders will cease to give holy alms, but themselves take medicincy. Aesthetics, vaprastas, will begin to be residents of villages, and sannyasins will be greedy in the extreme. Women will be short-statured, gluttonous, highly prolific, shameless, sharp-tongued, and addicted to theft, to crooked ways, and to reckless behavior. Vile men who are no better than cheats will take to trade and business and introduce dishonest practice in buying and selling. Men will adopt prohibited means of livelihood as honorable and righteous, and even when there is no threat of danger in social life. Servants will abandon their masters if they become poor. Though they are endowed with all virtues, and masters will abandon their servants when they fall ill or are in trouble, even if they have for generations become serving them. And cows that have become old and dirty will be disposed of. Abandoning association with parents, brothers, friends, and relations, people transfer their alliance to their associates in sexual matters and spend all of their time in conversation with their sister-in-law and brother-in-law. They will be weak in spiritual and absorbed in sexual affairs. Sudras will pretend to be ascetics, and men are living by receiving gifts. Men who are authorities of a dharma will begin to interpret dharma, sitting on the sacred seats of respected teachers. O king, oppressed by sacred scarcity and heavenly taxation, plagued by failure of rain and want of food, and having none of the amenities of life like clothing, food, drinks, bed, bath, decorations, and enjoyments, men will look like ghosts and ghouls.
For a pretense people will quarrel, abandon all bonds of affection, and fight with the nearest kith and kin until they kill them or they are themselves killed. People will fail to take care of even their own parents, interested in their own food and sexual satisfaction. They will neglect even talented children of theirs. Adoration of the Lord, the panacea for the evils of Kali. O king, carried away by the arguments of aesthetics, men of the age of Kali will not generally adore the worship Achyuta, the father of all the worlds and the objects of worship, even Brahma and other divinities. They will not adore even him whose name saves one from bondage and takes one to the highest goal, if uttered in a mood of helplessness when faced with death or extreme danger or fall from a height. When the worshipful Lord, the Supreme Person, enters into the hearts of people, he destroys all the evil wrought in the minds of Kali through food, place of residence, and sense contacts. By being heard about, hymned about, meditated upon, worshipped, or adored, the Lord enters into the heart of man, and when he so enters, he destroys all the evil tendencies acquired in the course of innumerable lives. It is only when the Lord enters into the heart of spiritual aspirant that all the evil in him is destroyed, just as the discoloration of gold by contact with other substances is removed only by heating it in fire. Learning, austerity, pranayama, kindness to all, pilgrimages, vows, charity, repetition of mantra, one of these can purify the mind root and branch and remove the possibility of a relapse to its old state. It is only the Lord's presence in the heart that can achieve this. Therefore, O King, strive your best to install Keshava in your heart. If you, whose death is near at hand, make your mind concentrated on the Lord now, you can gain the supreme state. The worshipful Lord, the Supreme Being, is the only being that deserves to be contemplated upon by a person threatened with imminent death. For the Supreme Being, who is the soul and support of all, takes unto himself all who entrust themselves to him. Though Kali is the seat of all corruption, it has, O king, got one virtue. For in this age, Kirtana, or the singing of the Lord's excellences and chanting of his name, can by itself efface all attachments from the heart of man and reveal to him the truth. Whatever is attained by one through meditation on the Lord in Krita Yuga, through the sacrificial rite yajna in the Treta Yuga, and ritualistic worship in Dwapara Yuga, all that is obtained by Kirtana alone in the Kali Yuga.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Dvadasaskandhe Tritiyodhyaya Atha Chaturthodhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha.
The four kinds of pralayas. Nemitka pralaya. Sri Shuka said, O king, I have already spoken to you in the third skanda about time from its atomic dimension to the Dvaripada. The length of yuga also has been described there. Now hear about Kalpa and Pralaya, 1,000 Chaturyoga, a time span of 4 yugas. It is said to be a daytime of Brahma. This period is known as Kalpa. In each Kalpa, there will occur 14 Manus, one after another, presiding over their respective period of rule, Manvantara. At the end of Kalpa ensures Brahma's night, when Pralaya, dissolution, lasting for an equal period of 1,000 Chaturyugas, sets in, and all the 3 worlds go into dissolution. This Pralaya is called Namiktya Pralaya, or dissolution due to the specific cause, namely the sleep of Brahma. Mahavishnu, the cause of all the worlds, then withdraws the whole manifested universe into his being, himself resting on Adisha. Then Brahma, the creator, who is born of Vishnu, sleeps in his being for a period equal to his waking life, that is 1,000 Chaturayugas. Prakrita Pralaya. When a Diva Prahata, the full lifespan of Brahma, divided into 2 halves, is over, the 7 all evolutes of Prakriti, namely Mahatattva, Ahamkara, and the 5 Tanmantras, are dissolved into their causal condition. This Pralaya, dissolution, is called Prakriti Pralaya, because the main characteristics evolved are Prakriti and are now dissolved, whereas in Naimiktika Pralaya, only the gross universe formed out of the categories is dissolved, the latter continuing in their discrepancies. The whole cosmic shell now goes into dissolution, when the basis of it, namely the characteristics of the evolutes of Prakriti, resolve into their causal condition at the will of the Lord. O king, preliminary to this cosmic dissolution, Prajanya, the presiding deity of the clouds, will not give any rain for a period of 100 years. There being no food, men will fight among themselves and take to cannibalism until all living beings slowly perish under the onslaught of adverse time. The sun of the Pralaya epoch will dry up by his fierce heat all fluids from the seas, earth, and the bodies of creatures. He will not allow a drop of rain to fall. Then out of Adisha's mouth will come the Pralaya, fire, which, fanned by wind, will burn up all the depopulated nether worlds. The flames of the pralaya fire and the sun would soon reduce the whole of this manifested universe in all its dimensions to the condition of a burning cow dung cake. Next, the pralaya wind will blow fiercely for 100 years, converting the sky into one expanse of smoke-colored dust. Now will appear clouds of many colors and rain without stop for 100 years, filling the quarters with fierce pearls of thunder. All the worlds included in the cosmic shell will be submerged in water. When the whole universe is thus submerged, the special attribute of the earth element, namely smell, is absorbed by water, and with this, earth element itself becomes destroyed by becoming one with water element. Next, the fire element absorbs the special quality of water element, namely taste, and then water, bereft of its special quality of taste, becomes one with the fire element. When the color, rupa, the special property of the fire element, is absorbed by the air element, then fire is dissolved in air. Now the sky element absorbed the special property of the air element, namely touch, and in its consequently dissolved in the sky element. Next, the tamasa aspect of ahankara absorbs sound, the specific property of akasha, and then the akasha element is dissolved in the tamasa aspect of ahankara. Mahatattva absorbs ahankara and is itself absorbed in the disposition of prakriti of the gunas of sattva, rajas, and tamas. O king, directed by time, the unmodified prahada or prakriti absorbs the three gunas of sattva, rajas, and tamas. The divisions of time, like day and night, do not affect changes in prahada, for it is the root cause, beginningless and endless, unmanifest, eternal, and invariable. In that speech, it is not manifest, nor the mind, nor the gunas, nor the evolutes like the mahat. It is devoid of prana, buddhi, senses, deities, and the creative impulse for bringing out the world edifice. The prahadana has neither waking, nor dream, nor deep sleep. It is without 5 elements: sky, water, earth, air, and fire, nor is sun present there. As it baffles comprehension, it is likely to be considered utter unconsciousness and a nihil. But this is not, because it is spoken of as the cause, the root from which everything comes out. The state called the pratikra, pralaya, is the dissolution of everything in prakriti purusha, when all the creative powers weaken under the onslaught of time. Atikyara prayala or moksha, the intellect and the senses on one hand, and the objects grasped by them on the other, are nothing but consciousness, which forms their substrum. The world of objects, having an origin and an end, in transitory, and cannot therefore have ultimacy. Next, as objects seen cannot be separated from unconsciousness and shown to exist separately by themselves, they have no independent existence apart from consciousness. So all the objects seen are not real in an absolute sense. Light, eyesight, and forms, which go together, have no existence in themselves apart from the universal light. In the same way, the intellect, senses, and their objects have no separate existence apart from the cause, namely pure consciousness, which is always the opposite of the false and is ever existent. The states of waking, dream, and sleep are states of the buddhi, intellect, the perception of the many as the Vishva, Tyajas, and Prajanya in all-pervading self is only the effect of Maya. Being a combination of parts, this world has no preeminence, just as clouds appear in the sky now and disappear the next moment. So, this universe appears and disappears in Brahman. It is admitted that in the wholes made of parts, the true entity is the parts. For the parts can be seen even when the wholes and the dismembered with the wholes are never seen, except in the presence of the parts, as in the case of cloth and its thread, that is, in a piece of cloth. The threads constituting it can exist apart from the cloth, but the cloth cannot exist apart from the threads. Thus, the world, which is an effect, cannot exist apart from Brahman, but Brahman exists even without the world. Whatever is seen mutually interdependent as cause and effect, and cannot be seen independently in separation, all that is due to dissolution. This is the case with all objects having a beginning and an end.
Though the world manifestation is experienced, it cannot be conceived at all in separation from the all-pervading
self. It is consciousness that reveals it, and without that revealing consciousness, its existence is inconceivable. To conceive it as existing in separation lands one only in the conception of it as self-luminous like the Atman. There is no manifoldness in the Supreme Truth. He who holds there is manifoldness in him is an ignorant man. Manifoldness is in the adjuncts in which the reality is apprehended as the sky in different pots of sun, in several reflectors, and of air within oneself and without. Just as the one substance gold is for the practical purpose of life, wrought into many kinds of ornaments like kataka and kundala, in the same way, the one supreme being who is beyond the powers of the senses to perceive is interpreted and described in many ways by words drawn from ordinary life and from the Vedas. The clouds which are produced from the sun and are lighted by the sun can obstruct sight, which is a power derived from the sun. Here it is seen how one effect of a substance can be obstructed by another effect of the same substance. In the same way, the eye sense, which is derived from Brahman and which is also revealed by Brahman, can itself be an obstruction for the jiva, which is a part of Brahman, in realizing his own nature of being a part of Brahman. When the clouds which are born of the sun's heat get scattered, then the eye sees the sun, who is the source of eyesight. In the same way, when the eye sense, ahamkara, the adjunct of the Atman, is shattered by philosophic reflection, then the Atman realizes his nature as one with the Supreme Being. When the knot of the eye sense, which is the limiting adjunct of the Atman and effect of the Lord's Maya, is cut asunder with the sword of knowledge, then the jiva comes to have the consciousness that he is one with Achyuta. This destruction of ignorance and attainment of liberation is called Atyantika pralaya, nitya pralaya. Some subtle thinkers say that all beings from Brahma downward have origination and dissolution, pralaya, every moment. One is led to infer from the observation of constant change in a flowing stream or burning flame that the bodies of beings subject to the flow of time stream are also passing through births and deaths every moment. But just like the movement of the stars in the heaven, one fails to note this continuous process of decay and renewal going on in the body by the action of time, which is a manifestation of the divine, without beginning or end. I have thus spoken to you of 4 types of pralaya: nitya, daily; naimittika, occasional; prakrita, total; and atyantika, final. Such is the course of time, the glory of the Bhagavata. O the noblest of Kurus, I have thus briefly discoursed to you about the sportive manifestation of Narayana, the home of all beings, the supreme creator of the worlds. To describe them in detail is beyond the capacity of Brahma even. For man who is scorched in the forest fire of the threefold misery of transmigratory existence, samsara, and feels the urge to get across this sea of life, there is no better boat available than the pious listening to the exposition of the accounts of the Lord's sportive manifestations and excellences. This book of ancient wisdom was communicated by the Rishi Narayana to sage Narada, who in turn instructed sage Krishna, Dvaipanaya, in it. O king, out of his abundant love, that sage, also known as Padarayana, transmitted to me, his son, this great text of the Bhagavata, which is equal to the Veda itself. O the noblest of Kurus, this Sutta, who is sitting in our midst, will in future narrate the Bhagavata at Naimisharanya, at a long-drawn satra, on being questioned by Sonaka and other rishis.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanghitayam Dwadasha Skande Chaturto Dhyaya.
Sri Sukha Uvacha. Last words of Sri Sukha. The Atma is deathless. Sri Sukha said, in this Bhagavata is described again and again the worshipful Sri Hari, the soul and substance of all that exists. Sri Hari, from whose creative world Brahma originated and from whose destructive urge Rudra arose. O king, abandon the feeling that you are going to die, a feeling that befits only animals. For the real you are not like the body, a previously non-existent thing now come into being. The real you did not descend like a son from a father, or like a tree from a seed generated by a being who is himself originated. You are, on the other hand, like the fire, which, though seen in association with wood, is not its product and is entirely different from it. In the dream, one can experience one's work decapitation. Physical death in the waking state is on par with it. The Atma, who is not only with the body, but only its witness, is not affected by death. He is unoriginated and deathless. When a pot is destroyed, the sky enclosed by it becomes one with the universal, unparticularly When the body perishes through jnana, the jiva becomes one with Brahman.
The Atman and the embodied being. It is mind that creates all the adjuncts limiting the Atman, like the bodies, subtle and physical, qualities and karmas. And Maya, the Lord's power, is what brings this mind into being. And because of the mind, man has this entanglement in the cycle of birth and death. A light is a light, so long as there is a mutual relationship through contact between oil, its receptacle, the wick, and the flame. The transmigratory existence of the jiva is like that. A situation arising from the combination of several factors. Being a modification of sattva, rajas, and tamas, the constituents of prakriti, samsara is a state of constant flux. In this process of birth and death, as the embodied being, the Atman is never born and never dies too. Birth and death apply only to the body, the adjunct of the Atman in embodiment. The Atman, on the other hand, is the self-conscious witness, beyond what is gross or subtle, the support of everything, like the Akasha, changeless, endless, and incomparable.
The triumph of the Spirit. O noble one, in this way, through discriminative intelligence and constant contemplation on the Lord, grasp the truth of the Atma amidst its junction of body-mind. In this truth of the Atma is grasped, the serpent Takshaka will not consume you under the prompting of the sage's son. The causes that bring about death will not even touch you, who are one with the Lord, and verily the death of death himself. I am Brahman, the transcendent effulgence. Brahman, the terminal state, am I. For you who constantly practice this communion of the individual self with the universal undivided self in a non-dual attitude, of what consequence is the Takshaka lolling his tongue and belching poison? For everything, this Takshaka, his poison, your own body, and the whole manifested world will have no existence for you apart from Brahman. Oh dear one, whatever you wanted to know about the workings of the all-form Sri Hari that I have imparted to you, now established in the self. Is there any more question remaining to be answered?
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanghitayam Dwadasha Skande Brahmo Padesho Nama Pankchamo Dhyaya Ata Shashto Dhyaya Sutta Uvacha. Salvation of Parikshit and after. Parikshit's illumination and Suka's departure. Sutta said, hearing these words of Shuka, Vyasa's offspring, who is ever established in the experience of the Atman in everything, Raja Parikshit approached him, placed his feet on his own head, and spoke to him with palms joined in salutation. The Raja said, I have indeed achieved my highest end in life by being the object of your blessing. From your mouth I have been able to hear about the greatness and excellences of Sri Hari, the infinite without birth or death. It is no wonder that such saintly ones as you, whose minds are always devoted to Achyuta, bless and console the ignorant who are afflicted by the woes of worldly life. I have been blessed enough to hear from you this Purana, which is entirely devoted to the description of the excellences of the worshipful Lord of sanctifying faith. O Holy One, for me who have attained the Brahmic state of bliss beyond all fear through your instruction, Takshaka and other spectres of death hold fear no more. O Holy One, bless me so that I may breathe my last with my senses ingathered, with the mind freed from all its store of desires, and with my vital energies concentrated exclusively on the Supreme Lord. The reign of ignorance and its results has ceased for me forever by my firm establishment in the knowledge and experience as the Spirit, that state of blessedness which is the Lord, through the instructions imparted by you. Sutta said, saying so, the king Parikshit worshipped the sage Shuka, who blessed him and then departed along with the other ascetics. As for the Rajarshi Parikshit, he sat there motionless like a tree, having made the mind ingathered, concentrated and absorbed in the Paramatman by the exercise of the controlling power of the Buddhi. He was seated facing north on the banks of the Ganga, on a seat of darba grass spread with their tips towards the east. Free from all doubts and all attachments, the great yogi that he was, he sat there fully absorbed in the experience of the unity of the self with Brahman.
Takshaka bites the king. Now the serpent, Takshaka, impelled by the incensed Brahmana boy, went towards the king at an opportune moment to kill him. On the way, he met Kashyapa, a Brahmana who was an expert in treating victims of snake poison. Presenting much wealth to that expert in treating snake poison, Takshaka managed to win him over and send him away from the scene. Being capable of taking any form, he took the form of a Brahmana in order to disarm all suspicion, and approaching the king, inflicted the fatal bite on him. At once, even as all assembled people were looking on, the body of the Rajashri, who was united in spirit with Brahman, was reduced in a flash to ashes by the fiery poison of the serpent. On the earth, in the sky, and in all quarters, the distress cry of alas reverberated. Devas, Asuras, and man stood wonder-struck and immobilized. The celestial then sounded kettle drums, the Gandharvas sang, and the Devas showered flowers, crying hail.
We come to the significant part in the scripture where the king Raja Parikshit reaches Mahasamadhi. So if you can all please stand up. and I will ask Harini Ben to sound the Shanti part.
Om Deo Shanti Antariksham Shanti Prithvi Shanti Apaha Shanti Oshadayah Shanti Vanaspatayah Shanti Vishvedeva Shanti Brahma Shanti Sarvam Shanti Shanti Reva Shanti Sama Shanti Redhi Om Shanti Shanti Shanti
Now rest for a few moments in the deep peace of the Supreme Param Atman. Om Tat Sat. Thank you. We continue with verse 16.
Serpent sacrifice of Janamajaya. Janamajaya, the son of Parikshit, incensed at the killing of his father by Takshaka, organized with the help of several priests a great serpent sacrifice, in which he offered oblations of a large number of serpents in the fire. At the sight of the innumerable great serpents perishing in the flaming sacrificial fire, Takshaka got terribly frightened about his own impending fate and took refuge with Indra. Not seeing Takshaka among the serpents that were being sacrificed, Janamajaya, the son of Parikshit, asked the priests, "How is it that Takshaka, that scoundrel of a serpent, is not yet burnt?" The priests replied, "O great king, he has taken shelter with Indra, and Indra is protecting him. As Indra has immobilized him, he is not coming near and falling in the fire." Thereupon, Janamajaya said, "Revered sirs, then why not attract Indra himself, together with Takshaka, into the fire?" So the priests attracted by willpower Takshaka along with Indra, commanding, "O Takshaka, come and fall immediately in the fire together with Indra, the lord of the Maruts." At this harsh summons of the priests, Indra, to his great consternation, found himself moving along with his celestial mansion, and Takshaka towards where he was called. Seeing Indra falling from the sky with his mansion and Takshaka, Brihaspati, the son of Angiras, said to Janamajaya, "O king, you will not be able to kill the serpent. He has taken nectar, amrita, which frees one from old age and death. Life, death, and one's state hereafter are determined for all by one's past karma. So a man's happiness or unhappiness is not caused by another person, but by oneself only. It is only because of their own prarabdha, the inescapable part of karma in operation, that men meet with death, though outwardly it may appear as caused by snakebite, fire and lightning, or by hunger, thirst, and disease. Therefore, O king, stop this rite, which is of the nature of black magic, meant for causing death. Large numbers of innocent serpents have already been burnt. No doubt, all that happens to living beings, including these serpents, is due to their past actions.
Suta's reflections. Suta said, respecting the words of the sage Brihaspati, King Janamejaya stopped the sacrifice and honored the sage. It is the inscrutable power of Vishnu, the Mahamaya, that prompts jivas, in spite of all of them being only his parts, to fight among themselves through the overpowering and insurmountable seizure by passions like anger, which are the results of the working of Prakriti. The way to overcome this is to realize the self as described. Maya, which distorts the understanding of the ego-centered man, retreats and disappears when the spiritual aspirants begin to make inquiry about the real nature of the self. It is then found that there is no real place in him for all the disputations concerning Maya and its presence in him. In him there is no place for the mind with its power of sankalpa, willing, and vikalpa, doubting. In him there is no distinguish between the creator and the created, and no consequences following this distinction. Nor is there in him the jiva as the eye sense, which is bound up with these above distinctions. There is no place in him for the sublater and the sublated. In this self, the sage should reside, eliminating the ego and all other distracting factors. That is said to be the supreme state of Vishnu, which is intuited in their heart by those who reject all physical and mental modification as not self, overcome the wrong notion of the body and the ego being self, and come to entertain love for him to the exclusion of everything else. They attain to the supreme state of Vishnu who are able to overcome the notion of one's body being oneself and to eliminate the sense of possession with regard to all material belongings. Insult not others, and bear with patience the insult from others. Let not the love of one's own body be the cause of antagonism to others. Salutation to the worshipful Lord Krishna, Vyasa Dvayapyana, whose intellectual powers no barrier can limit, whose grace has enabled me to learn this text.
The philosophy of sound and the origin of the Veda. Saunaka said, O Holy One, into how many recensions did the great propagators of Vedic learning, Pila and other disciples of Vyasa, divide the Vedas? Please tell us about this. Suta said, O learned one, while Brahma was wrapped in meditation on Brahman, unarticulated sound, nada, originated in the space of his heart. It was like the sound which one hears when the orifices of the ears are closed. By meditating on that inarticulate sound originating in the heart, the yogis are purified of all their dross in its three aspects of Adibhuta, Adhyatma, and Adideva, and they attain to the state beyond rebirth. From that inarticulate sound arose the sound symbol Om, having its three syllables of A, U, and Ma. Its origin cannot be traced. Om is the indicating sound of the Supreme Being known as the Brahman, Paramatma, and the Bhagavan. He who hears this inarticulate Omkara, Spota, even when there is no organ of hearing as in sleep, is the Supreme Being Brahman and not the Jiva, because it is heard without the help of any organ of hearing. The Jiva can hear only with the organ of hearing. It is this inarticulate Omkara revealed in the space of the heart by the Atman that forms the source of the whole body of articulate sounds. This Omkara is the revealer of its own source, the all-pervading Paramatman. It is the subtle essence of all Vedic mantras. It is for this reason the seed eternal of the whole Veda. O scion of Brigu's line, it has got there syllables A, U, and Ma, forming the support of the triads of existence like Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, Rik, Yajas, and Sama, the three worlds, Bhuloka, Bhuvarloka, and Swarloka, and the three states of waking, dream, and sleep. Out of Om, Brahma created the body of spoken sound, grouped as the Antashtas, Ya, Ra, La, and Wa, and the Ushmas, Sha, Sha, Sa, and Ha, the Swaras, beginning with A, the Sparshas, consisting of letters from Ka to Ma, the Hraswas, and the Dirghas. Out of all these sounds, the all-powerful Brahma, desirous of the welfare of all, gave out the four Vedas through his four faces, along with the Vyahritis and the articulate Omkara, so that the Vedic sacrifices performed by the four priests may come into vogue in the world. Brahma imparted the Veda to his sons, like Marichi, who became authorities on the subject. These Vedic teachers, in turn, imparted it to their sons. It was propagated through the 4 yugas by the austere and disciplined disciples of these early rishis, until at the close of the Dwapara Yuga, the rishis divided the Veda into different parts.
Division into Rik, Sama, Yajus, and Atharva. With the passage of time, seeing that men were becoming short-lived, weak, and dull in intellect, the Brahmashis divided the Vedas into branches as prompted by the Lord within. O Holy One, in this period of Manu Vaivashta's rule, the omnipotent Lord, the cause of all causes, being requested by Brahma and the guardian deities of the world to safeguard Dharma, incarnated himself as the son of Parasara and Satyavati by a part of the Sattva potency of his divine Maya. Just as a collection of precious gems are divided into groups according to their kind, he separated the collocations of Rik, Atharva, Yajus, and Sama chants and made them into 4 texts. Vyasa, of great foresight, summoned his 4 disciples and imparted 1 Veda Samhati, collection of mantras, to each. The first, consisting of collection of Rik passages, Bhavricha, was entrusted to the disciple Pela, while the Yojas, a text mainly in prose, Nigada, was imparted to the disciple Vaishampayana. The texts of Samans, sung accordingly to the appropriate meter, Chachandoga, was taught to Jaimini, while the disciple Samantu was instructed in Atharvana, texts known as Atharvanagirasi. Dividing his text into 2, Paila taught it to his 2 disciples, Indrapramiti and Bhashkala. Bhashkala divided the text into 4 and imparted the same to his 4 disciples, Bodhya, Yajnavalkya, Parasara, and Agnimitra. Indrapramiti taught his text to his learned son, Mandukya. His disciple Devamitra transmitted the text to Sobhari and others. Sakalya, the son of Mandukya, divided his text into 4 and imparted each to his 5 disciples, Vatsya, Madgala, Salyaya, Gokhulya, and Sisirya. Sakulya's disciple Jatukanya divided his text into 3 and imparted each of them to his disciples Balaka, Paija, Vethala, and Viraja. Besides, he originated a branch of study called Nirukta, which provides explanations of the Vedic words. The son of Bhashakala, mentioned earlier, edited his text called Valakilya, which is a selection from all branches of Vedic learning that taught it to Balayana, Bhajya, and Kasara. The text mentioned before and studied by listening attentively to these devotions of Vedic chants, one is freed from all sins.
Origin of Taittiriya recensions. Why Sampayana had Charaka and others like Advaryu as his disciples. Charaka got that name because he undertook to perform on his teacher's behalf the rites for the expiation of the sin of Brahmahatya. At this, another disciple of Vaisampayana named Yajnavalkya said in a contemptuous tone, "These are but trifles, yielding precious little fruits and not worth speaking about. I can undertake much more difficult observances." The teacher was annoyed at these conceited words and said to Yajnavalkya, "Enough of the discipleship of one like you who insults teachers in this way. You get away from here, casting out whatever you have learned from me." Thereupon, Yajnavalkya, the son of Devarata, spat out of his mouth all the mantras of the Yajus that he had learned and went away. Afterwards, wise sages saw these Yajus mantras lying scattered. Attracted by these, they assumed the form of small birds, titiris or partridges, and swallowed them. So this recension of the Yajus mantras of great charm came to be known as the Taittiriya branch of the Yajur Veda.
And Madhyantina recensions. Next, Yajnavalkya, seeking for Vedic chants not known even to his guru, adored the sun deity and prayed thus. Yajnavalkya said, Om, salutations to the Supreme Lord as Surya Narayana, sun. Like the sky that is everywhere, thou pervadest all the four types of beings, from Brahma down to the blade of grass as the Atman within. And as time, thou art manifest in the form of the year, which with its various parts like Shana, Lava, Nimisha, etc. Thou pervadest outside of everything and unobstructed by any adjunct. Thou drawest up surplus water by thy rays and releases it when necessary as rain, and thou dost keep the world going. This passage refers to the adorableness of the sun indicated in the first foot of the Gayatri as Savitra Varyanam. O Supreme Divinity, Surya Narayana, O thou disturb all sun as well as its consequent suffering and its cause, ignorance. In those who adore thee according to the Vedic commandments during the 3 sandhyas at sunrise, mid-noon and sunset. O thou, pure brilliance, we meditate on thee in that luminous orb of thine. Yes, explain the meaning of the second pada of the Gayatri, Bhargo Devasya Dhima. We adore the divine affluence. We meditate on thee, the Surya Narayana, who as the indweller in beings activates the insentient adjuncts of the Jiva, embodied beings. Like the mind, senses and the pranas, and prompts them to activity from within. This shows the meaning of the third fruit of the Gayatri, Dhyoyana Prachodayat. May he stimulate our intellect. Seeing the whole world reduced to a state of corpse-like inertness in the fierce mouth of the serpent of blinding darkness of ignorance, thou, the merciful Surya Narayana, moved by sympathy for the worlds, rouses them by thy very look and prompts them every day for their own ultimate good, consisting in being established in their spiritual nature as the Atman. This is further elaboration of the third fruit of Gayatri. As thou cursest the world like a great king, striking terror into the hearts of the forces of evil, standing in groups here and there, in thy path all the guardian deities greet thee with offerings of arghya in palms cupped like lotus buds. Therefore I seek shelter at thy feet, worshipped even by the great Lord of the 3 realms. For being instructed in mantras of yajas unknown to anyone in the authentic form. Sutta said, being thus hymned and propitiated, the Lord Surya Narayana appeared in the form of a horse and imparted to him Yaju mantras unknown to anyone. That versatile sage, Yajnavalkya, divided the limitless body of Yaju mantras into 15 recensions. These recensions, known as Vajasanis, derived from the mane of the horse or obtained from the speedy one were studied by priestly line known as Kanvas and Madhyadinas.
Sama hymns. Jaimini, the expert in Sama hymns, had a son, Sumantu, and a grandson, Sunwan. Jaimini imparted a recension of Sama to each of them. Susurma, the highly talented disciple of Jaimini, made 1,000 recensions collected from the tree of Sama Vedai. Next, his disciples, Hiranyaba of the Kosala country and Paushyanji, as also another disciple belonging to the land of Avanti, mastered these Sama mantras. These three, Hiranyaba, Paushyanji, and the disciple from Avanti, had 500 disciples from the northern country as chanters of Sama hymns. Among them were some Easterners also. Lao Gakshi, Mangali, Kulya, Kushida, and Kukshi were the 5 disciples of Paushyanji, who mastered 100 collection of texts each. Another disciple of Hiranyanaba, named Krita, imparted 24 collections of texts to his disciples. The disciple from Avanti, a person with great mastery of the mind and senses, imparted the other recensions to his disciples. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanghitayam Dwadasha Skande Vedashas Shakya Pranayam Nama Shashto Dhyaya Ata Saptamo Dhyaya.
Skanda 12, Chapter 7. Characteristics of the Puranas. Atharva Veda. Sutta said, Sumantu, who was an expert in the Atharva Veda, taught this Veda to his disciple Kabanda. Kabanda divided this collection into 2 recessions and taught each of his 2 disciples Patya and Veda Darsha. Veda Darsha had 4 disciples named Sakluyam, Brahma Bali, Modosha, and Pipalayam, and he divided his collection into 4 for these disciples. Patiya disciples, O king, were Kumuda and Sunaka, besides Jajali, who was an expert in the Atharva Patya, divided his collections amongst these. Babru and Sandhu Vayana, the disciples of Angiras, learned both these recessions. So also did their disciples like Savarni learn both the recessions. The principal acharyas of the Atharva Veda are Naksha, Trakalpa, Santi, Kashyapa, Angirasa, and others. Now hear about the authorities on the Puranas. Puranas and their characteristics. Trayaruna, Kasyapa, Sarvama, Akri Avarna, Vashyam Payana, and Harirata are the authorities on Puranas. First, Veda Vyasa made 6 collections and imparted them to my father, Roma Harshana. It was from my father that the aforesaid 6 sages, Trayaruni and others, learnt 1 collection each. Ugrasalvas became a disciple of each of these and learned all the collections. Kasyapa, myself, Savarni, and Parasurama's disciples, Akrita Vrana, these four of us learned the original four collections from the disciples of Vyasa. Now, O learned one, hear the characteristics of a Purana as determined by the Brahma Rishis in the light of the Veda and other scriptures. Learned men define a Purana as having the following 10 as their characteristics theme. These are Sarga, Visarga, Vritti, Raksha, Manvantaras, Vamsas, Vamasanucharita, Samstha, Hetu, and Apasraya. Some making a distinction among the Puranas as the major, Mahapurana, and the minor, Upa Purana. Speak of these 10 themes as of Mahapurana and give the characteristics of the latter as 5. Sarga, Pratisarga, Vamsa, Manvantara, and Vama Sunacharita. Sarga is the protection due to the loss of equilibrium of the gunas of Prakriti, of Mahatattva, the 3 kinds of Ahankara, Tanmatras, Indriyas, Devas, and Panchabhutas. The continuous flow, like seed from seed, of world system of conscious and unconscious entities out of the above mentioned categories as empowered by the Lord and as influenced by tendencies acquired in previous cycles is called Visarga. For living beings that move, motionless objects, and other beings that move form vritti, or source of livelihood. In this system, what man adopts as livelihood by natural adaptation or out of desire or out of scriptural sanctions is denoted by the term vritti. Raksha, or protection, is the divine sport of the Lord as incarnation in every yuga, among subhuman creations, men, rishis, and devas. Through that, the protection of the world and the destruction of evil ones is accomplished. Manvantara is the epoch of a Manu or patriarch, during which joint action is taken by the Manu, the sons of the Manu, Devas, Indras, Saptarishis, and the partial divine incarnation of the age, or the welfare of the worlds. Vamsa is the genealogy of pious royal lines born of Brahma, embracing the past, present, and future, and Vamsa Nucharita is the account of important kings born in such lines. Samstha is the pralaya, or dissolution of the worlds into the elements by the forces of nature. It is of 4 types: the Naimitika, Prakrita, Nitya, and Anyatika. Hetu, or the cause of creation, is Jiva, who is subject to desire and karma arising from ignorance. He is termed by some as Anusayi, or consciousness enjoying the tendencies generated by karma, and by some others as Avyakrita, or the unmanifest. Both mean the same, the first stressing on the consciousness aspect and the other on the material. The Apsaraya, or the refuge, is Brahman, who is the substratum that persists in the changing mental modes of waking, dreaming, and sleep caused by the powers of Maya, and who exists apart from those modes as the furthest limit of negation. When these modes are eliminated in Samadhi. The Apsarya is the Sachidananda Parabrahma. He is the support of all, just as mud and other material persist through all their conditions as effect, like pot and the like. And when all those conditions cease, he continues to exist as the original substance, just as pure being subsists through all the changing names and forms. So he exists from the conception to the death of an embodied being as the witness through all modifications and as the supporting residue when all changes cease. When the mind ceases to take the three modes of waking, dream and sleep naturally or through the practice of yoga, then that modeless state is able to intuit its substratum and get rid of involvement in samsara, the field of karma. The enumeration of the Puranas. The sages who knew the ancient tradition speak of 18 Puranas, big and small, having the above-mentioned features. These are Brahma Purana, Padma Purana, Vishnu Purana, Siva Purana, Linga Purana, Garuda Purana, Narada Purana, Bhagavata Purana, Agni Purana, Skanda Purana, Bhavishya Purana, Brahma Neva Artha Purana, Markandeya Purana, Varaha Purana, Matsya Purana, Kurma Purana, and Brahmananda Purana. O learned one, I have now finished describing to you the work of the disciples and grand disciples of Veda Vyasa, consisting in dividing the Vedas into various recessions. One's spiritual aura is enhanced hearing this.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Dwadasho Skande Saptamodhyaya Atha Ashtamodhyaya Shonika Uvacha.
Skanda 12, Chapter 8. The Greatness of Markandeya. Story of Markandeya. Saunaka said, O Sutta, O Holy One, may you live long, may you, the most accomplished among exponents of sacred law, be pleased to tell us more about the Lord's excellences and sportive actions. To men who are groveling in the limitless darkness of ignorance, you show what is beyond the limit of that darkness by the light of knowledge. Markandeya, the son of Mekunda, is believed to have endless life, even when all beings perished at the end of the last kalpa. It is said that he survived. How do you explain this? In this kalpa, he has been born in our family as an ornament of the Brigu clan. There has been no pralaya in this kalpa to verify the truth of this immortality of Markandeya. It is said that when everything was swallowed in the waters of the pralaya, he was floundering in that ocean all alone, and that he, in the course of it, saw a wondrous infant in human shape, lying on a banyan leaf and floating over the pralaya waters. O Sutta, we feel very doubtful about this. We are also keenly interested in knowing the truth about these incidents. O great yogin, you are an expert in Purana. Deign to dispel our doubt. Sutta said, O sage, the question you have put is of universal benefit, as it would help to free the world from the delusion in which it is groveling. For the answer to it lies in the narration of the glories and actions of the Lord, which destroyed evil effects of the age of Kali. Markandeya was born and brought up receiving all the purificatory sacraments of the twice-born ones. He learned the Vedas from his father, observing austerity and the rules of Dharma, and practicing daily recitals of the Vedas. He observed unbroken continence, wore matted blocks, tree bark, antelope skin, girdle of kusa grass and sacred thread, carried a staff, water vessel, and a rosary of beads, and for the enhancement of his spiritual merit, worshipped Sri Hari at sunrise and sunset in fire, the sun, the teacher, holy men, and the self. Every day he collected food by alms, offered it to the teacher, ate of it silently when permitted by him, and observed fast when not so permitted. Observing austerities thus and practicing the recital of the Vedas, he worshipped the Lord for an unimaginably vast number of years and was thus able to conquer the unconquerable death. Brahma, Bhrigu, Sri Parameshwara, Daksha Prajapati, the other Prajapatis born of Brahma, men, devas, pitras, and all other beings were surprised to note this conquest of death. With all the impurities of the mind destroyed by the observance of continence, austerities, Vedic studies, and self-control, this great yogi, the ken of the senses.
Tapas. A long period of 6 manvantras passed with this great yogi, immersed in meditation with a concentrated mind. As the austerity of Markandeya entered the 7th manvantra, the Indra of that period became jealous of him out of fear that he might take over the Indraship, ousting him from that place. So in order to entice him away from his austere vows, Indra sent Gandharvas, Apsaras, Kama, Cupid, Vasanta and Malaya breeze, besides greed and pride, the offspring of Rajas. They went to the ashrama of Markandeya in the northern valley of the Himalayas, where flowed the river Pushpabhadra, beside the famous rock Chitra, lined with the shady trees and creepers, and dotted with lakes of crystalline water. That ashrama was a very sacred place inhabited by large numbers of holy men. There the musical humming and inebriated honeybees and the sweet cooing of excited kokilas delighted one's ear, while one's eyes feasted on the sight of dancing peacocks and flocks of birds in heat. There blew a gentle breeze, cooled by the droplets from ice-cold waterfalls and sweetened by the embrace of fragrant flowers, exciting love in the hearts of men. The vernal season now set in, and with her evening sky decorated with tilaka of the rising moon, and with her thick growth of trees and creepers loaded with sprouts and flowers, bunches embracing one another with their arm of leafy branches on all sides, leading the community of Apsara women. Kama now arrived there, equipped with his bow and of flowers, and followed by a vanguard of Gandharvas playing on musical instruments. These emissaries of Indra saw Markandeya there sitting with eyes closed in meditation before the sacrificial fire after he had finished offering the oblations. He looked like the fire deity embodied, so forbiddingly lustrous he was. The women now danced before him, and musicians sang, and the instrumentalists played delightfully on mrindangas, veenas, and panavas. Kama aimed at him his 5-pronged arrow, having thinning, inflaming, deluding, heating, and inebriating as its 5 heads. Simultaneously, Indra's emissaries like the spring season and the passions of the heart joined him in the effort to divert the mind of the sage. Panjikashtali, an Apsara woman, began playing with a ball. She seemed to be bending at the waist due to the weight of her bosom. The flower garlands in her hair were falling as the locks got dishevelled, pursuing the movements of the ball. Her eyeballs were rolling hither and thither in quick succession. Just then her girdle loosened, and the breeze carried away her thin wearing cloth. Considering that the opportune moment to conquer the sage, Kama released his arrows at him, but it was all in vain, like the efforts of a man without the backing of divine grace. In retaliation for the persecution to which they subjected the sage, the aura of the spiritual power in him threatened to burn them up, and like children who have roused up a sleeping serpent, they had to run away before that power. But wonder of wonders, in spite of these persecutions of Indra's emissaries, there was not the least egoistic reaction like anger in the sage. Though this is surprising in ordinary man, it is not so in such high-souled ones. As for Indra, he felt completely crestfallen to note the discomfiture for his emissaries, was wonderstruck at the spiritual power of the sage. Appearances of Narayana. In order to bless that sage who was constantly communing with him through the practice of austerity, of Vedic study, and of meditation, Sri Hari appeared before him in the form of the divine Narayana. In complexion one was fair and in the other dark, possessing eyes like fresh lotus petals, endowed with 4 arms, wearing on their tall frame a deer skin, a tree bark, and a 3-stringed sacred thread, having in hand the holy kusa rings, pavrita, a water pot, a straight stuff of bamboo, a rosary of lotus beads, a whisk cloth to drive away insects, and a fistful of kusa grass symbolizing the Veda. These two ascetics, who were worshipped even by celestials, looked like the very embodiment of austerity that shone like a streak of lightning in the brilliancy of its yellow radiance. On seeing the form of rishis, Narayana, who were the embodiment of the Supreme Lord, Markandeya arose from his seat and with great respect and devotion made a full prostration, laying his body like a stick at their feet. The vision of the divine forms filled his heart with bliss, which was reflected in his body, senses, and mind as supreme peace, with horripilation all over the body and tears overflowing from the eyes. Even his vision of the rishis was blurred. Getting up from the floor, holding palms joined in humble salutation, and advancing as it were to embrace them in a fit of ecstatic love, he cried out with faltering voice to those divine beings, "Salutations to thee, salutations again and again." He seated them, washed their feet, and adored them with unguents, incense, and wreaths of flowers. Markandeya's hymn. Again prostrating before those divine sages who were now seated at ease and who looked happy and comfortable, Markandeya said as follows. Markandeya said, "O all-pervading one, how can I describe thy greatness? Thou art the power that stirs and guides the life principle in all beings, including Brahma, Padmeshwara, and myself too, and in accordance with thy prompting do thy speech, senses, and the mind of all these beings function. Though thou art thus the supreme power controlling everything, thou art also the dearest friend and lover of all, resign themselves to thee. This twin form of thine as Narayana, has been assumed by thee, just like that of other well-known incarnations as fish, tortoise, etc., for the protection of the world, for relief of suffering, and for the redemption of jivas. Not only art thou thus the protecting, redeeming Lord, but also the power who, like a spider, projects the whole manifested universe from thyself and withdraws it into thyself without any effort. I adore the feet of that being, the Supreme Lord of all that moves and moves not, by resigning to which the jiva is not affected by the stain of karma, the gunas and time, and for attaining which condition the sages who now know the purport of the Veda practice disciplines like hymning, prostrating, worshipping, and meditating. For man who finds the spectre of death wherever he goes, he finds no other means of welfare than being offered at thy feet. At the end of two paradas, time, thy manifestation engulfs even Brahma. What then to speak of other embodied beings who are the creatures of Brahma? I therefore adore thee, the truth world, the enlightened and the transcendent, abandoning attachments to the body and allied factors which hide one's spiritual glory and are vain, unsubstantial, mortal, and only a name. Thy votary gets on all he seeks. O Lord, thou the nearest of my kith and kin. Though thine alone are all these sportive works with the gunas of Prakriti, consisting in creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe, it is only thy sport assuming the sattva aspect of Prakriti that is contributive to the peace of liberation. Thy sporting expressions through rajas, tamas, do not do so. They, on the other hand, cause sorrow, delusion, and fear in man. Therefore it is, O Lord, that wise man adore this thy attractive form of Narayana, and of thy devotees as being constituted of pure sattva. For great devotees speak of the Supreme Person as identical with pure sattva. The realm of Vaikuntha is formed of sattva, and it is in sattva that the state of fearlessness and bliss is experienced. Salutations to thee, the worshipful Lord of all divine majesty, the Supreme Person, the Supreme Deity, and the Supreme Teacher, who art unlimited, who art the All, who art incarnated as the twin Rishi, Narayana, the perfect ascetic and the perfect man in one, who art the propagator of the Vedas, who art the master of the sense powers like speech, and who art ever pure because of the absence of the sense of agency and enjoyership. Thou art present in the controller of one's senses, prana, the intellect, and all objects of perception, yet so long as thy maya clouds the mind, that sense-bound mind is capable of knowing only the gross sense objects and not thee. But that same mind, when enlightened by the Veda revealed by thee, the universal teacher, comes to have an intuitive and immediate understanding of thee. Through the Veda, that intuitive knowledge revealing the self can be had. Without its aid, the striving for an understanding of him by all the sages, including Brahma, is vain search. I salute thee, the Mahapurusha, who revealest thyself no doubt through all the conceptions of thee according to the different philosophies and theologies, but whose real nature is hidden from all by the body-mind combination mistakenly called the self. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramhamsyam Samhitayam Dvadashaskande Ashtamodhyaya Atha Navamoskandhyaya. Atha Navamoskanda Sutta Uvacha. Markandeya's vision of the Lord's Maya. Markandeya's desire to experience the Lord's Yoga Maya. Sutta said, the worshipful Narayan pleased highly with Markandeya, and his hymn said as follows to that scion of Brigu's clan. The worshipful Lord said, O great Brahmarshi, you have become a person of the highest spiritual attainment by virtue of your power of mental concentration, by your unwavering devotion to me, and by your austerity, Vedic study, and self-control. We are extremely pleased with your observance of unbroken continence. May you fare well. Choose whatever boon you want from me, who is the first of boon givers. Rishi Markandeya said, O Lord of all divinities, thou undecaying being and the eraser of the sufferings of the surrendered ones. In offering to give boons, thou hast indeed shown thy magnanimity, but that thou hast been pleased to appear before our vision is indeed an adequate boon with which we are satisfied. For thou, whose form Brahma and others can have the satisfaction only experiencing mentally through the practice of yogic meditation, has now revealed thyself to my naked eye.
Noted for thy holy fame, I have a desire to experience thee, thy Yoga Maya, by whose power all the worlds and their protective divinities perceive duality in thy non-dual being. The vision of the deluge. Sutta said, O sage, the worshipful Lord, who was praised and worshipped by the sage, granted the prayer of Markandeya and proceeded to Badariya Ashrama, smiling, because while all who approached him pray for release from Maya, Markandeya had prayed for an experience of Maya. The Rishi continued to stay in his ashrama, revolving in his mind the promised experience of Maya and its working. In the fire, sun, moon, water, earth, air, sky, and the Atman, he meditated on the Lord as the indwelling spirit and performed mental worship of him with ingredients mentally conceived. But sometimes, inundated by the outburst of divine love, he forgot everything about worship even. O learned one of Brigu's line, while Markandeya was sitting one evening on the bank of the river Pushapadra, a powerful storm set in. Following that violent and noisy storm came clouds threatening in appearance. With loud peals of thunder and lightning, the clouds poured torrential rain all around in sprouts as thick as axle trees. The ocean on four sides, beaten into mountain waves by powerful winds, overflowed the whole earth. The water level rose up high in the sky. Fierce winds and streaks of lightning threatened the sage by their fury outside and with fear within. The sage lost all presence of mind and trembled with fear to see the whole world submerged in water. Thus he looked on. He found the limitless ocean, swollen up with its waves, raised by terrific winds and augmented by continuous rain, filling up the whole earth and its island continents with a deluge of water. When the world, the intermediary regions, the heavens, the expanse of the galaxies, and all the regions were submerged in water, the sage alone wandered about aimlessly like an inebriated blind man, with all his matted locks let loose, tortured by hunger and thirst, terrorized by aquatic creatures, and distressed by storms of the deluge sweeping the waves. He wandered about, tired and worn out, and in that blinding darkness, unable to make out land or sky or quarters. Sometimes sucked in whirlpools, sometimes battered by the waves, sometimes bitten by the mutually contesting aquatic creatures, and sometimes subjected to grief, delusion, pain, pleasures, disease, fear of death, etc. He floundered through those waters of the deluge. Caught thus in the Maya of Mahavishnu, he had the feeling of wandering for thousands of years in the waters of the deluge. The Lord as infant lying on a banyan leaf. The sage, who was thus moving about aimlessly, located a lovely banyan tree full of new leaves and fruits, standing at high level of the earth. In the middle of the banyan leaf, on the northeastern branch of the tree, he noticed an infant, the brilliance emerging from whom dispelled the enveloping darkness of the deluge. Dark green in complexion, like a splendorous emerald, Marakata, charming with a lotus-like face and lovely nose and eyebrows and a broad chest, possessing a conch-like neck and lock waving with movements of the breath, wearing pomegranate flowers on his ears, whose formation resembled the inside of the conch, lit up the nectarine smile that reflected the ruddiness of his coral-like lips, possessing eyes whose corners were crimson like the inside of a lotus, casting glances enriched by a sweet smile, endowed with an abdomen flat like a banyan leaf, marked by the three folds and a deep navel, and throbbing with the movements of every breath, endowed with hands having attractively formed fingers. Such was the wonder-inspiring infant that the sage saw lying on a banyan leaf, sucking its uplifted toes placed in its mouth. Vision of the infant as cosmic being. The sight of him relieved the exhaustion of the sage. Both the lotus of his heart and the lotus of his eyes now bloomed in their fullness, and his body was covered with horripilations. Though hesitant on account of the wondrous novelty of the situation, the sage nonetheless approached the infant to seek him, to speak to him. Reaching near him, the sage was drawn into the infant through his breath as if he were a mere mosquito, and when inside the infant, he turned crazy with astonishment to find the whole universe exactly as he had seen it before the deluge. The sky, heavens, and the earth, galaxies, mountains, oceans, islands, continents, quarters, devas, and asuras, forests, villages, rivers, cities, quarries, agricultural farms, cowherd settlements, functioning of the varnas and ashramas, primordial elements, their products, yuga, kalpas, time, the determiner of all these periods, in fact, all that is included in the manifest universe, he saw as if actually existing within the infinite. He saw also the Himalaya mountains, the river Pushpabandra, his own ashrama, and the rishis there. And as he was viewing all this, he found himself expelled with the outgoing breath of the infant, and again he was in the waters of the deluge. As before, he saw also the banyan tree at the high level of the earth, and the infant resting on a leaf of that tree. The loving sidelong glances of the infant, with their power heightened by the nectarine smile that lighted its face, now fell on the sage. Seeing outside the divine infant on whom he used to meditate within, the sage was overpowered with feeling, and he again approached the infant Lord to embrace him. But the worshipful Lord, the bestower of the fruits of all spiritual endeavors, the indweller in the understanding of all beings, disappeared before the sage in a trice, just like the hopes and ambitions cherished by luckless men. Immediately following the Lord's disappearance, that banyan tree and the waters of the deluge disappeared, and the sage Markandeya found himself in his own ashrama as before. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Sanghitayam Dwadasho Skande Maya Darshanam Nama Navamodhyaya Atha Dashamodhyaya. Lord Shiva blesses Markandeya. Lord Shiva and Markandeya. Sutta said, having thus experienced the might and mystery of the Yoga Maya of Narayana, the sage Markandeya took refuge in him. Markandeya said, O Hari, I take shelter at thy feet, which form the heaven of protection to refugees. By thy Maya, even the so-called wise man gets deluded with the feeling that they are so wise, for all the wisdom of man is nothing but stark ignorance by thy side. Sutta continued, once the Lord Rudra, while he was moving through the sky on his bull vehicle, accompanied by his divine consort Uma, surrounded by his attendants, saw the sage Markandeya absorbed in meditation. Thereupon Uma, seeing the sage, said to the Lord Shiva, O worshipful one, look at this sage sitting with his body, mind and senses absolutely still. See him resembling a sea absolutely calm, with its winds, water, and aquatic creatures all at rest. Thou art the granter of boons. Be pleased to bestow the fruits of his austerities unto him. The Lord Rudra said, this Brahmarshi has no desire for any boons, including mukti, for he has attained to supreme devotion, para bhakti, for Sri Hari, the Supreme Lord. Such devotees seek nothing, including moksha. Yet, O Bhavani, we shall meet and talk with his holy personages, for association with holy men is the greatest good fortune that can befall one. Shiva at Markandeya's ashrama. Sutta said, saying so, that worshipful Lord Rudra, the shelter of all holy men, the promulgator of all sciences and arts, and the master of all jivas, went near the sage. Wrapped in meditation, with all modifications of the mind restrained, that sage remained absolutely oblivious of the arrival of the two, Parvati and Parmeshwara, who are the soul of the universe and its overlords. Not only that, even the whole world and his own self were excluded from the mind of the sage. Shiva, the worshipful, the Lord of mountains and the ruler of all, understood this. And so, just as air penetrates into a room through a hole, he entered into the sky of his heart. Now, the form of Shiva suddenly dawned in his mind. Having a matted hair of brilliant yellow color, like lightning, tall, possessed of 3 eyes and 10 arms, shining like the rising sun, equipped with a dress of tiger skin, and weapons like trident, club, shield, sword, and bow, together with rosary, small drum, and skull. The form of Rudra suddenly shone in his heart to the utter amazement and roused him up from his samadhi and made him think, what is this? How has it come about? When he opened his eyes, Markandeya found before him Rudra, the master and teacher of the world, together with Uma and their attendant spirits. The sage made prostrations to him. To the Lord, who had thus arrived with Uma and his attendants, the sage performed worship by offering of hearty welcome, seed, arghya, padya, sandal paste, flower wreaths, incense, etc.
He then said, O Almighty Lord, is there anything that we could do for thee, who art the source of all joy and satisfaction for the world, and who by his inherent perfection art self-fulfilled? I offer salutations to the Lord Shiva, who is all tranquility, who, though invested with rajas and tamas, and an awe-inspiring form related to those gunas, is really the most gentle in nature. Salutations to thee, who art of the nature of sattva and the bestower of joy to the worlds. Offering of boons to Markandeya. Sutta said, after he was extolled in this way, the worshipful Lord Shiva, the first of all deities, the Lord of all, and the goal of all holy men, was pleased and propitiated. He said smilingly, the worshipful Lord Shiva said, seek whatever boon you want of me. We, the Trimurti, whose vision is always fruitful, who could confer even the state of immortal bliss, are the foremost among the boon givers. All the world and the protecting deities of the worlds honor the worshipful Brahma, and the Supreme Lord Hari adore them. Such devotees do not see even the least difference between Achyuta, the birthless Brahma, and myself. They view all beings in the same light as themselves. Therefore, even we, the Trinity, honor you. The Tirthas are no doubt holy, and not mere collections of water. The images of deities, too, are holy, and not mere lifeless pieces of stone. They, however, purify men only in the course of a long period of time. But you holy men purify them by your very sight. Salutations to the holy man who, through concentration, austerity, devout study, and the control of the senses, hold us, the Trimurti, in their understanding in the shape of the Veda. By hearing about you and by seeing you, many, including outcasts, attain purity. Needless then to say of the effect of more intimate contact with you, like holding conversations. Markandeya's reaction to the offer of boons. Suta said, the rishi was not satiated by hearing the words of Shiva, the moon-crested deity, which were so delightful to the ear and were expressive of the cardinal principles of Dharma. A sufferer as he was for long, from the privation of floundering in the Maya of Vishnu, the words of Shiva came to him as a soothing nectar. Relieved of his distress, he said to the Lord. Rishi Markandeya said, it is indeed a very puzzling play of the Lord when the divinities who rule over the destinies of men are seen to praise and salute those very persons who are subject to the control. It is also true that often promulgators of Dharma teach its principles to people by themselves, practicing them as an example, and also by extolling and saluting those who are found to follow these principles. Just as the illusions projected by a magician in the course of his show do not affect him at all, so also these acts of subordination of the world teachers to the taught does not affect their divine status. The seer of the dream himself mentally projects the dream objects and sees them. In the same way, the Lord projects this universe by his world and enters into it. Remaining within the functioning of the forces of nature as their mere witness, he gives the impression that he is the actor, just as the witnessing dream ego does. Salutations to the worshipful Lord, who is this universe constituted of the three gunas, but persists as its unaffected essence, unlike the jiva, being the witnessing principle within. Salutations to the immaculate and non-dual being, the one who is the world teacher and the Brahman infinite. What other boons am I to seek from one whose most exalted vision itself makes one totally self-fulfilled and truthful? Yet I shall seek one boon of thee, the perfect being, who is himself without any wants, but who showers on others all that they want. May I have unfaltering devotion to Sri Hari, thyself, and all thy devotees. The greatness of Markandeya. Suta said, being thus worshipped and extolled by the sage with sweet and insignificant words, the Lord Shiva said, with concurrence of Parvati, his divine consort, O great sage, and holy one endowed with the aura of Brahmic glory, all that you have asked for, devotion to Mahavishnu and his devotees, shall be yours, and besides, your fame shall last for all time, and free from the trammels of old age and death. Your lifespan shall extend up to the cosmic dissolution. You shall also have the knowledge of the past, present, and future, as well as renunciation, complete illumination, and the status of a teacher of the Puranas. Suta said, giving the sage the above-mentioned boons, the three-eyed deity Shiva described to his consort Parvati the austerities of Markandeya and the experiences he had of Markandeya's Maya. They then departed from the place. As for Markandeya, the great scion of Bhrigu's line, he attained to the fame of a Mahayogi, and possessed of truly unwavering devotion to Sri Hari, he still moves about in the universe even to this day. I have thus narrated to you the story of Markandeya and the unique experience he had of the power of Vishnu's Maya. All this experience of Pralaya by Markandeya and his passing in and out of the infant Lord, which seemed as 7 kalpas, are the creation of the Lord's Maya, specially created for his experience. Not knowing this, some ignorant people speak of it as actual Pralaya, and Markandeya having lived for 7 kalpas. O scion of Bhrigu's line, whoever hears or recites this account of the Lord's sportive activities and his prowess, they will have all fulfillments in life. They will be freed from the transmigratory cycle caused by the tendencies acquired through karma. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyan Sanhitayam Dvadashok Skande Dashama Dhyaya. Athaika Dasho Dhyaya. Chapter 11. The Divine Form Explained. The Cosmic Form of the Lord. Sanaka said, "Now we have got to ask one more question to you who are a master of all learning. You are well acquainted with the doctrines of the Tantras. To the Supreme Being, the Lord of Shri, who is pure non-dual consciousness, the masters of the Tantra have for purposes of worship given physical features, accessories, weapons, decorations, etc. We would like to know the significance, the principle behind such conceptions. Describe to us, who are anxious to hear all about ritualistic worship prescribed by the Tantras, by means of which man can attain immortal state." Sutta said, "Saluting my teachers, I shall impart to you what has come down from teachers like Brahma and others, as taught by them through the Vedas and the Tantras, about the glory and greatness of the Supreme Being Mahavishnu. The changeful cosmic form of the Lord, known as Virat, is constituted of 9 categories: Prakritis, Sutratma, Mahatattva, Ahankara, and the 5 Tanmatras. The whole of the cosmos is seen subsisting in the cosmic form, Virat, which is based in consciousness. As a Virat is based on the Supreme Being, he is said to be embodied as a Purusha or Virat. The earth is his feet, the heaven his head, the intermediary space his navel, the sun his eyes, the air his nose, and the quarters his ears. Prajapati is his sex organ, Mrityu, death, his rectum, the Lokapalas his arms, the moon his mind, and Yama his eyebrows. Bashfulness is his upper lip, greed his lower lip, light his teeth, Maya his smile, the trees his air, and the clouds his locks. Just as the individual, when measured by the span of his palm, is of 7 span dimensions, so is a Virat too, when measured by his span of cosmic dimension. So also whatever parts they are in the individual body, they are in the Purusha too. The symbolism of the paraphernalia of Mahavishnu. What he wears under the guise of the jewel Kastuba is a pure Jiva consciousness. The spreading effulgence of the Jiva is what is seen on his chest as a mark Shrivatsa. The wreath of wildflowers worn by the Lord is his Maya with diverse attributes. His yellow wearing cloth is a Veda, and the sound symbol Om with its 3 syllables, the sacred thread he wears. He has Sankhya and Yoga as a fish-marked earrings, and the diadem on his head is Satyaloka, the superior to all other realms. His seat, the well-known Ananta or Adishesha, conceived as a serpent of infinity, is Avyakrita, the inchoate and undifferentiated Prakriti. The lotus on his seat is Sattva Guna, having attributes like Dharma and Shinana as petals. The prana, the vital energy, which includes the strength of the senses, mind and body, is represented by his mace Kaumodaki. The category of water by his conch Panchanchaya, and the category of fire by his discus Sudarshana. His sword with its blue sheen is a category of sky. His shield, Tamas, the element of darkness. His bow, Saranga, time. And his quiver, the accumulation of karma. His arrows represent the Indriyas. His chariot, the mind dominated by will. His manifesting power, the Tanmatras. And his hand poses the world to bless with gifts and to protect. The place for offering him worship is the orb of the sun. The qualifications for worshipping him is initiation with mantra from a teacher. His service is for the erasement of all one's sin, including sinful tendencies. The play lotus in his hand symbolizes his 6 majesties like lordship, Aishwarya, and the rest. The 2 ceremonial fans chamaras, held on either side are righteousness, dharma, and yasas, glory. O twice-born ones, the royal umbrella held over him represents the realm of Vaikuntha, a state of bliss and freedom from fear. The Lord, who is known as Yajna, who has Yajna as his form, is borne by his vehicle Garuda, who is the embodiment of the three Vedas. Shri, who remains inseparable from him, is a Shakti, the manifesting power of Shri Hari. Vishvaksena, the leader of his attendants, is the embodiment of the Tantras. His 8 guards, headed by Nanda, are his 8 yogic powers like Anima, etc. The Vyuhas. The one Supreme Being can be worshipped as the 4 Vyuhas: Vasudeva, Shankarashana, Pradyumna, and Aniruddha, who are only the 4 presentations of the one being. According to his manifestations through external objects, senses, ignorance of tendencies latent and witnesshood, he is also conceived as Vishwa, Taijasa, Prajna, and Turiya respectively. In the form of the 4 Vyuhas, Aniruddha, Pradyumna, Sankarashana, and Vasudeva, with their distinctive physical features, Anga, accessories, Upanga, decorations, Akalpa, and weapons, Ayuddha. Sri Hari sustains the 4 states of consciousness: Vishwa, waking, Taijasa, dream, Prajna, sleep, and Turiya, samadhi. But being the Lord of all, his manifestations does not in the least affect his entity or his majesty in the lordship, unlike in the case of the jivas and material entities undergoing change.
O learned one, he is the source of the Veda. He is the self-luminous awareness. He is perfect in himself by his own greatness. He is intuited in their self by those who seek him. He, by his own Maya, or inherent power, he creates, protects, and destroys the whole universe under the names of Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwara, without the slightest dimming of his spiritual self-awareness. As the one invisible spirit, he is spoken of under these 3 names according to function only. O Krishna, the friend of Arjuna, O thou the Vrishni leader, that was like a fire to the forest of evil and tyrannical rulers, O thou of unfading power and majesty, O thou Govinda, whose holy fame is sung about in the gatherings of gopis and by the sages in attendance on thee. Be thou propitious and protect us, thy devotees, for evermore, O thou whose very name is a blessing unto mankind. Whoever, getting up in the early morning and concentrating his mind on the Lord, thinks over and repeats these passages which expound the significance of the Lord's form, attributes, and accessories will realize him who resides in the hearts of all. The sun and his movements. Sonaka said, Sri Shuka had in the 5th skanda said to the attentive Parikshit that there is a group of 7 Gana Sapta varying every month that travels with the sun. I wish to know about their respective functions and names and about their leaders. I also want to know about the aspect of the sun deity Surya Narayana, who is one with Sri Hari. Sutta said, the sun, the maintainer of life and functioning of the world, is the manifestation of the power of Sri Hari, who dwells in every heart. Furthering the work of the world, he moves round and round. Sri Hari, the soul of the world and its creator, is manifest as one with Surya, sun, who is the support and sanction of the Vedic rites. He is spoken of by the rishis as many deities in the context of Vedic rites. By virtue of his Yoga Maya, Sri Hari is spoken of for purposes of Vedic rituals in 9 forms at time, place, action, agent, instruments, effect, scripture, material, and result. For the sustenance of life in the world, the Lord of Time, represented by the sun, moves in 12 months, beginning with Chaitra, the 12 groups of associates. The month of Chaitra is directed by the group comprising the sun, named Dhata, the Apsaras, Krita Shali, the Rakshasa, Heti, the Naga, Vasuki, the Yaksha, Rathakrit, the Rishi, Pulastya, and the Gandharva, Tumbura. The month of Vaishakha is guided by the group consisting of Sun, Aryama, the Rishi, Pulaha, the Yaksha, Athojas, the Rakshasa, Praheti, the Apsaras, Punjikashtali, the Gandharva, Narada, and the Naga, Kachachanira. The month of Jeshta is presided over by the sun Mitra, Rishi Atri, the Rakshasa, Pororesha, the Naga, Takshaka, the Apsaras, Menaka, the Gandharva, Haha, and the Yakshasa, Rathasvana. The month of Ashada is directed by the Rishi Vashishta, the sun Varuna, the Apsaras, Ramba, the Yakshasa, Sahajanaya, and the Gandharva, Huhu, the Naga, Shukra, and the Rakshasa, Chitrasvana. The Shravana month is conducted by the sun Indra, the Gandharva, Vishwasvayu, the Yaksha, Shrota, the Naga, Elapatra, the Rishi, Angiras, the Apsaras, Pramloka, Locha, and the Rakshasa Varya. The month of Bhadrapada is presided over the sun Vivaswan, the Gandharva Ugrasena, the Rakshasa Vyagra, the Yakshasa Asharana, the Rishi Brigu, the Apsaras Anum Locha, and the Naga Sankhapala. The month of Magha is led by the sun Pusha, the Naga Dhananjaya, the Rakshasa Vata, the Gandharva Sushena, the Yakshasa Suruchi, the Apsara Gritachi, and the Rishi Gautama. The month of Falguna is directed by the Yaksha Kratu, the Rakshasas Varchas, the Rishi Bharadwaja, the sun Parjanya, the Apsaras Senajit, the Gandharva Vishwa, and the Naga Airatva Vata. The month of Magha Rishis is guided by the sun Amsu, the Rishi Kashyapa, the Yaksha Tarakshya, the Gandharva Ritasena, the Apsara Urvashi, the Rakshasa Vidu Chachutru, and the Naga Mahasankha. The month of Pushya is guided by the sun Bhaga, the Rakshasa Spurja, and the Gandharva Arishtanemi, the Yakshasa Urna, the Rishi Ayu, and Naga Karkotaka, and the Apsara Purvachiti. The month of Ashwin is guided by the sun Twashta, the Rishi Jamadagni, the Naga Kambala, the Apsaras Tilotama, the Rakshasa Brahmapeta, the Yaksha Satajit, and the Gandharva Ritarashtra. The month of Kartika is guided by the sun Vishnu, the Naga Ashvatara, the Apsara Ramba, the Gandharva Surya Varchas, Yaksha Satyajit, the Rishi Vishwamitra, the Rakshasa Makha Peta. Those who contemplate on these majesties of Surya Narayana both at sunrise and sunset will be free from their sins. The above described movements of his with his group of attendants, Surya Narayana helps to give a spiritual turn to the intellect of beings, both in this and the next world. In the course of their movement, the rishis extolled Surya Narayana with sacred hymns from Rik, Sama, and Yajus, which reveal his divine glory. The Gandharvas sing and the Apsaras dance before him. The Nagas behind the chariot wheels wail. The Yakshas harness the horses to the chariots. The powerful Rakshasas push the chariot from behind. The community of 60,000 holy Brahmarshis, known as Balakilyas, walk in front of the chariot, facing the Lord and singing his praise. The worshipful Lord Hari, the ruler of all, the birthless, the deathless, and the eternal being, thus assumes various forms from the world.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Dwadasha Skande Aditya Vyuha Vivaranam Nameka Dasho Dhyaya Ata Dwadasho Dhyaya Sutta Uvacha. The contents of the Bhagavata. First and second skandhas. Sutta said, Salutations to the most glorious doctrine of devotion to the Lord. Salutations to Krishna, the ultimate arbiter of the destinies of all. Saluting all holy men also, I shall now speak of the eternal law. O learned ones, in reply to your question, what constitutes the topic most suited for man to hear about, sing about, and remember, I have narrated to you this unique account of excellences and doings of Mahavishnu. In this text is extolled Narayana, the Supreme Being, who erases all sins, who is the indweller in all beings, who is the power that activates the senses of all, and who is the protector of all devotees. Here has been discussed the Supreme Brahman, the mysterious and hidden truth behind the changing universe, the creator, preserver, and destroyer of all the worlds, and the knowledge and attainment of him, both in theory and in practice. The way of communion through devotion and the supreme spirit of renunciation obtained thereby have been discussed. The stories of Parikshit and Narada have been narrated. The fast unto death of Raja Parikshit, consequent on the curse of a Brahmana, and the meeting between him and the Brahmarshi Suka have been described. This is the topic of the first skandha. Following these are discussed in the second skandha the way of progress after death of those who die in spiritual communion, the conversation between Brahma and Narada, the glory and greatness of the Lord's incarnations, and the evolution of Prakriti and the categories from Mahat down. It ends with the emergence of the Virat, cosmic person. The third skandha. Next comes the conversation between Vidura and Uddhava, and that between Vidura and Maitreya. In these, the question about the origin of the Bhagavata occurs. Then comes the description of the Lord in yogic slumber amidst the deluge of cosmic dissolution. These then the description of Sarga, or primary projection of the categories resulting from the loss of equilibrium of the gunas of Prakriti, by which are produced the 7 evolutes or categories together with their 16 effects. Out of the categories and the effects take place the formation of the cosmic shell and the appearance of the Virat Purusha. Descriptions of the subtle and gross aspects of time, of the birth of the world lotus, and of the destruction of Hiranyaksha in the process of installing the earth in the proper place follow. The origin of various kinds of creatures that traverse the sky, the quarters, and the earth, the birth of the 12 Rudras, of the origin of Swayambhuva Manu and Satarupa, the human pair, and the progress of Kardama Prajapati's issue, all these were described. Then the incarnation of the Lord as the great Rishi Kapila and his conversation with his mother Devahuti are described. This forms the third skanda. Skandhas 4 to 7. In the fourth skanda, the following topics are discussed. The birth of the 9 Prajapatis, beginning with Marichi, the yajna of Daksha Prajapati and its obstruction, and the highly devotional account of the stories of Dhruva and Prithu, and the conversation of Narada with Prachina Barhis. In the fifth skanda are given the description of Priyavrata and his doings, and the devotional narratives on Nabi, Rishabha, and Bharata. This is followed by the description of continents, regions, oceans, and mountain ranges, rivers, the galaxies, the different worlds like Patala, the purgatory, and the story of Ajamila, showing the greatness of the divine name. And the sixth skanda deals with the birth of Daksha as the son of Prachetasis, with the issue of Daksha's daughters, and the origin of various species like devas, asuras, men, dumb creatures, serpents, and birds. The story of Vritrasura also is narrated therein. In the seventh skanda, the history of Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakasipu and the life and doings of the great devotee Prahlada are narrated.
10 and 9 skandhas. The description of Mahavatras, the salvation of Gajendra, the story of avatars in different manvantaras, the incarnation of Hayagriva, the Lord's incarnation as the tortoise, Dhanvantri, fish, and Vama, the churning of the milk ocean, and the securing of Amrita for the Devas, the great battle between Devas and Asuras, the narration of the genealogies of kings, the births of Ishvaku, the line of descendants, the story of Sukhyamna, the narrative of Ila and Tara, the description of the solar dynasty in which Sasada, Nigra, and others appeared, the stories of Sukanya, Saryati, Kakushta, Mandhata, Sabhari, and Sagara, the sin-destroying account of the great Rama of Kaushala, of Nimi, discarding his body, of the birth of the Janakas, the description of Kshatriyas by Rama, of the Brigu's line, the stories of Puravas, Yayatis, and Nahabusha, of the lunar dynasties, the lives of Dushyata's son, Bharata, Santanu, and Bhishma, the line of Yayati's elder son, Yadu. All these have been described in the 8th and 9th skandhas. 10th and 11th skandhas. The following are described in the 10th skandha. The birth of the Supreme Being, Sri Krishna as Vasudeva's son in prison, his removal to Gokula, his upbringing there, the description of numerous wonderful deeds consisting in the destruction of Asuras, deeds like the sucking of Putana's life force, the smashing of the cart demon, others like the destruction of Trinavarta Bhakta and Vasasura, Dhenukasura and his associates, and of Pramlabhasura, the protection of the Gopas from forest fire,
the humbling of the serpent Kaliya, the rescue of Nanda from a python, the observance of vow by the gopis for proprietary Krishna, the bestowal of Krishna's grace on the wives of the Vedas Brahmanas, and the repentance of the Brahmanas, the lifting of Govardhana mountains, Indra's worship of Krishna, and Surabhi's ceremonial bath of him, and the Lord's Rasalila with the gopis, the destruction of Sakunshuda, Arishta, and Kesi, the arrival of Akrura at Vraja, and the departure of Rama and Krishna to Mathura, the mourning of the women of Vraja, Krishna's sight scene at Mathura, and the destruction of Kavulya Pida and the elephant of Mushtika, Chanura and Kamsa, the restoration of the dead children of the teacher Sandipani, the rehabilitation of the Yadavas with the help of Uddhava and Balarama, the destruction of the armies of Jarasandha in many campaigns, the killing of Yavana through Muchukunda, effecting the evacuation of the Yadavas from Mathura to Dwarka, the securing of Prajit Jaita and Sudharma from Indra's heaven, and the marriage with Rukshmani after defeating rival kings, the paralyzing of Hara in the battle, and the chopping off of the numerous arms of Bana, the destruction of Narakasura, the king of Pragishjyotisha, and the recovery of the maidens kept captive by him, the destruction of Sishupala, Pondaraka, Salva, Dantavakra, Sambara, Dvivida, Pita, Mura, Panchajana, and others, the burning of Varanasi, and relieving the earth of her burdens through the agency of the Pandavas. In the 11th skanda is described Krishna's destruction of his own clan of the Yadus effected through the curse of a Brahmana, and the most illuminating discourse given by Vasudeva to Uddhava, in which the whole theme of the science of the spirit is discussed, and the abandonment of the human body by the Lord through yoga power. The 12th skanda. Next, in the 12th skanda, I discussed the characteristics of the various yugas, the decay of mankind in Kali, the 4 kinds of pralayas, and the 3 kinds of creation after pralaya, the death of Parikshit, the institution of the recensions of the Veda by Markandeya, explanation of the symbolism of the Lord's form and the movement of the sun with different groups of associates in the 12th months.
Devotion to God, the only topic of the Bhagavatam. O learned ones, I have now given full answers to all your questions and the descriptions of the sportive incarnations of the Lords dominated those answers throughout. Even if a man cries out, O Hari, salutations to thee, in a state of utter helplessness while falling or stumbling in the thick of danger or in grief or in illness, he will be freed from his sins. The worshipful Lord, the infinite being, makes his presence felt in the minds of the people who sing hymns on his excellences or hear such recitals, and puts an end to the sorrows of their heart, just as the sun dissipates darkness and strong winds the clouds. The literary productions in which there is no place for the worshipful Lord, the master of all the senses, but deal with only worldly men and matters, are devoid of truth and are ephemeral. On the contrary, such works as reveal the glory of God, manifesting through all life and nature, they promote what is true, what is good, and what is holy. It is that literature which sparkles with the excellences of the divine that remains ever novel in its power to delight and charm the mind. It alone can sustain the mind always as in a festive mood, and dry up the ocean of samsara in which man is plunged. However attractive might be the literary beauties of writing, poem, or song, if it is devoid of all references to and expositions of Sri Hari's world sanctifying excellences, it is like a mud puddle which attracts only crows and never the swans. Holy men eschew them, for they care only for where the Lord is and for what reveals his presence. It is such compositions as are embellished by the names of the Lord, the infinite being, which reveal his holy fame and destroy men's sin, that saintly personages hear, expound, and recite, even if there be mistakes in every line of such text. Even knowledge without the least strain of ignorance does not shine well, if it is devoid of the mood of devotion to Achyuta. How can then the desire-prompted karma, or even desireless karma, have any significance unless these actions are dedicated to the Lord and become a part of the practice of devotion to Him, Bhakti Yoga? The great efforts put forth for the observance of Varnashrama, codes of conduct, austerity, learning, etc., result only in the acquisition of fame and wealth, but the hearing and chanting of Lord's names and excellences result in the constant remembrance of Him. Constant remembrance of Krishna's feet destroy all evil tendencies in the mind and establishes one in tranquility. It brings about the purification of one's entire being and generates in one love and knowledge of the Supreme Spirit, accompanied with experience and renunciation. O holy ones, you are indeed fortunate beings to worship Narayana with unwavering devotion, installing him in your heart. He is the soul of all, the Lord of all, the ever free, having none above him as superior. And because of you, I have had this opportunity to recall that gospel of the Supreme Spirit, which I heard in the company of many great sages from the mouth of Sri Sukha, the most noted one among the rishis, in the assembly that gathered round Raja Parikshit at the time of his fast unto death. The merits of studying the Bhagavata. O revered sirs, I have now narrated to you this glorious account of the Lord's works and excellences, which constitutes the most fitting theme for the tongue to describe and the most sanctifying topic to hear, provided a person endowed with faith and concentration hears the sacred text for a yama or even a shorter period, or expounds it for other like-minded people to hear. He will be sanctifying both, not the body merely, like bath in holy waters. Whoever hears this with devotion on Ekadashi and Dwadashi, the 11th and 12th days of the fourth night, will be long-lived. Whoever reads it on these days, observing the rules of fast and concentrating his mind on the divine, will be freed from all sins. By observing fast and reading the Purana at Pushkara, Vraja, or Dwarka, one will be freed from all fears of life of samsara. Devas, sages, siddhas, pitris, manus and kings, being pleased with the recital of the Bhagavata, will bestow all that they want on its reciters and bear hearers. Whatever enthralling results like mandukulya, flow of honey, Grita Kulya, flow of ghee, and Paya Kulya, flow of milk, that a twice born gets for mastering the Vedas, Rik, Yajur, and Sama respectively. All that is attained by one who studies this text. A twice born who studies this Purana with deep concentration attains to that supreme state expounded by the Lord. By studying this, Brahmana attains knowledge of the spirit. A Kshatriya gets an empire extending up to the seas. A Vaishya gains wealth, and a Sudra is freed from all his sins. Salutations to the Lord. In other scriptural text, Hari, the eraser of the evil of Kali and the Lord of all, is not described again and again with devotional exuberance as is done here. In the Bhagavatam, through innumerable stories, anecdotes, in fact through every word of it, the one topic highlighted in this text is the Bhagavan, the one embracing all that exists. I salute Achyuta, the pure spirit, unborn and unending, the possessor of that inherent power which creates, supports, and destroys, the one whose glory cannot adequately be described even by Brahma, Indra, Sankara, and other divinities. Salutations to him, the pure quiet essence of consciousness and the eternal supreme and worshipful divinity, who dwells in everything and in whom the whole of the universe of living and non-living entities produced by the 9 forces of Prakriti that vibrate by his will have their being. I salute Sukha, the son of Vyasa, who, though established in the inherent bliss of the self and consequently devoid of any attraction for anything external, was none the less drawn even from this mergence in the self by the attraction of the sportive doings of the one whom none can conquer, and out of his mercy for all living beings expounded this Purana, which may really be called the Book of God, that effaces the impurities in the minds of all and lights the lamp of divine love and knowledge in their minds.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Dvadashaskande Dvadashaskandharthani Rupanam Nama Dvadashodhyayaha Atha Trayodashodhyayaha Sutta Uvacha. Salutations. Sutta said, salutations to that supreme deity, whom celestials like Brahma, Varuna, Indra, Rudra, Maruts and others extol with sacred praises and prayers, whom expert Sama chanters hymn about with the help of Vedas, ancillary texts, Pada, Karma and Upanishads, whom yogis see in their minds that have become steady and fixed on him, and whose extent and prowesses are beyond the understanding of the host of devas and asuras. May the breath of the Lord as the divine tortoise protect you. The breath that escaped from him while he was being lulled to sleep by the scratching of the rocky mountain on the whirling Mandara mountain, kept on his back for the churning of the milk ocean. The breath a little of whose impulse seemed to persist even on this day, camouflaged as tides high and low in the ocean. Puranas and their extent. Now learn from me the details regarding the number of Puranas and the passages contained in them, as also about the relevancy of the topics treated in the Bhagavata Purana, the roles of making presentations of copies of the Bhagavata and the benefits accruing from its presentation and study. Brahma Purana has 10,000 passages, Padma Purana 50,000, Vishnu Purana 23,000 and Shiva Purana 24,000. Shrimad Bhagavata has 18,000 passages, Narada Purana 25,000, Markandeya Purana 19,000 and Agni Purana 10,500 passages. Bhavishyat Purana has 14,500 passages. Brahma Vaivarta Purana 18,000 and the Linga Purana 11,000. Varaha Purana has 24,000 passages. Skanda Purana 81,100 and Vamana Purana 10,000. Kurma Purana has 17,000 passages. Matsya Purana 14,000. Garuda Purana 19,000 and Brahmanda Purana 12,000. Uniqueness of the Bhagavata among the Puranas. Thus, the total numbers of passages in all the Puranas together is said to be 14 lakhs. Of this total, 18,000 are said to belong to the Bhagavata. The Bhagavata was first revealed by the Lord Mahavishnu himself out of his mercy to Brahma, occupying the navel lotus of his and trembling with fear of involvement in transmigratory cycle. From the beginning to the end, which includes the middle too, it is full of narratives that generate renunciation in the minds of men and of accounts of the divine and sportive deeds of the Lord, which are delightful like nectar to all holy men and to the Devas. It is the quintessence of all Vedantas, based on the truth of non-duality and characterized by the unity of Atman and Brahman. Its ultimate purpose is liberation. If a person makes a gift of the Bhagavata on the full moon day of the month of Bhadrapada, placing the text on a golden stand, that pious person will attain to the highest destiny. The other Puranas will be deemed important by wise men only till they come across this unique works, the Bhagavata. So, surpassing are its merits that it will easily eclipse them all. Thus, Bhagavata being the quintessence of all Vedanta, it is natural that one who is steeped in its study does not feel interest in any other text. Just as the Ganga is the most superior among rivers, the worshipful Achyuta among divinities, and Shambhu among the devotees of Vishnu, so is the Bhagavata amongst the Puranas. O twice born ones, the Bhagavata is unraveled among the vast numbers of Puranas, as Kashi is among the holy places. Shrimad Bhagavata, the sacred Purana, is dear to all devotees of the Lord. It exalts the supreme state of gnosis, characterizing the Paramhamsas. It expounds the state of egolessness, accompanied by knowledge, renunciation, and devotion. He who hears, studies, and deeply thinks over its teachings will gain supreme devotion to the Lord and liberations from samsara. That light of spiritual understanding, which was ignited by the Lord himself in the heart of Brahma, which he himself as Brahma transmitted to Narada, which again in the form of Narada he transmitted to Vedavyasa, which he in the form of Vyasa transmitted to Sukha, and which he in the form of Sukha imparted to Parikshit. On that truth supreme, the unpolluted, the pure, the blissful, and the griefless, we meditate. Salutations to thee, worshipful Lord Vasudeva, the witness of all, who mercifully imparted Shrimad Bhagavata to Brahma on his seeking liberation from worldly entanglement. Salutations to Sukha, the greatest of yogis and Brahman embodied, who revived the spirit of Parikshit, who had been bitten by the serpent of samsara. O thou Lord and Master of our souls, ordain that whatever embodiments we might get again and again, we shall be endowed with devotion to thy feet. I offer my salutations to that Hari, by chanting whose name man is freed from all sins, by surrendering to whom, by prostration, he is saved from all misery. Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Vaiyasikhyam Ashtadasha Sahasrayam Paramahansyam Samhitayam Dvadasha Skande Trayodashodhyayaha Iti Dvadasha Skanda Samapta. Hari Om Tat Sat.
This brings us to the end of the reading of the entire Shrimad Bhagavatam. It's been an incredible journey for those of us that have been present in person at the schoolhouse. Over the days, the sattva, the feeling of goodness, the easiness of truth has been increasing gradually, and it's very tangible this afternoon as we bring the reading to a close. I have to say that we're bringing the reading to the close, and for all the grace that prevailed over the 7 days that allowed us to undertake this auspicious reading, and for the fact that we've had no obstacles that impeded the reading in any way, we close tomorrow officially with a closing ceremony. And I got a few messages that some of you were unable to read the note at the bottom of this webcam picture, but it's very simple. The closing ceremony tomorrow, it's at 9 a.m. South African time. There are 2 parts to it. The first part is at 9 a.m. South African time, and there we're going to have a ceremony in praise of the 29 Ved Vyasas. Under the current rule of this Manu Vaivasvata, 28 cycles of the yugas have taken place. In other words, we've gone from the Golden Age Satyuga through the Treta Yuga, Silver Age, Dwapara Yuga, Bronze Age, and the Kali Yuga, the Iron Age. We've been through the cycle 28 times, and each time, before the onset of the Kali Yuga, a great sage played the role of the Ved Vyasa, that brought the Vedas into manifestation, divided into 4, and this was to help people navigate themselves to the truth in the Kali Yuga. So tomorrow at 9 a.m. we will be having a ceremony in which we will be lighting an oil lamp in praise of all the 28 sages that have played the role of Ved Vyasa, and including the 29th one for the cycle yet to come. These names are given in the Shrimad Devi Bhagavatam. But that brings me now to the second part of the closing ceremony, which will be at 11 a.m. South African time. So the first one was 9 a.m. The second part is at 11 a.m. South African time. For all the goodness that have taken place over the 7 days, and in which this reading, which have inspired us all, lifted our spirits, to say the least, it's a Thanksgiving ceremony. We call it a Shanti Havan. And holy fire will be lit, in which natural ingredients of various forms, seeds, rice, etc. will be offered as oblations, together with sacred mantras recited by an officiating priest as a symbol of gratitude for all the goodness that have taken place over the past 7 days. The link for that event is exactly the same as the link that you have now. So if you sign in tomorrow on the channel, you'll see the live link and log on. We hope to see you then. And then of course we have the lunch at 12:30 p.m. So this day we close off then with a prayer for the well-being, including a peace prayer at the conclusion of the reading, And I ask Hariniben to do that. If all of us could rise for the occasion.
Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschit dukhabhat bhaved. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. May all be happy. May all be without disease. May all have well-being, and none be in misery of any sort. Om, peace, peace, and peace be everywhere. Om Dhyau Shanti, Antariksham Shanti, Prithvi Shanti, Apah Shanti, Aushadayah Shanti, Vanaspatayah Shanti, Vishve Deva Shanti, Brahma Shanti, Sarvam Shanti, Shantireva Shanti, Sama Shanti Reti. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om.
Let us surrender all that has transpired this day and for the past 7 days, all the fruits of the action to the Supreme Self, the Paramatma.
Madhuram, 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 Madhuram. Madhuram, Madhuram,
Iti. Om Tat Sat. Thank you for being with us.
रघुनाथकरारविन्दम् रक्षो गणाय भयदं वरदं निजेभ्यः यद् राजसंसदि विभज्य महेशचापम् सीताकरग्रहणमङ्गलमापसद्यः मधुरं 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 मधुरम् सङ्घेभ्यः यद्राजसंसदि विभज्य महेशचापम् सीताकरग्रहणमङ्गलमापसद्यः मधुरं 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 मधुरम् 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 रक्षो गणाय भयदं वरदं निजेभ्यः यद्राजसंसदि विभज्य महेशचापम् सीताकरग्रहणमङ्गलमापसद्यः मधुरं 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 मधुरम् शोकणाय भयदं वरदं निजेभ्यः यद्राजसंसदि विभज्य महेशचापम् सीताकरग्रहणमङ्गलमापसद्यः मधुरं 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 मधुरं
Thank you.
रक्षो गणाय भयदं वरदं निजेभ्यः यद्राजसंसदि विभज्य महेशचापम् सीताकरग्रहणमङ्गलमापसद्यः